Confession: high school stunt that I'll not forget even in afterlife. They say that the memories we make in high school stick with us, for better or worse, and believe me, my most significant memory is one I never intended to create. I was a quiet kid, the kind who blended into the background, never drawing attention to myself, and certainly never in the spotlight. My best friend, Jamie, on the other hand, was a natural entertainer, full of charisma and always craving excitement. It was early autumn, and the excitement in our yearly traditions was palpable: the homecoming game, the dance, and, of course, the infamous senior pranks. Jamie was convinced we needed to make a mark, and as usual, I got swept up in her enthusiasm, even though the thought made my stomach twist with dread. The idea was simple yet bold: we would sneak onto the roof of our high school and unfurl a massive banner that would read, "Happy Senior Year," in big, bright letters. It would be harmless, just a fun little surprise for everyone attending the pep rally later that week. The night before our planned heist, I lay in bed, the weight of my decision pressing against me. I pictured the banner, fluttering proudly in the wind, the laughter we'd share afterward. But the thought of getting caught gnawed at me. What if we did this and it backfired? I brushed aside my doubts, convincing myself that this was my chance to experience something radical, to break free of my quiet shell. When the day arrived, my stomach was a cacophony of nerves. We had plotted everything meticulously. Jamie had even snuck out supplies and a few ropes to help us climb, the thrill palpable in her eyes as we approached the darkened school. The familiar brick facade loomed in front of us, taking on an ominous hue under the moonlight. We made our way to the back, and with a boost from Jamie, I clambered up to the roof first, my heart racing with adrenaline and fear. Then it was Jamie's turn. As the wind whistled through the air, I realized how high we truly were, the ground beneath us seeming like a distant dream. We worked quickly, laughter punctuating our nervousness as we unrolled the banner, our hearts soaring with each looming moment. Just as we finished, however, the silence shattered. A sound echoed, a loud thump followed by frantic barking. I scanned the surroundings, heart pounding. A security guard. Was it bad luck or a twisted turn of fate? Before we could react, we instinctively ducked behind the rooftop's edge, peering over. My mind raced with panic. "We need to go down. Now," I whispered frantically. But Jamie had a different idea. "We can't leave it here. Just wait and see." She pulled a small flare from her backpack, the kind used for nighttime emergencies. "This is our moment," she insisted, and with that, she lit it up, illuminating the darkness. All around us, the sudden brightness felt like an invitation. But I was frozen in place, heart racing. "What are you doing, Jamie?" I hissed, the breath stopping in my throat as sparks flew. Just then, the door swung open, and the guard emerged, flashlight sweeping the rooftop. Panic surged through me, a wave of dread washing over my decision. But all at once, Jamie turned the flare downward, pointing it like a beacon of trouble. "Hey! Look at us!" she called with an adrenaline-fueled laugh, as she waved frantically. The guard's beam of light snapped toward us, illuminating Jamie's silhouette, and in a split second, my heart plummeted. "Are you crazy?" I shouted, scrambling for the edge as the guard shouted for backup. In the ensuing chaos, Jamie dashed back toward the roof's entrance while I stumbled in confusion, frozen in disbelief at what she had just done. In a flurry of yelling and laughter, tension crackled in the air as Jamie shouted orders, trying to persuade me to join her in escaping toward the exit. But as I hesitated, my heart heavy with dread, I realized I could never go back from this moment. Jamie pushed me to run, and together we bolted toward the roof's ledge, adrenaline pumping through our veins. But just as we reached the door, everything felt surreal. A sharp crack echoed through the night, a piece of the roof crumbling beneath me. I grasped desperately for anything to steady myself, but the floor beneath my feet gave way, and in the chaos, I tumbled downward. My last sight was Jamie's desperate face mirroring my horror as I fell, hearing her scream get swallowed by the dark. There are no words to describe that fall, but I know I hit the ground hard, and darkness enveloped me. I thought I would simply wake up in the infirmary, but when I opened my eyes, I found myself floating above it all, watching as they carried my lifeless body away. Jamie was beside herself with guilt, and I could feel her overwhelming sorrow. But I couldn't blame her. I had willingly followed her, and there's a sick irony in this realization. It was meant to be a fun memory, a fleeting moment before adulthood, and I would have liked to believe that even my absence would have a touch of humor to it. But no, it was just pain and regret. I hovered above everything, the feelings around me pulsing like an echo, binding me to the earth yet freeing me to float as an observer, grasping to make sense of choices unmade and the paths we never took. Years passed in a blur. I watched my classmates graduate, my friends drift apart, and Jamie grow into adulthood haunted by that night. In the end, I was trapped in a moment I wished never happened, aware that no matter how far beyond life I transcended, I would carry this lesson within me, that the stunts we perform in the light of boyhood adventure can whip into dark echoes, shadows of regret that linger like ghosts even into whatever might come after. In a bittersweet way, I now confess that this high school stunt was a grave reminder of how moments can dazzle us with charm, only to unveil their tragic depth when we dare to capture them. As I linger in this ethereal space, watching the lives unfold below, I promise myself, next time, I won't just blend in. I'll be the voice that reminds others to tread carefully even through the laughter. We only get one path and only one chance at choosing it, and I wish I had known that more deeply when I was alive. Update: just a few months back, I overheard Jamie speaking with a friend at the cafe. She mentioned how she'd finally decided to share the story of that night at a memorial for me. I felt a bittersweet pang. My story didn't end there. I was still part of her world, still woven into the fabric of memories, and though it hurt, it felt warm too, like a lingering embrace from the beyond. In that moment, as I lingered in the shadows, my essence intertwined with the soft buzz of the cafe, I was struck by the thought of Jamie sharing that night's tale. It had been just over a year since I had slipped quietly from the world, leaving behind a mournful ripple that affected so many. At first, I hovered close to my old friends, invisible yet present, sensing their grief, their guilt over what they could have done differently. I felt the weight of their what-ifs and if-onlys wrap around me like a heavy blanket, smothering my spirit, yet deep down, I wanted to reassure them through the veil that it was okay. But that night at the cabin, the one I hoped they'd preserve as nothing but a joke among friends, was a swirling storm in the tapestry of my legacy. It started auspiciously, filled with the laughter and camaraderie of my senior year, all those youthful ambitions chatting together under the starry sky. We had gathered under the pretense of a harmless senior send-off, but unearthed in the dark of that gathering was reckless bravado. The plan seemed simple: impress everyone by swinging off the old bridge, the one that arched above the river, daring each other to take the leap with unspoken fears hiding behind our bravado. Jamie was one to rally the troops, her laughter a sweet bell that beckoned us to the challenge. I had always thought I was invincible, a fervent 30-second glimpse of fame that would forge bonds and memories. But that moment, with the cool water glistening below, I hesitated. The whispers of apprehension gripped me, my heart raced at the thought of the fall, its weight anchoring my spirit. Jamie, sensing my hesitation, had urged me on, flashing that confident smile of hers that melted my resolve like butter on toast. In my soul, I wished I had turned back, but instead, I took my leap of faith. As the air rushed around me, every uncertainty fell away in those blissful seconds of weightlessness, only to be followed by a horrifying crash when I met the surface of the river. The cold shocked my system, and pain surged through me like wildfire when I struck the bottom. I didn't realize the severity of my injury until I surfaced, gasping for air, my body heavy, my vision blurring with spots. Friends screamed my name against the chorus of splashing water, confusion woven into their voices. Help! Somebody call 911. Jamie's screams punctured the cacophony of chaos, but it already felt too late. The water swallowed my vision, tangled me in its depths, and as consciousness ebbed, I sensed the frantic worry in her heart alongside my own fading. I lay in silence, reflecting on the futile nature of our bravado, the fears we brushed aside in the face of friendship, only to unwittingly draft our destinies with strokes of recklessness. I had hoped to have more time, to bridge the gap that stretched between our youth and our potential. As months passed in between dimensions, my presence loomed as a bittersweet memory for my friends. Jamie's eventual decision to share the story made me feel like a whisper of an echoed promise, a reminder that life, in its fragility, demanded we chose our stunts wisely. I could see her sitting at the memorial with tearful eyes, speaking to a cluster of friends whose lives I had touched. My heart swelled with an imperfect sense of pride. I was no longer just a student remembered for my final act of folly, but a beacon urging those still living to treasure their paths, to heed the whispers in the silence as they chose how to leap into love, life, and courage. Listening to Jamie recount the laughter, the camaraderie, the mistakes we made, and the lessons learned, I wanted to reach out to her, to tell her I was grateful for the parts she preserved, for every moment stitched together with laughter. In that space, I found a sense of peace, knowing that even in this other existence, I could still connect with them through memories, stories, and love. The afterlife had taught me that the simplest moments lived deeply could resonate far beyond the limits of our years, continuing to pulse within their hearts like an eternal flame, reminding them to embrace each step of their journey, lest they find themselves leaping without purpose. As I drifted in this realm of whispers and glimpses, the warmth of those emotions enveloped me, comforting yet tinged with a haunting sadness. I often found myself revisiting that night, the laughter mingling with the taste of regret, like a bittersweet lemon slice on the tongue. At the memorial, I imagined Jamie standing in front of their gathered friends, her voice a gentle tremor as she recounted the tale of our fateful adventure. Her face would light up, reflecting the humor we shared, yet behind her laughter, I sensed the unmistakable shadow of loss, a reminder that while joy could fill the air, it was tempered by the absence of my physical presence. In this ethereal space, I understood the weight of her words, how the memories we create can illuminate even the darkest corners of grief. I wished I could manifest beside her, to place a reassuring hand on her shoulder, to give her a nod of encouragement, to tell her that sharing our story could perhaps lighten her own burden. But I reminded myself that this was not about closure for me, it was about liberation for her, a chance to reclaim our narrative, to pull beauty from the wreckage of that chaotic night. As days passed in the afterlife, a sense of harmony settled within me, a gentle balance that allowed memories to flow without judgment. My existence had shifted from one of fleeting moments to a timeless presence in the stories of others. I began to see Jamie through a different lens. She embodied resilience, a true testament to the strength that lies beneath vulnerability. I reveled in her laughter, wishing I could shower her with affirmations of the adventures we shared, the spontaneous road trips with the music cranked up, the endless nights of sharing dreams under a canopy of stars. What struck me most was how these memories didn't merely cling to Jamie, they expanded, intertwining with the lives of all those who loved me. Friends altered their paths, they hugged a little longer, held on to moments a bit tighter. Even in their trials, I could sense laughter bubbling close to the surface, reminding me that I hadn't vanished but merely transformed, becoming a part of every shared smile and tear among them. I felt their journeys unfurling, and I was a silent witness, a ghostly cheerleader, rooting them on from the shadows. Time flowed differently here, moments from my life melded with theirs, creating a beautiful tapestry rich with color and texture, vibrant with experiences lived fully, reminders that life was meant to be savored. The night of the memorial arrived, and I floated near the edge of their gathering, sensing the mingling energies around me. As Jamie took her place at the front, the room hushed, enveloped in an air thick with anticipation and emotion. She shuffled her notes, but her gaze wandered, and in that momentary pause, I felt the ripple of connection we shared. When she began to speak, her voice cracked. It wasn't just about me, it was about us, about how each laughter-filled moment had woven our lives closer. She recounted our grand plans to take over the world, our ridiculous stunts, and how we dared each other constantly to push boundaries, capturing the essence of our friendship. As her story unfolded, I could see my friends nodding, laughter breaking like gentle waves against the shore. I wished I could shout, to fill the room with the joy I felt, to tell them that their happiness was safe with me now, that I would forever cherish those memories. As she reached the climax of the night, speaking about the final act of rebellion that had brought me here, it was not guilt that washed over me, but an overwhelming sense of love. She forgave me, in front of everyone, for the consequences of that fateful moment. I felt a warmth flood through me, something new, a recognition of the beauty that can arise from chaos. In that moment, I knew we were more than the sum of our experiences, we were a constellation of moments shining bright with vulnerability, laughter, and growth. It struck me suddenly, how our lives, entwined by joy and despair, continued to push forward, an unbreakable bond nestled within the fabric of time. As the night unfolded with stories shared, tears shed, and laughter that echoed into the depths, I floated above it all, watching as Jamie found moments for herself, crafting new memories that would swell with life, allowing her spirit to soar once more. In my ethereal essence, I vowed to always be there when she needed a whisper of reassurance, to nudge her in the right direction when she hesitated. The afterlife had taught me that while I might not walk beside her physically, the connection we forged would pulse through every thought and interaction, transcending beyond existence itself. And as the night drew to a close, I felt a strange exhilaration wash over me. Perhaps this was the end of my story, but it was not an ending filled with sorrow or regret. Rather, it was a gentle beginning, and I would forever be a part of her story, living on in laughter, memories, and a legacy of love that neither time nor space could sever. Confession: I had a breakthrough in therapy today, and no one to share it with, which feels both liberating and lonely at the same time. It's hard to explain how I've reached this point in my life, a jumble of emotions and experiences I've kept bottled up for so long. I suppose you could say I'm a bit of a recluse. Most of my friendships faded away in college, not out of malice, but simply because I became so consumed with my thoughts, my anxieties about my future, that I let everyone drift away as I shut myself in. Relying on a steady stream of self-help books and online forums, I found comfort in reaching out to strangers who felt similar, but still, it was never quite enough. Then I found Julia, my therapist, whose calming presence made me feel safe enough to explore the corners of my mind I had buried deeply. It was in her cozy office, with its warm light glowing softly from vintage lamps and the scent of peppermint tea wafting through the air, where I finally confronted my fears head-on. Today, we delved into a nefarious shadow from my past, a moment I had brushed aside for years. I recalled the day my father left, how it felt like the earth had shifted beneath my feet. I had always believed that his departure was simply a matter of his choices, but now, sitting across from Julia, I began to understand the weight it truly carried. I felt a surge of anger rise up in me, not only for him but for myself as well. I hadn't allowed myself to be angry, instead opting for a passive acceptance that rotted away at my soul. As I articulated these feelings, I felt like a burden was lifting. Julia encouraged me to lean into that anger, to give it a voice, and when it finally erupted, the emotional jagged edges smoothed out into tears I didn't know I had left. It was cathartic, and I found myself laughing amidst the tears, a wild mix of emotions rushing through me. I could hardly believe it. Was this what clarity felt like? As the session wrapped up, I felt lighter, liberated even. But leaving her office, a bittersweet emptiness settled in my chest. Who would I tell? My mother, who never really understood how much the divorce had affected me, would likely brush it aside with a wave of her hand and say I should just let it go. My high school friends? They've started families and built careers while I still wrestle with my identity. I felt like a specter in my own life, standing at the periphery of everyone else's bright reality. I walked home, the weight of my revelation lingering in the air, but no one to share it with. The muted hum of the city felt distant and cold, every building towering over me as if they were guardians keeping secrets I longed to uncover. Once inside, I sat on my bed, letting a blanket wrap around me like a cocoon, the world outside fading away. I took out my journal, a paper-bound space where I had chronicled my darker nights and heavier thoughts, and began to write. My pen skimmed across the pages, recounting today's breakthrough, intricately relaying the details, as if talking to an unseen friend. I wrote about the anger that had bubbled to the surface, the laughter amidst tears, the sheer relief of letting down my guard. It felt both exhilarating and disheartening to not have someone to hear my story, to celebrate this new chapter with me. But in this quiet moment, I embraced the gift of self-reflection. The taut string of vulnerability frayed, and I realized that even in isolation, there's strength in my journey of self-discovery. Maybe I didn't need to rush out and share. Perhaps the most important relationship I needed to nurture was the one with myself. As I turned off the bedside lamp and closed my journal, I felt a flicker of hope, a gentle warmth spreading through me. Maybe tomorrow I'd find the courage to reach out, not just to anyone, but to those who would understand. I drifted off to sleep, embracing the quiet power of my confession, knowing that each step forward, even in solitude, was still a step toward freedom. Update: a week later, I decided to share my experience with a close cousin I hadn't spoken to in ages. Surprisingly, she responded with empathy, recounting her own struggles with unresolved family issues. It opened a door I thought was permanently shut, and for the first time in years, I felt like I wasn't alone on this journey. We've started connecting regularly, sharing our stories while learning from each other. Sometimes, even the simplest of breakthroughs can spark a ripple of understanding. As the days turned into weeks, I found myself looking forward to these conversations with my cousin, Jessica. The familiarity of our childhood memories mixed with the weight of our shared struggles created a unique bond, one I hadn't expected to nurture at this stage in my life. Our talks often drifted from nostalgia to deeper subjects, dissecting our family dynamics and the emotional baggage we both carried. I had always viewed my family as this monolithic entity, untouchable and imposing, like an intricate tapestry woven so tightly that any alteration seemed impossible. Jessica's willingness to peel back the layers of her own experiences, however, revealed a shared narrative of feeling trapped beneath the expectations and disappointments that overshadowed our upbringing. One evening, as the sunlight dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I found myself laying everything bare. I spoke of my breakthrough in therapy, the surreal release I felt after confessing my fears and insecurities. I recounted how voicing those once silenced thoughts felt like chipping away at the stone wall I had built around my heart. Jessica listened intently, prompting me with questions that led me deeper into my own psyche while freely sharing her own experiences. Hearing her story about losing her sense of self amidst the chaos of our family's unresolved tension was both heart-wrenching and cathartic. It made me realize just how intertwined our lives were, despite the physical distance and emotional walls we had constructed over the years. Our discussions often transformed into moments of soul-searching. We explored the intricate dance of resentment and love that our parents seemed to project onto us, breaking down our childhoods into poignant memories of both joy and sorrow. I often found myself reflecting on how many bridges I had burned in my search for independence and recognition, bridges that now, through our conversations, felt worthy of mending. Silence would sometimes fall between us, but it was comfortable, almost reassuring, like we were both allowing the weight of our confessions to settle gently. Yet, despite the comfort of renewed connection, I couldn't shake a lingering dread. I had shared pieces of myself with Jessica, but what if my newfound vulnerability revealed too much? What if I evolved and grew beyond the familial ties that had once felt so suffocating? These thoughts gnarled like twisted vines in my mind, and as the anxiety simmered, I realized that my breakthrough was much more profound than I had anticipated. It wasn't merely about me stepping into the light, it was also about redefining the connections I had taken for granted. I hadn't just revealed my truths to Jessica, I was also challenging her to do the same, to reshape our family narrative from one of isolation to one of solidarity. One afternoon, we met for coffee at a quaint little cafe that was a favorite spot of ours when we were kids. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee wrapped around us like a warm embrace. I looked at her, the gentle curve of her smile, the way her eyes sparkled as she spoke passionately about her new perspective on growth, and realization dawned on me, this wasn't merely about confiding in each other, it was about healing together. The fraught histories we carried were not burdens to bear alone but strands of a collective experience that needed to be untangled. That day, we made a pact, one of intention and continued openness. We agreed to delve deeper into our shared histories, promising to approach our next family gatherings not with apprehension but with a newfound strength that stemmed from our conversations. As we left the cafe, I felt buoyed by the sense of community we had resurrected. I understood now that my breakthrough in therapy had unfolded into something larger, something that invited an openness not only within me but in the relationships that mattered. I still had my moments of doubt, but they felt lighter somehow, tempered by the knowledge that I was no longer traversing this journey in isolation. Sometimes, the most profound transformation comes not just from within, but from the bonds we rebuild and the stories we choose to revisit, reframe, and share as we all walk towards our own kind of freedom. As the weeks stretched into months, the dialogue with my cousin deepened in unexpected ways, illuminating the shared shadows we had carried for far too long. Our evening calls became sacred, a ritual of honesty cloaked in laughter and tears. We spoke not just of past hurts but of our aspirations, our fears, and the haunting intricacies of our family dynamics that had once felt too heavy to discuss. I could feel the weight of generations loosening its grip, as if our confessions acted as an unknotted thread, allowing light to filter through the fractures. There was something comforting about hearing her voice, punctuated by moments of understanding that needed no words. We reveled in the joy of knowing we had someone to lean on, a partner in this quest for healing. One evening, as rain tapped gently against my window, I found myself unloading the gravity of my fears about my parents, about the silent expectations they held and the angst that tinged our family gatherings. My cousin listened intently, her silence a soft anchor amidst my turmoil. She confessed her own struggles with the weight of her parents' unresolved conflicts, the way they had often used her as a messenger rather than a daughter, caught in the crossfire of their unspoken grievances. The way she recounted her experience made me feel as though we were two sailors, navigating the unpredictable sea of childhood memories. In those conversations, I learned that vulnerability was a powerful gift we could give each other, a way to weave our distinct threads into a richer tapestry. Sharing our tales became a shared language, a form of healing where we could finally articulate the pain I'd spent so long burying beneath layers of avoidance. Even as I learned to speak my truth aloud, I found there were still threads left unspoken, nuances of our upbringing that lingered just below the surface. One night, fueled by that familiar mixture of comfort and courage, I dared to divulge a childhood memory that I had long locked away. The afternoon I discovered my parents arguing, words like daggers slicing through the air, shattering my innocence. As I recounted it, I felt tears spill, but they were different this time. They felt cleansing, healing, as though each drop rinsed away an old weight. My cousin empathized, sharing a similar moment from her youth, and in those shared truths, we found solace in the realization that we were not alone in our suffering. There was power in our pain, a kinship forged in understanding, and it sparked something new between us. Gradually, as I opened these floodgates of honesty not just with my cousin but with others, I noticed the threads of my life becoming richer, more vibrant, woven together with sincere connections. A few weeks later, emboldened by the sense of community we had constructed, I took the plunge and invited my cousin to a family gathering. The thought had once filled me with dread, inkling memories of discomfort and judgment, but this time felt different. I was no longer standing on the periphery as the fearful child I once was. As the gathering approached, I prepared myself for the tumultuous waters of family dynamics. My cousin arrived, and as we exchanged casual greetings with our relatives, I felt a sense of calmness settle over me. There was a warmth in the sharing of laughter and stories, a feeling of returning home. When those old family tensions emerged, I caught my cousin's eye, and her reassuring nod reminded me that I wasn't alone in the chaos. With each shared glance, we forged our own fortress of solidarity, empowering one another to speak up when old patterns threatened to overshadow this moment of connection. That night, as I lay awake recalling the evening, I realized that my breakthrough had transformed not only my internal world but also the relationships around me. A vibrant sense of empathy blossomed, inviting healing into spaces that had once felt impenetrable. I thought of how simple it had been to reach out, how the act of sharing had sparked an illumination in the dark corners of my heart. Reflecting on it all, I recognized that a real breakthrough isn't just a moment of personal revelation, it's an invitation to cultivate deeper connections, embracing the profound simplicity of shared honesty. My cousin and I had not only found a bridge over our individual struggles, but we had also rekindled the flame of familial love, showing that sometimes, the path to freedom is illuminated by the stories we dare to share. As I closed my eyes, I felt a profound sense of gratitude envelop me, knowing that those shared tales of vulnerability were not just acts of bravery, they were the beacons guiding us toward healing and connection. And for that, I knew I would always cherish my journey, no matter how winding it may be. It was one of those gray mornings when the world felt like a barely awake dream, and I had just settled into my favorite corner of the couch, coffee cradled in hand, when my phone buzzed with a message that shifted my entire day into a realm of unplanned chaos. My sister, Emily, was in a bind again. My heart sank a little because knowing her, this would not be a small request. She had 2 kids under the age of 5, an energetic whirlwind and a determined toddler, and I loved them both fiercely, though I often felt the weight of responsibility to support her. "Hey, can you watch the kids for a few hours? I've got a last-minute appointment," the text read, and in my mind, I could already picture the screen light illuminating her frazzled expression. I took a sip of my coffee, the warmth spreading through me, and started weighing my options. I wanted to help Emily, I really did. But I had plans, simple ones, just a day to myself to recharge, something I desperately needed after weeks of emotional labor from work. I sat there, contemplating everything, the guilt of saying no, the responsibility that would flicker into my reality should I agree, and the nagging realization that I hadn't met her needs on countless other occasions. Every time she counted on me, it felt a little more like a betrayal of my own needs if I couldn't deliver, just one more notch in the ever-growing tally of my unreliability. With a heavy sigh, I typed back, "I'm so sorry. I really can't today." The regret washed over me almost instantly, as if the warmth of my coffee had become cold. Minutes later, my phone buzzed again, and I braced myself for the emotional cascade that often followed our brief conversations. "You never can you?" Her response was immediate and cut like glass. I could almost hear the hurt in her voice through the screen. A flood of guilt crashed over me. "That's not fair. I'm trying to take care of myself, too," I replied, my fingers hurried but relating each word slowly, as if negotiating my way through a minefield of familial expectation and personal boundaries. We exchanged a few more texts, each tugging at the strings of obligation and disappointment, until the conversation crumbled into silence. I put my phone aside, but it sat there like a weight on my chest, the consequences of my decision ricocheting in my mind. I knew Emily was overwhelmed, that she felt isolated in her parenting journey, but I also felt a flicker of resentment growing. It wasn't just about her, this was about me, reclaiming my space. As the day rolled on, clouds drifted across the sky outside, matching my indecisiveness. I still felt tinged with guilt, yet a little relief flickered with it, and I tried to settle in, allowing myself to embrace the calm, yet I couldn't shake the familiar thought, am I the asshole here? In the days that followed, Emily stopped texting me as much. I caught glimpses of her life through social media, great family outings I was absent from, playground, playdates, motherly milestones. It gnawed at me. Had I really chosen my own comfort over supporting her through her storms? One late afternoon, as autumn leaves began swirling down like soft whispers outside, I decided to confront my feelings. I invited Emily over. When she arrived, I opened the door to a face that mirrored a combination of exhaustion and irritation. The tension hung thick between us like a stubborn spider web. Instead of tiptoeing around our recent distance, I invited her to sit down, poured us some fresh coffee, and admitted how I felt, my fears about not being enough, my struggles with selfishness, and the fatigue that sometimes consumed my every thought. To my surprise, she revealed her own struggles, how isolating parenting could be, how she sometimes felt like she was flailing, and how, in those moments of needing help, she often turned to me simply because I was family. This raw honesty broke the tension in the room, revealing a more profound connection between us than I had first believed. By the end of that conversation, we weren't just siblings discussing obligations, we were two people trying to navigate the murky waters of adulthood while balancing the people we loved with the need to care for ourselves. Almost instinctively, we agreed to do better, to lean on each other without judgment, and reshape the lines of expectation into something a bit more fluid. The journey to reforge our relationship wasn't a single moment but rather a series of conversations gently steering us back to empathy and understanding. Weeks passed, and although not every moment was perfect, gradually we learned how to share the load better. Sometimes she would find a babysitter, and I'd take the kids for some weekend fun, and at other times, I took a step back when I needed, trusting that Emily could lean on other friends or resources as well. In reflection, I found that prioritizing my own space did not make me an antagonist in Emily's story, but rather a supportive character learning how to also embrace vulnerability. Recently, she sent me a text that read, "Thanks for being so you," which filled me with a warmth I hadn't expected. Not an update of resentment, but one of acknowledgement and love. There are still days where that same guilt creeps back in, where I wonder if there's a balance I haven't struck, but I've found peace in knowing we're both trying, and perhaps that's enough in our labyrinth of life. As I settled into bed that night, the soft glow of my bedside lamp casting a calming light over the stacks of books lining my shelves, I reflected on the journey I had taken with my sister, Emily. That text she sent a few days ago, "Thanks for being so you," felt like a lifeline thrown to me in the turbulent waters of familial expectations and personal limitations. It was a stark contrast to the earlier exchanges we had, when my attempts to carve out my own space in life often clashed with what she deemed necessary, especially as a single mother juggling the demands of work and parenting. I thought back to the times when my refusal to step in as a backup babysitter left her frustrated, and I could almost feel the weight of unspoken words hanging between us. But how could I have been her safety net when my own foundation felt shaky, working through my goals while navigating an ever-evolving sense of self? I learned that while my role was to support, it wasn't to stretch myself so thin that it risked fraying everything I had worked so hard to build. As the light of day dimmed, I listened to the soft hum of the world outside my window, a calming backdrop that echoed my thoughts. Each car that passed, each distant bark from a neighbor's dog, reminded me of the life swirling around me, full of responsibilities and the comforting chaos of family ties. Despite my internal struggles, I tried my best to communicate with Emily, to be honest about where I was emotionally. I remembered the awkward but necessary heart-to-heart we had, sitting on her living room couch surrounded by crayon drawings and scattered toys, an oasis of her life's beautiful mess. I could almost laugh at how we both fumbled with our words, wanting to express our love without resentment spilling out, but eventually, the floodgates opened, and we found grounding in mutual support. Our relationship became a tapestry woven with understanding and adjustment. Each thread was a decision not made in haste but rather inspired by the hope that our bond could foster growth in both our lives. I couldn't always be the safety net she hoped for, but I was willing to be her cheering section, the one who brought a batch of homemade cookies when she was drowning in laundry or offered to listen to her rants about an exhausting day, reminding her to breathe through it. That text was more than gratitude. It felt like we were negotiating contracts of care instead of burdens of obligation, which was liberating in its own right. Now that tranquility rested in the acknowledgement of our roles, I felt lighter despite the hints of apprehension that occasionally lingered in my heart. Closing my eyes, I drifted into a dream where we freely shared laughter and affection without the shadows of guilt haunting our corners. It was both nurturing and freeing, a reminder that as we navigate our labyrinth, it could be filled with the joy of discovery rather than the weight of expectations. Whenever I woke to whispers of doubt, I'd pull that text from the recesses of my memory. "Thanks for being so you." It became my mantra, a gentle nudge to remind me that sometimes, Just being there authentically is enough to stitch the frayed edges of our connection back together. And perhaps, in the quiet lessons learned through this journey, we both were becoming stronger characters in our intertwined stories, navigating the winding paths and discovering the beauty in our vulnerabilities. As I settled into this newfound understanding of our relationship, I began to embrace the small moments between Emily and me with a deeper appreciation. It was during one of these moments, a lazy Sunday afternoon, that I found myself sprawled out on the couch, a warm mug of chamomile tea cradled in my hands while rain pattered softly against the window. Emily had come over with her daughter, 4-year-old Mia, a lively bundle of energy who could simultaneously brighten the room and leave it in delightful chaos. Mia, with her wild curls bouncing and eyes sparkling with curiosity, flitted around, exploring the various knickknacks that adorned my shelves. I watched her from my cozy spot, a gentle smile on my face, as Emily sat cross-legged on the floor, her fingers moving skillfully to thread colorful beads onto string for an arts and crafts project they had spontaneously decided upon. The dull thrum of guilt that had followed me like a shadow began to dissipate as my sister and her daughter filled the living room with laughter. Emily glanced up occasionally, her expression soft with gratitude as if to say, "Thank you for opening your space to us." I could see the way Mia's cheeks glowed with excitement and how careful she was in choosing the next bead, pondering the shades and textures with an artist's precision. In that moment, my heart swelled. I realized that being present didn't always mean sacrificing my own needs. Sometimes, it meant simply allowing space for love to flow, like the colors of beads stringing together into something beautiful. As the afternoon wore on, the rain transitioned from a gentle sprinkle to a full downpour, and with the sound of rain drumming against the roof, we retreated to the kitchen, a familiar laughter mixing with the aroma of cookies baking in the oven. I knew I had nothing planned beyond the two of them being there, and as I gathered the ingredients, flour, sugar, chocolate chips, and an old, well-loved mixing bowl, I felt a surge of happiness. A quiet sense of belonging washed over me, and I couldn't help but think that this was precisely how connections could mend, through shared experiences, laughter, and the simplicity of being together. Later, as we sat around the table, cookies cooling on a rack, I felt a sudden need to express my vulnerability to Emily. I took a breath, my hands enveloping the warm mug once more, and spoke about that lingering guilt, the part of me that worried I'd never be reliable enough. I confessed that while I loved them both dearly, I sometimes felt like I was failing at being a sister and an aunt. Emily listened, her brow furrowing slightly, the afternoon light casting gentle shadows across her face. When I finished, a weight lifted, revealing a tender side of our relationship, the understanding that came from sharing. "Hey," she said softly, "we're both learning as we go. I don't expect you to be my safety net, and I'm sorry if I've ever put that pressure on you." Her words washed over me, a balm to my soul. In the days that followed, our bond deepened. Further. From impromptu movie nights to phone calls that stretched late into the night fueled by wine and laughter, I noticed a shift. The overwhelming fear of inadequacy loosened its grip on me, revealing an openness that allowed us both to express our needs without fear of judgment. It was liberating, a dance under the stars of empathy, where we both hesitated and stumbled yet continued to step in time. When Emily called one day, her voice edged with excitement, I hadn't expected her to ask for my help more intentionally. "I have a conference next week, and I need someone to watch Mia, would you consider it?" I felt a surge of panic at the thought of being responsible for a child, but then I remembered how far we'd come. "I'd love to," I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. The birth of that new chapter in our sibling relationship transformed the tension into anticipation. The day arrived, and I found myself preparing my modest apartment for Mia with the fervor of a holiday preparation. I can still hear the muffled sound of her laughter echoing down the hallway when she arrived, her tiny shoes squeaking against the floor bringing a warmth to my heart. For the next 2 days, our lives became one joyous whirlwind of crayons, storybooks, and creative messes, reminding me that while I may not have been the most traditional caretaker, I could still be present, still be significant. On the last evening of her stay, Mia and I found ourselves on the floor, surrounded by a halo of half-finished drawings and toys. She looked up at me, her big brown eyes wide with wonder, and asked, "Can we stay like this forever?" Her innocence stung my heart, a reminder of the fleeting nature of childhood innocence. Embracing her just for that moment seemed like a promise to always be a part of her life. Once Emily returned, her face carried both weariness and joy, and when she saw the chaos of toys scattered around, she raised an eyebrow playfully. "Did you survive?" I laughed, realizing that the laughter woven through those brief days had created a tapestry of memories neither of us could have anticipated. That feeling of warmth swelled again as Mia clung to my legs, reluctant to leave, and her pleas were enough to keep my spirits high. As I waved them goodbye, a sense of bittersweet nostalgia settled over me. I thought of that earlier text, a digital reminder of acceptance, and I embraced the space we'd created together. Our labyrinth was no longer just filled with turns and obstacles but rich with color, unspoken love, and the assurance that we were both persistent travelers, constantly rediscovering each other, one cookie and laughter-filled day at a time. And with every twist, every pause we took, I understood that we weren't just making it through, we were crafting the story of us, a story worth telling for years to come. There I was, standing in the corner of a dimly lit room, watching as people laughed and mingled, the soft thrum of music setting a carefree backdrop to the evening. It was supposed to be a fun night out, a chance for me to impress Melissa, my date, who had caught my eye a few weeks ago at the coffee shop where I worked. We had hit it off swiftly, sharing jokes and secrets over cups of steaming lattes, and on that Friday night, I felt hopeful that this party would deepen our connection. But a mere hour into the gathering, my excitement began to dwindle as a strange pit of disappointment settled in my stomach. I had made my way to the bar to grab water, feeling slightly parched from the small talk I had been engaging in. I turned to Melissa and asked if she would mind grabbing 2 glasses while I full-on chatted with a few friends who had arrived. With a playful smile, she agreed. Minutes passed, and I noticed her standing at the bar, chatting with some of her friends and completely neglecting my request. I could feel a sense of annoyance creeping up me. It wasn't that big of a favor. I mean, how hard was it to just fill a glass with water? When I finally got her attention, I decided to approach the bar myself, making my way through the warm crowd. I didn't want to make a scene, but as I reached the counter, claims of thirst whispered in my mind. When I returned with my 2 glasses, I found her laughing with a group, her head thrown back in mirth, showing no signs of having noticed my absence. I felt a mix of irritation and frustration clashing within me. Shouldn't she have cared that I was waiting? After all, if the roles were reversed, wouldn't I have done the same for her? I set the glasses down, approached her too calm demeanor, and quipped lightly, "Did you not hear me ask for water?" Her response was more flippant than I had anticipated, akin to waving a dismissive hand at a child's tantrum. "Chill out. It's just water. We're having fun, aren't we?" I had considered myself easygoing, perhaps even too easy at times, but this felt different. I wasn't just parched, I felt like an afterthought. I thought about trying to shrug it off, to laugh with her, and pretend her nonchalance didn't bother me. Yet that wasn't the case. Something deep inside tugged at me, urging me to pay attention to the growing fissure in our evening. "You wouldn't want to take water to someone else, would you?" Her chuckle faded. Clearly, I had struck a nerve, but instead of a calm discussion, I was met with her raised eyebrows and a tone that meant an impending storm. I felt my stomach churn as a deeper realization set in for me. This wasn't just about water, it felt like our dynamic was revealing an underlying issue. These clues stripped the evening of all its sweetness. I stepped away from the group, indicating I needed a breather. I felt guilt wash over me. I liked her. Was I really about to let a glass of water become the reason I'd leave? After taking a moment in the rear garden, surrounded by the muted sounds of the party drifting through the open door, something shifted. I didn't want to keep fighting for her attention. It stung, but leaving felt like reclaiming a small piece of my dignity. As I walked out, I glanced back at Melissa, immersed in her laughter, oblivious, and I realized that sometimes, situations highlight the disparities in how people value one another. I felt a bittersweet relief washing over me. Deep down, I knew this wasn't a friendship destined to grow. Later that night, as I lay sprawled in my room under softly glowing fairy lights, I reflected on what happened. Maybe I wasn't the biggest villain, perhaps, it was time to revamp what I sought in relationships. Maybe my needs were simple but important, and if she couldn't meet them, or even acknowledge them, that was worth noting. That little moment revealed more about her indifference, and ultimately, I would rather spend my time with someone who wouldn't just quench my physical thirst, but my emotional one as well. Update: a few days passed, and Melissa texted me, casually asking when we could hang out again. I considered the message, my mind aligning all the reasons to say no. Instead, I replied honestly. I mentioned that I appreciated the good times but felt like we were on different wavelengths, and perhaps it was best to part ways. To my surprise, she responded quickly, expressing mild frustration but also acceptance. "I guess we just weren't meant to be," she replied, a little too nonchalantly. I sat there staring at my phone. Yes, it was bittersweet, but it also felt liberating, like I was finally setting my own boundaries, opening up space for someone who might just care enough to hand me a glass of water when I asked for it. I set my phone down, staring blankly at the room around me, filled with the soft hues of early evening light filtering through the sheer curtains. The silence seemed thicker now, as if the air had gained weight after our exchange. I found myself reflecting not only on that last date but on that entire week, the parties I had attended, the conversations that felt more like choreographed performances than genuine connections. My heart had pangs of loneliness even amidst laughter and chatter. It was all so superficial. I cherished depth, but depth seemed harder to find. I thought about that moment at the party when all I had wanted was a simple glass of water. It felt monumental then, a test of sorts. Would he care enough to step away from his own fun for just a minute to make sure I was comfortable? But instead, I had been met with uncomfortable laughter and a flippant brush-off, the kind of casual dismissal that stung far more deeply than anyone could have anticipated. As I wandered into the kitchen to make myself a cup of tea, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the glass of the cupboard door and winced. My eyes looked tired, a little sad. I wasn't entirely sure what I was looking for anyway, some validation? Understanding? Or perhaps just a partner who saw me as I truly was, rather than a checklist they could tick off at a party. Sipping the warm tea, I tried to focus my thoughts. I could feel the echoes of their laughter still surrounding me, but rather than drown in it, I wanted to find a way out into the quiet. I wanted to rediscover myself in the silence. The next few days passed in a blur. I stayed busy, working through stacks of paperwork during the day, and on weekends, I buried myself in hobbies I had neglected. A long-forgotten passion for painting took precedence one afternoon as I dipped my brush into vibrant colors. Each stroke on the canvas seemed to soothe my restlessness, allowing buried emotions to flow out, a startling catharsis emerging from the swirl of blues and greens. Yet amid that serenity, I couldn't shake off the tangled cords of loneliness. Somewhere deep down, I still craved companionship, a connection that felt real. By the time I got the invite for a friend's upcoming birthday party, I hesitated, contemplating whether I should go. This time, however, the thought didn't fill me with dread. In fact, it carried a sense of anticipation. I dressed up that evening with a newfound liveliness. I chose an outfit that made me feel confident, a pair of bright, flowy pants and a top that shimmered just enough to catch the light. Maybe, with a little luck, I would meet someone who understood the value of communication, even for small things like water. It would be clear from the start that I wanted more, a dual respect that could blossom in little interactions. Once at the party, I first wandered toward the snack table, grabbing a few bites while scanning the crowd. I laughed as I recognized familiar faces and exchanged pleasantries. For the first time in a while, I felt weightless in my own skin, unburdened by expectations, both from myself and the people around me. Eventually, I found a quiet corner on the patio, where soft music fueled gentle conversations. I admired the way the stars began to twinkle above. It was mesmerizing, grounding, and perhaps inviting for possibilities. That's when she approached, Maya, an acquaintance from a mutual circle. She had a genuine smile that lit up her face, and her laughter resonated with warmth and candor. I was surprised at how easy it was to talk to her, as if we were old friends catching up. Mid-conversation, I asked her if I could grab a glass of water and, to my delight, she immediately grabbed mine and her cup matter-of-factly, sliding them both toward me without second-guessing. As she casually remarked how important hydration could be, I couldn't help but smile. For the first time since that last encounter, I felt seen, as if I had been handed a lifeline rather than just a drink. Over the next hour, we shared stories about life, quirky hobbies, travel dreams, and the absurdity of dating mishaps. I felt my heart lightening as I realized the conversation flowed effortlessly. There was no pretense, just two people connecting over shared experiences and laughter. It didn't matter if this led anywhere romantic, it was the dialogue and the companionship that felt renewing. Amidst all this, I could feel my earlier hesitations fading away, not because I feared being alone, but because here, in this little pocket of the universe, I knew I had worth, and I wouldn't settle for anything less. As the night wound down, we exchanged numbers, promising to stay in touch, both of us leaving perhaps with the potential for friendship or something deeper. Walking home under the starlit sky, I took a deep breath, a smile drawing across my lips. I didn't feel like I had lost it all, rather, I felt that I was finally starting to gain everything I wanted, not just in a partner, but also the self-assurance of knowing what I deserved. In the days that followed, I wondered if any of this would lead anywhere more than light-hearted chats over coffee. Still, the journey of rediscovering myself felt infinitely more significant than focusing on finding a romantic partner. As those weeks turned into months, each conversation with Maya, no matter how simple, helped build a foundation that eventually turned delightful, sometimes surprising. I realized it was always the little things that mattered, just like a glass of water did that night. I chuckled softly to myself, reflecting that maybe, finally, I had learned to navigate my own path, and perhaps I had even found someone who could walk alongside it, glass in hand, genuinely invested in more than just where life would lead us. And so, as I curled up on my couch one quiet evening, I felt a peace I hadn't encountered in a long time, and as I drifted off to sleep, I knew I wasn't the asshole for leaving a party. If anything, I had made room for something far better than I had ever hoped for. The following weeks unfolded like a gentle sunrise, warm and promising. I took my time getting used to this new chapter. I was buoyed by my decision, and it sparked something within me, a renewed sense of self-worth that felt as refreshing as my long-awaited glass of water. I began to explore hobbies I had set aside for far too long, painting during the quiet afternoons, journaling under the naked branches of winter trees, and even experimenting with new recipes after a cold spell had made takeout an almost too recurrent theme. With each brushstroke or new ingredient, I felt greater clarity wash over me, like I was reclaiming pieces of myself that I didn't know were lost in the routine of trying to please others. Yet, while wallowing in my solitude, I found myself thinking about the deeper connections I craved. Sometimes, I'd scroll through my phone, catching snippets of conversations from my friends, discussing their heartbreaks or busy careers, which only reminded me that even in shared experiences, people saw the world so differently. It wasn't just about parties or social gatherings anymore, it was about feeling valued in the smallest acts, of someone genuinely listening to my needs. One crisp Saturday afternoon, I received a text from a friend I hadn't heard from in a long while. Jess always had the right level of kindness blended with mischief that made her captivating to be around. She wanted to know if I'd join her and a few others at a local coffee shop for an art festival starting next weekend. Memories of our spontaneous adventures flickered in my mind, and without hesitating this time, I agreed. The closer the date approached, the more I found myself alternating between excitement and apprehension. What if I froze again? What if someone needed something from me, and I felt constricted by the desire to appease? Those thoughts clung to me like shadows, but I understood they stemmed from the residual anxiety of that last party. And yet, how could I forge new memories without risking a little vulnerability? The day arrived, and the old coffee shop was even more enchanting than I remembered, with chunky vintage furniture and soft jazz humming in the background. The walls were adorned with local artists' works, vibrant colors splashed across canvases, each whispering a story I longed to dive into. Spotting Jess was easy, her laughter cut through the bustling chatter like sunlight piercing through the trees. We greeted each other with enthusiastic hugs and lingering eye contact that reassured me we were still on the same wavelength. As our group settled in, sipping on our drinks and discussing everything from art to dreams, I found solace in belonging. There was a comfort in the laughter, and despite my earlier reservations, I discovered how liberating it felt just to be seen and heard. Halfway through our gathering, I excused myself for a moment and made my way to the restroom. Glancing in the mirror, I smoothed down my hair and took a deep breath. I realized that I had spent too long doubting my worth, afraid of facing discomfort and potential heartbreak. As I returned to the table, I couldn't help but smile. I was welcomed back to the group with open arms, a seat saved beside Jess. The conversation flowed, laughter crescendoed, and someone even asked about my recent painting venture, prompting a glimmer of pride within me to share my latest piece. That evening turned into an impromptu art critique followed by plans to visit galleries around town. It felt like a tapestry of warmth was woven around us all, threading kindness, creativity, and understanding together. I left the venue feeling lighter, the tension that had momentarily wrapped around my chest uncoiling like the tendrils of dawn breaking through. As I drove home, the streetlights flickering past, I reflected on the day, a mosaic of rekindled friendships, laughter shared over cappuccinos, and the beauty of allowing myself to step outside of what once felt like looming shadows. For the first time, I understood what it meant to be genuinely present with others and myself. I realized I didn't have to mold myself into someone's ideal collection of traits to find companionship, I simply needed to allow myself to exist as I was. Looking at the horizon ahead of me, painted in nothing but the gentle hues of twilight, I whispered to myself, I'm not the asshole for leaving that party, but rather, I am the architect of my own journey, and finally, I could feel that faint hope blossoming with every step I took. I remember the night when everything I thought I knew about intimacy was turned on its head, a soft glow of fairy lights softly illuminating the room, casting dancing shadows on the walls as I nervously fiddled with the strap of my top. It was a small apartment, cluttered with the remnants of a busy life, books stacked haphazardly, unwashed coffee mugs dotting the surfaces like uninvited guests, and the faint sound of my partner, Jake, moving around in the kitchen, a few feet away. We've been together for over 2 years. Our relationship had blossomed slowly, nurtured by shared interests and a comfortable intimacy that I always thought was just enough. Yet, that night felt different. I had stumbled upon a thread on Ask Reddit earlier in the week titled "What's the best NSFW tip you wish others knew?" And, intrigued by the myriad of bold confessions, I felt a stirring of curiosity. As I read through the comments, I realized there was so much I had yet to explore, both within myself and with Jake. One particularly insightful reply suggested that couples often limit themselves by not communicating their desires, fears, and fantasies openly enough. That thought lingered with me as Jake walked into the living room, a gentle smile on his face, unaware of the internal storm brewing inside me. "Hey, you okay?" he asked, his brow furrowed slightly with concern. That question hung between us, heavy with unspoken words. The minutes stretched as we made small talk about our days, but I could feel an invisible barrier between us, a wisp of hesitation that I needed to break through. Seizing the moment, I took a deep breath, my heart racing as I ventured into the conversation I had long avoided. "What do you think about trying something new?" I said, my voice almost a whisper, the words tumbling out before I could take them back. Jake raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. "New, like?" He prodded gently, a hint of excitement mingling with uncertainty. So, I took the plunge, sharing snippets of what I had read, my cheeks flushing as I laid bare my thoughts on desires I had tucked away, painting a picture of openness and exploration. To my relief, he listened, absorbed in what I said, his expression morphing from confusion to intrigue. What started as an awkward conversation soon flowed into a deeper discussion filled with laughter, vulnerability, and the sweet release of unburdening myself of my hidden wishes. As the night unfolded, we delved into our fantasies, each confession easing the tension between us as we discovered overlapping interests. One of us would share a thought, a dream of escapades just outside the realm of our everyday life, and the other would respond with enthusiasm, eager to explore these new waters together. Through this sharing, I noticed a shift, not just in our dialogue but in how I felt about our relationship. The electricity in the air seemed tangible, the space between us charged with possibility. But I did feel a shadow lurking in the recesses of my mind, the weight of societal expectations whispering doubts that perhaps we were overstepping, or worse, were we risking our comfortable bond for something ultimately unattainable? It was all a little frightening, yet exhilarating at the same time, a tango of emotions I hadn't anticipated. We eventually decided to act on one of my more adventurous suggestions, planning our first outing into an upscale adult store known for its open-minded staff and welcoming atmosphere. I was a bundle of nerves, unsure if we were stepping too far outside our usual groove. That Sunday afternoon, we entered the store hand in hand, a small thrill coursing through me as I noticed fellow couples exploring aisles, laughing over novelty items, and exchanging knowing glances, their comfort sparking a fire of liberation within me. Jake and I navigated the store, exploring various sections from sensual lotions to intriguing toys. To my surprise, our playful banter began to flourish between the seemingly mundane decisions of what to try or what to leave behind. As we picked up a few items that piqued our interest, there was an unspoken understanding that we were embarking on a journey together, not just exploring products but unearthing uncharted territories of our relationship, each item a step into deeper intimacy. As we left the store, our hands intertwined and our hearts aligned, I felt a warmth radiating from within, an affirmation that not only had we taken a literal step toward expanding our physical connection, but we had also broadened the emotional landscape of our partnership. The tips I had discovered were more than just recommendations, they had opened a portal to authenticity, revealing a freedom that was ours for the taking. From that day forward, we made it a habit to communicate openly about our desires, exploring new facets of intimacy without the fear of judgment. Our relationship deepened in ways we hadn't imagined, bonded by the courage to share even our most vulnerable thoughts. In reflection, I think what began as a simple Reddit thread expanded into something profound, our desire to connect, challenge boundaries, and grow together. Sometimes I look back on that night and realize how significant it was to confront insecurities and be brave enough to ask, what if? It was a lesson in trust, revealing a world where love thrives on understanding and exploration. A note of caution, though, as exhilarating as it was also essential to ensure that both Jake and I felt comfortable throughout this journey. emphasizing consent and check-ins, learning together at our own pace. I now understand that intimacy is a shared adventure, marked not just by the physical but by the emotional landscape we navigate side by side. And to anyone reading this, I say embrace communication. It could be the best NSFW tip you might ever receive. If you're interested, here's a little update. A few months have passed since that pivotal day, and we now schedule regular sessions to discuss what we want to explore, both inside and outside the bedroom. It's like an open book, each chapter revealing something new about ourselves we didn't know existed. There's a certain peace in knowing that we are on this journey together, continuously writing our story, one daring adventure at a time. Every day, I am reminded that intimacy is not just about the act, but rather the connection and openness that fuels it, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Sitting here in the dim light of the living room, I can hear the faint hum of the refrigerator mingling with the sounds of the outside world, distant laughter from neighbors, the soft rustle of leaves in the night breeze. It's peaceful, as if the universe is giving us a moment to breathe and reflect on all the changes that have unfurled since our profound revelation. What started as an awkward admission of desires has blossomed into this beautiful exploration of intimacy. My partner and I have discovered that the more we share our thoughts, fears, and fantasies, the closer we become. I used to think intimacy was a binary concept, a straightforward equation of bodies meeting, but as we've peeled back layers of ourselves, I now see it as an endless spectrum filled with nuances and textures. It's almost amusing to think about how naive I once was, operating under the belief that communication was secondary to the act itself, and yet, here I am, realizing that it's the very foundation of everything we've built together. We've established a weekly ritual of sorts, where we sit across from each other, sipping tea while delving into what sparks joy, curiosity, and even fear in our relationship. It's in those quiet conversations where I feel the weight of my heart begin to lift, as we dare to voice not only what we want but what we might want to explore. One evening sticks out in particular, a night marked by vulnerability. We had just come home after seeing an eclectic art exhibit that showcased intimate imagery and personal stories. The mere act of sharing the experience had ignited a discussion about our own narratives, and as I glanced at my partner, their eyes glimmering with shared excitement, I felt a surge of courage. What if we tried role-playing? I blurted out, a grin breaking across my face despite the flutter of nerves in my stomach. To my surprise, my proposal was met with a warm, welcoming smile, and in that moment, I knew we were embarking on yet another chapter. We spent the next week planning out characters and scenarios, giggling at the absurdity of it all while secretly indulging in the thrill of what lay ahead. And so, the night arrived. We had transformed our living room into a makeshift stage, complete with dim lighting, soft music, and props derived from random corners of our home. As we stepped into our roles, I found laughter blending seamlessly with anticipation, blurring the lines between performance and genuine connection. The boundaries we had once thought of as rigid began to dissolve, giving way to creativity and discovery. I felt liberated, comfortable donning a role that allowed me to explore facets of my personality I'd tucked away. What began as playful banter morphed into something far more powerful. A shared experience that unfurled layers of affection I didn't know existed. We explored fantasies that had previously felt too vulnerable to share, opening the door to discussions about attraction and desire in ways that deepened our bond. When everything was said and done, we collapsed into each other's arms, breathless and flushed, a laughter that echoed off the walls blending seamlessly with the warmth we shared. Looking back, it's incredible how that single suggestion blossomed into a vibrant exploration of ourselves. Together, we learned that intimacy, in its most profound form, is less about the individual acts and more about the trust and connection that fuels them. As I lean back against my partner now, their fingers tracing lazy patterns on my arm, I can't help but feel a wave of gratitude wash over me. The months past have shown us that adventure lies not only in grand experiences but also in the simple act of being with each other and opening up our hearts. Life, like our relationship, is a continuous journey filled with unexpected turns and revelations, and I find myself continually excited about what comes next. So here's to the chapters yet unwritten, the whispers shared in the dark, and the ever-evolving narrative of us. As I close my eyes, I wish I could bottle up this feeling, this notion that love and intimacy are but canvases awaiting our brushes, ready to be filled with the colors of our experiences and desires. Little did I know that this journey of discovery would be just the beginning, a prelude to further adventures we had yet to imagine, together embracing life with open hearts, guided by a delicate dance of trust, laughter, and love. In the weeks following that transformative conversation, my relationship with Alex took on a rhythm, like a well-rehearsed melody where each note felt harmoniously aligned, effortlessly flowing into the next. We found ourselves spending evenings sprawled across the couch, sharing secrets under the soft glow of fairy lights, peeling back layers of our emotions as if they were the wrapping on a much-anticipated gift. I remember one particular night vividly, when the air outside had just begun to cool, a sharp contrast to the warmth we created in our little bubble. We'd gorged on popcorn while watching silly movies, laughter spilling from us like wine from a too-full glass. Yet, as the credits rolled, a comfortable silence enveloped us, and I felt the itch for something deeper, an unspoken question floating softly between us. What if we took our exploration a step further? I whispered, my heart racing as I opened the door to vulnerability once again. Alex turned towards me, a teasing grin emerging on his face. Do you have something specific in mind? I felt heat rush to my cheeks, and with it, a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. We had traded ideas before, a sensual weekend getaway, that tantalizing game of truth or dare, but the notion that I was about to confess something more profound left me momentarily speechless. I don't know. Maybe. A group setting? I managed, contrary to the fear edging its way into my mind. The thought of inviting others into our intimate dynamic felt raw and refreshingly dangerous, like standing at the edge of a cliff, ready to take a leap into the unknown. I held my breath, unsure of Alex's reaction, but to my relief, his eyes lit up with intrigue rather than skepticism. An open exploration, he mused, leaning closer, his expression a careful blend of excitement and caution. We delved into the idea over the following days, navigating our own boundaries and preferences, always careful to keep communication flowing freely between us. Our candid discussions brought us closer, igniting new flames within our connection, and soon enough, we found ourselves at a local gathering, an unofficial meet and greet for adventurous spirits seeking the same connection. As I walked into the room, Alex's hand in mine felt like both a reassurance and an anchor. I could feel the fluttering of uncertainty in my stomach, weaving itself around the warmth of excitement. The atmosphere was comfortably intimate, dimly lit with shadows dancing across the walls as laughter and soft music swirled around us. Just as we had both anticipated, we encountered people from all walks of life, the nervous newcomers like us and the seasoned adventurers who exuded confidence. We listened to stories shared in hushed tones, hiring glimpses of life lived boldly, each narrative leaving an imprint on our thoughts. It felt both surreal and electric, like walking through an art gallery at midnight, captivated yet hesitant to touch anything. The night wore on, a delicate balance struck between curiosity and intimacy, until eventually, I turned to Alex, both our eyes bright with wonder. How do we feel about this? I asked quietly, gauging the pulse of our experience. His reply was a soft smile that danced in the flickering light of the room, a silent acknowledgement that we were sailing together into uncharted waters. We ended the evening with new friends, a couple whose chemistry ignited something unexpected within me. As we shared stories and laughter over drinks, the thrill of that connection wrapped around my chest like a warm blanket, reminding me that intimacy isn't constrained to just one person, rather, it can expand outwards, enveloping others in its embrace while still honoring the bond we had cultivated. The weeks that followed felt like a vibrant tapestry being woven together, threads of shared experiences intertwining with the foundation we'd built. We embraced not only our own touch but explored how that touch could ripple out through connections we had initiated at that event. We learned the art of inclusive intimacy, sharing moments that felt electric without ever diluting the love we held for each other. On the nights when we found ourselves in tangled sheets after returning home, we would share whispered secrets about our encounters, each word serving to stitch us closer together, binding us tighter with trust and understanding. The thrill of our home becoming a sanctuary where we explored our fantasies seemed almost surreal, and I drank it in like a fine wine. One particularly daring evening, we decided to host our own gathering, inviting the friends we'd met and easing ourselves deeper into this new chapter of exploration. It felt incredibly exhilarating to open our doors and let others experience a piece of our world. Soft music thrummed invitingly in the background as laughter echoed off the walls, filling the space with a camaraderie I never anticipated. I watched as Alex moved through the room, effortlessly engaging with the others, bringing his genuine warmth and charm to the forefront. My heart swelled with love and pride. Yet, amidst the laughter and connection, an unexpected moment arose. I found myself sharing a playful conversation with one of the guests, an intriguing individual who came alive in the night's energy. Our dialogue flowed easily, like a river carving through rock, each laugh becoming a bridge connecting our two worlds. Before I knew it, I felt a pang of vulnerability swell unexpectedly within me as I realized, in the warm hum of the gathering, that I was also flirting, experimenting with my own boundaries of intimacy and attraction. Would I share a kiss, a touch, or was this stepping too far? A flurry of emotions cascaded through me, an engaging blend of excitement and uncertainty as I pulled back, resting my gaze upon Alex, who was mingling just a few feet away. Would this be something we might explore, or would it breach our carefully laid boundaries? Catching my breath, I found solace in his reassuring smile as he met my eyes, a silent dialogue passing between us that spoke of trust and love. The thought of sharing this journey felt both liberating and terrifying, yet I could sense a profound sense of connection, an understanding that no experience would diminish the bond we had. After resolving the shifty feelings that danced around in my belly, I decided on openness. Would you be okay if I kissed them? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, feeling as though we were dancing along the fringes of a truth that was utterly beautiful in its complexity. Alex's grin deepened, and he nodded slowly, the warmth in his eyes beckoning me to dive further into this adventure we shared. With his approval echoing in my mind like a sweet melody, I took a bold step closer to the other person, allowing the swirling sensations of excitement and bonding to weave their magic around us. As I leaned in, the world around us faded, there was nothing but the shared laughter and the obliterating warmth of connection. In that moment, I simply felt alive, vulnerable, and unapologetically free. When the evening finally drew to a close, we slipped away from the vibrant energy, heads spinning with the thrill of what had transpired. Each moment echoed in my mind, carving pathways of feelings I had previously thought unattainable. As we laid together under the soft blankets of our bed, I turned to Alex, whispering my reflections on the experience we had shared. It felt right, didn't it? I said, my heart fluttering with joy at the thought of how we'd beautifully navigated this new territory together. It truly did, he replied, his eyes shimmering with understanding, because we faced it all, side by side. We fell into a comfortable silence, the night wrapping around us like a soft cocoon, knowing then that our journey was only just beginning. The chapter we had penned had opened us up to the infinite possibilities lying ahead. As I let sleep wrap its gentle embrace around me, I looked forward to every unwritten page. There would be more laughter, exploration, and discovery waiting for us, painting our lives in colors we hadn't yet imagined, reminding us that love and intimacy come in endless forms, secretly inviting us to embrace the beauty in each journey we share. The hum of chatter filled the classroom, punctuated by the clinking of chairs and the rustle of notebooks, but I was lost in my thoughts, my fingers idly tracing the smooth surface of my desk. My name, Kieran, a beautiful name that held stories of my heritage, was a constant source of comfort for me. It was a reminder of where I came from, my family's roots in India, and the rich culture that shaped my identity. Yet, as I sat there surrounded by my classmates, I could feel the familiar weight of unease settling on my shoulders. Since starting high school in the United States, I had faced the same question from my peers over and over again: why don't you pick an American name? At first, I would laugh it off, shrugging my shoulders as if it were no big deal. But as the months went by, the well-meaning suggestions became more persistent, and I started to dread the conversations. Each request felt like a tiny chip at my identity, a subtle push toward becoming someone I wasn't. One dull September afternoon, the teacher announced a group project. The moment my classmates began to huddle together, brainstorming catchy names for their teams, I felt the tension rise in my chest. I had always been an observer, preferring to listen rather than speak up, but today, something shifted inside me. As the laughter and suggestions bounced around the room, I finally exhaled a deep breath, mustering the courage to say, I don't want an American name. The words wobbled as they escaped my lips, but the room fell silent. I could see the surprise etched on their faces, momentary confusion mixed with pity. My friend Sarah, who had always been supportive, looked at me with wide eyes. Why not, though? It would be so much easier for everyone. Her voice was soft, but I could hear the underlying judgment. Because it's my name. It's who I am, I replied, my cheeks flushing. The room shifted slightly, and I could sense a mix of discomfort and curiosity splashing through the group. I could feel my heart pounding louder, the pressure of their stares weighing heavily on me, but I pressed on. I dove into the significance of my name, explaining the stories my grandmother used to tell me about my heritage, the richness that came with it. I shared how Kieran means ray of light, an embodiment of hope and inspiration in my culture. I felt a strange sense of liberation as I spoke. Perhaps I was finally asserting not just my identity but also my right to it. However, as the excitement of my declaration faded, the reactions shifted. Some classmates nodded along, and a few offered apologetic smiles, but I noticed others exchanging looks of bafflement as if they couldn't fathom why I didn't want to blend in. After class, Sarah approached me, her expression mixed with concern. "I get it, Kieran, but think about it, everyone here has names you can hardly pronounce. Why wouldn't you want something that's easier for us to remember?" Her insistence left me reeling. I had no intention of conforming to someone else's convenience. I felt an emotional surge of frustration mixed with sadness as I realized how hard it was for me to bridge this cultural gap among people I thought I could trust. As the week passed, I found myself pondering the reactions of my classmates, unsure if I had been too confrontational. A lingering doubt settled in my mind about whether I had made the right choice. The struggle became my silent companion, a shadow tugging at the corners of my thoughts. Then one evening, I received a message from Sarah, a simple apology for the way the conversation had turned that day. She expressed that she understood my perspective better now, and while she might not fully grasp my experience, she respected my choice. I felt a warmth wash over me as I read her words. Perhaps I hadn't lost my friends after all. The next day at school, I entered the cafeteria, hesitant about how my classmates would respond. To my surprise, several of them greeted me enthusiastically. "Kieran," they yelled as I walked in. A flicker of disbelief turned into a smile on my face. They had embraced my name, my identity. The earlier tension faded into a past I could learn from, setting the stage for deeper connections. So now, as I sit in this moment of beautiful uncertainty, I can't help but reflect on how vulnerability can carve pathways to empathy. It's an unexpectedly uplifting realization, knowing that my voice carries weight and that my identity is worthy of respect. I learned that standing firm in my truth not only affirmed who I was but allowed others to see me for it, too. Even though there would still be moments of doubt ahead, both about my identity and how it was perceived, I felt ready to embrace the journey. The idea of belonging is complicated, particularly in a world that often insists on conformity. Yet somehow, in carving out space for who I was, I found a flicker of light in the connection we all sought, a shared humanity draped in diverse stories. And perhaps, just maybe, my name was not just a label but a bridge connecting different experiences. Update: a few weeks later, I found out that Sarah started a project on names and their meanings for our school's Cultural Day. She reached out to me, asking if I would share my story and the significance of my name. This unexpected twist rekindled my excitement about cultural exchanges, allowing me to be an ambassador for understanding in our school. As I prepared my presentation, I felt an awe-inspiring sense of purpose swell inside me, reminding me that our names can pave the way for sharing, listening, and ultimately connecting with those around us, encouraging dialogues that burst with empathy and warmth. As the Cultural Day approached, I dove deep into the significance of my name, unraveling the threads of its history and the stories embedded within it. My name, Anais, is rooted in a tradition stretching back to my ancestors, resonating with layers of meaning that felt personal yet universal. I meticulously researched the etymology, the cultural contexts, and even the stories of other individuals who shared the name, finding comfort in the fact that the name was not only mine but a connection to many who walked similar paths before me. Each night, as I reviewed my notes by the soft glow of my desk lamp, I felt the anticipation build. It wasn't just a presentation, it was a chance to turn the tide of misunderstanding and perhaps inspire others to appreciate their own names and heritages. I designed a simple PowerPoint slideshow, featuring images of my family, pictures from cultural celebrations, and quotes that celebrated the beauty of diversity. On the day of the presentation, the auditorium buzzed with excitement. Students from every corner of the world shared their stories, and for the first time, it felt like I was part of something larger. When Sarah introduced me, I noticed her warm smile, and it grounded me in the moment. As I stood before my classmates, I looked out into their faces, many of whom I'd shared fleeting glances with in the past, but never truly connected to. I began by recounting the little anecdotes I had gathered about my family history, how my parents had chosen my name as a way to honor my heritage, and how it had shaped my identity. As I spoke, I could see a ripple of curiosity wash over the audience. Some leaned forward, while others exchanged glances of intrigue. I told them about that moment in the hallway that had unsettled me to my core, about feeling like an outsider simply because of my name. As the truth poured out, I felt an unexpected wave of vulnerability mixed with empowerment. Here I was, shedding my cloak of insecurity. As my presentation progressed, I encouraged my peers to share their own stories, creating a circle of respect and curiosity. One by one, hands raised high, revealing stories of names passed down through generations, and names chosen for their meanings. It became clear that while we were all unique, We also shared the same thread of seeking acceptance and connection that intertwined through our diverse backgrounds. I felt a renewed sense of camaraderie and community blossoming in the room though, which struck a profound chord in my heart. By the time I finished, I felt light, like I had released a burden I didn't even know I carried. The applause echoed, warm and sincere, and rather than purely congratulatory, it felt like a collective acknowledgement of the stories we all carried. In the following weeks, something beautiful began to unfold. My classmates, spurred on by the reactions from the presentation, started greeting each other by their names, spelling them out, sharing their meanings, and listening to each other with an attentiveness that hadn't existed before. It was as if my presentation had ignited a small cultural revolution in our school, a ripple effect of empathy and respect for the stories behind each name. Even Sarah and I grew closer. We chatted about our backgrounds often, a friendship flourishing through our differences. She even asked me to collaborate with her on a poster for next year's Cultural Day, which I happily agreed to. Reflecting on the journey we had taken, I realized that I had found my voice amidst the noise of uncertainty. The way my classmates began to see each other with more warmth, emphasizing real connection over preconceived notions, inspired me beyond words. This experience taught me that names, while they might carry the weight of identity, also bear the potency of understanding when we dare to search for meaning in them. Months later, as I watched friendships blossom and our school become a vibrant tapestry of cultures sharing their truths, I no longer felt like I was on the fringes. I was woven firmly into the fabric of our shared stories. I sometimes wondered what would have happened had I not pushed back at those moments of discomfort, and I knew that those moments had shaped me in ways I would reflect on for years to come. As I settle into bed each night, I feel grateful for the journey and those conversations we shared, threading together a deeper understanding of what it means to be both unique and connected. Update: a few weeks later, I was surprised to receive a message from a girl from another school. She explained how my story had traveled through social media, inspiring her to share her own name and its meaning in her school project. She thanked me for encouraging her to embrace her uniqueness and engage in dialogue about her culture. My heart swelled as I read her words, realizing that this ripple effect was much larger than I had ever imagined. Maybe, just maybe, our names serve not just as labels, but as bridges to a world more understanding and accepting. All we need to do is start the conversation. As her message lingered on my phone screen, I felt a new surge of motivation, a drive that pushed me to think even bigger about how I could spread this message of cultural appreciation and self-acceptance. Inspired by the girl's heartfelt words, I decided it was time to take my presentation beyond just my school. I wanted to open the door for others to share their stories too. I reached out to Sarah, who had ignited this journey for me, and proposed that we host a small event, an evening gathering where students could come together to talk about their names, share their heritage, and explore the significance behind cultural identity. To my delight, she was immediately on board, and we began brainstorming ideas that would make the event not only inclusive but also engaging. We settled on the theme names, our stories, our voices, and decided to create a cozy atmosphere filled with warm lights, cushions scattered on the floor, photos from our homes, and traditional snacks that represented various cultures. As word spread through the school, I placed an open invitation for students from neighboring schools to join us, eager for as many voices as possible to be heard. I poured my heart into crafting my presentation, aiming to highlight how names carry the weight of ancestral history and dreams, and how, through every pronunciation, we flick the pages of a wider narrative that we invite others to read. On the evening of the event, I stood at the entrance, my heart racing as I welcomed the first few students. My nervousness melted away as I noted the diverse faces filled with curiosity and anticipation. Students mingled, exchanging stories and laughter, while I observed a sense of connection weaving through the room, a tapestry made of words and shared experiences. As the gathering began, I took my place in the middle of the room, and as I shared my story, I could see nods and smiles affirming my words. It was a moment of pure magic. Everyone in the room seemed to connect on a level deeper than surface names. We were sharing pieces of ourselves. One by one, my classmates took turns sharing their own name stories, creating an unwavering atmosphere of encouragement. Some spoke of names laden with cultural significance, while others described the journey they'd taken in reclaiming or embracing their identities. I listened, entranced, as a shy boy revealed how his name, once a source of ridicule, now symbolized his family's resilience through generations. The event transformed into something monumental, a mosaic of voices each resonating with a unique timbre, wrapping around me in familiar warmth. As the night wore on, I realized this gathering had not been just an event, it was a reminder of the power we hold in sharing who we are. When it came time to close, I shared a few words of gratitude with the group, my heart full, acknowledging that every name told a story, their stories intertwined like threads in a larger fabric. Every participant walked away wearing not just their given names but also a newfound appreciation for their histories. A few days later, as I walked the school corridors, I couldn't help but notice how the atmosphere had slightly shifted. Conversations buzzed with a sense of openness, and I caught snippets of discussions about the importance of names and their meanings. One girl even approached me, shyly sharing that she had decided to embrace her traditional name instead of opting for a nickname. I felt a sense of pride, witnessing how one evening could spark such meaningful change. It was then that I recognized my voice had the power to inspire others, just as I had been inspired. Months passed, and that one event turned into a series of cultural dialogues at our school. From name stories to sharing family recipes, every gathering became a window into another world, creating a space where students felt seen and valued. It started as a simple exchange about names, but it grew to symbolize an acceptance of the beautiful diversity within our community. Reflecting back, I understood now that it was never merely about defending my name from being changed, it was about embracing identity. Recognizing that our unique stories could carve paths toward understanding. I often think of that girl who reached out to me, knowing that the ripples of our words had the potential to flow far beyond what we could foresee. Thoughtful conversations about names led to deeper connections, and through that, a newfound sense of belonging took root, not just for me, but for many others, transforming our school's narrative into one of diverse elements woven into a vibrant fabric. As I sat at my desk one evening, contemplating the journey, I smiled at the thought, in a world often fraught with misunderstanding, all we truly needed was the courage to speak, to listen, and to share names that encapsulated our history as well as our aspirations for the future. I never thought I would find myself in a position where I'd owe money to the mafia, but here I am, staring at the wall of my dimly lit apartment, feeling the weight of my decisions clawing at my throat. My life was simple enough before this mess, filled with late nights at the coffee shop where I worked, a smattering of friends who never quite grasped the depths of my anxiety, and a degree in art I never used. It all started with that rogue decision to lend some cash to my cousin, Alex, who promised he'd pay me back but instead fell further into a spiral of debts he couldn't manage. I was naive, thinking that I could trust him and would be shielded from the troubles that followed. Just a few weeks later, a couple of intimidating figures showed up at my door, their tattoos swirling with ominous tales, their expressions stern. I remember how my heart raced as I tried to follow their conversation. It was a blurring mix of threats and cold promises, all hinting that my cousin had taken a loan from them, one with terms I never wanted to know. They demanded my help to settle his debts, a fair share, they claimed, but it was more than I could ever afford, leaving me with an insurmountable weight. My anxiety turned into sheer panic as the reality of my situation sank in. Every night afterward was filled with sleepless worry as I stared at the ceiling, visions of their faces creeping into my thoughts, fueling my fears that I might be their next target if I couldn't scrape together the cash. I tried talking to Alex, but he simply shrugged off his responsibility, deep in denial as he licked his wounds and wallowed in his futile dreams of success. Friends, whenever I attempted to confide in them, would bless me with that infuriatingly sympathetic look, thinking that my plight was simply a relatable tale from the rat race of adulthood, but in reality, I was grappling with monster-like figures lurking in the corners of my reality. I spent countless nights pacing, gathering excuses for when they would come knocking again, unable to shake the feeling that I was being suffocated by the tightrope I've had to walk ever since that awful day. Days turned into weeks, and my stress began manifesting physically, headaches that wouldn't relent, that churning stomach, the way my hands trembled whenever I heard a knock at the door, and how every unfamiliar face in the grocery store made me flinch with panic. But then, there came a strange moment of clarity. I realized I couldn't live my life in fear any longer. The chaos had spiraled into a prison of my own making. That night, I took a deep breath and flipped my phone open, scrolling through my contacts until I reached one person I hadn't spoken to in months, my childhood friend Jamie. Jamie had dipped her toes into the world of freelance journalism, and while I had always admired her tenacity, I was a little ashamed for not keeping in touch. We talked for hours, and after I poured my heart out about Alex and the mafia, she listened without judgment, her voice soothing and steady. Somehow, amidst all the panic, I found strength in just sharing my burden, and Jamie agreed to help in any way she could. Together, we crafted a plan, not to pay the debts I owed, but to confront the situation with clarity. She called in favors from her contacts, learning more about the mafia's operations in our city and finding potential loopholes I could exploit to shield myself from any violent repercussions. It wasn't a foolproof plan, and it required a lot of deep breaths and late-night strategizing, but I finally felt like I was regaining control. I never did find the money to pay off those debts, nor did I plan to. Instead, I cut off any ties with Alex and contacted local authorities to report the escalating threats I had been receiving. It felt like a weight had been lifted, and I discovered strength in the vulnerability of asking for help. As I sit on my couch now, huddled in my blanket, I think about how the confrontation turned into a bittersweet closure for me, and although I'm still buried in the remnants of what my life used to be, I'm on my way to rebuilding it. No longer a pawn in someone else's mess, I finally glimpse a future not overshadowed by debt or despair. And who knows, maybe one day, I'll be able to recount this experience with laughter rather than anxiety. Update: it's been a few months since I faced those demons, and while my finances are still shaky, I've taken the plunge into freelance work myself, learning graphic design to help others express their stories as mine once were silenced. I still hear about Alex, and the troubling stories coming from our old neighborhood, but the thought of returning to that life of shame and fear makes my heart feel lighter. I'm still working through it all, one graphic at a time. As the months rolled on, I found solace in the rhythmic cadence of my new freelance life, where each keystroke and brushstroke brought me deeper into a world where creativity flourished, unfettered by the chains of past mistakes. I had made a conscious choice to leave behind the weight of my debts and the lingering shadow of that encounter with the mafia. It was as if I had finally taken off a pair of shoes that were 2 sizes too small. My small apartment morphed into an art studio, with sketches lining the walls and a cluttered desk that spoke to the fervor of my newfound passions. While the stained glass light of the setting sun streamed through my window, I was propelled by an insatiable urge to tell stories, my own stories, but also those of others who had suffered the same silencing I once endured. I reflected on the way the narrative had transformed within me, where once I felt shackled by shame, I now carried a sense of purpose, using my experiences not only to avoid the dark clutches of my past but to illuminate the paths of others. Freelancing was unpredictable, and some weeks the tenuous security of my finances tugged at my nerves, but each job brought in just enough to keep me afloat, like a small buoy in choppy waters. One particular project, a visual narrative about the struggles of an up-and-coming musician trapped under the thumb of a greedy label, struck a chord with me. As I crafted illustrations that mirrored his struggles, I recalled the tight grip of fear that once held my world in check. I couldn't help but channel some of my own anxieties into that work. It felt comforting to remember that artists often pulled from their wells of pain, transforming turmoil into something beautiful. And with each completed assignment, a thrill coursed through me, not just because of the paycheck but because I was helping someone tell their story, lifting it from the confines of silence. But still, there were days when silence became an unwelcome visitor, nudging me with memories of that life I had fled. I occasionally ran into old acquaintances from the neighborhood during errand runs, their faces painted with lingering questions that only I could read. I felt their curiosity piercing through the tentative smiles they offered. Did I ever pay off my debts? Was I still in danger of repercussions? I found myself dodging these encounters, feeling as if they were unwelcome echoes of a past I wished to bury. Despite this unease, I strategically avoided any discussions surrounding that chapter of my life, substituting small talk with a wall of careful deflection. The further I drifted from Alex, the friend who had led me to those dark shores, the more I began to understand that this new boundary was necessary. I still cared for what he once meant to me, but friendships shaped in desperation often lost their footing, particularly in the face of dire circumstances. There were days when I felt the pangs of guilt, remembering how I had distanced myself from him, yet I reminded myself that sometimes the hardest decisions are those we make for our own well-being. I had to be my own priority, and in this, I understood that self-care was essential in untying myself from the anchors of fear I had once known. Life took on a different rhythm after that. I kept to my routine of early mornings filled with coffee and quiet contemplation, where I regrouped and recharged before jumping into the whirlwind of deadlines and projects. I reached out to supportive platforms online where I could share what I had learned about graphic design, allowing me to inspire others hoping to escape from their own silent stories. Every connection felt like an act of reclamation. I soon realized that while life's challenges might not erase themselves, we hold the power to choose how we face them. And just when I thought I had built up enough distance from my intertwined past, I received a message one night, a notification that sent a chill down my spine. It was a cryptic message from a number I didn't recognize, void of any context, simply reading, "We need to talk." My heart raced and dread pooled in my stomach. Had Alex reached out? Or was there someone else looking to pull me back into that life, a reminder that I could never truly escape the consequences of my choices? In the end, I chose hope over fear, deciding to respond. I was done with the shadows of my past. It wasn't just about money anymore, it was about standing firm in the life I had built. If there was any offer or threat lurking behind that message, I would face it head on, not as the scared person I once was, but as an empowered individual who learned to express rather than suppress. With every breath, I reminded myself that I owed my life to those unyielding graphics I created, each a testament to resilience, an ode to stories that needed to be shared. If there was anything I had learned from this chapter, it's that I wouldn't let my past dictate my future. One way or another, I would write my own ending. As the months rolled by, I found myself lost in the rhythm of my new life, my mornings filled with the sound of digital brushes sweeping across my tablet, and my evenings immersed in a vibrant community of fellow creators who understood the struggles of battling inner demons. Those dark days of financial turmoil and mob connections felt like distant memories, mere shadows in the bright glow of my newfound identity. But every so often, a chill would creep into my soul, and I'd catch myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the looming figures from my past return to collect what was owed. It was in those moments that I focused on the projects at hand, pouring my heart into each design as if it were my very lifeline. I attended design meetups and workshops, shared my works in progress on social media, and even started offering my services to local nonprofits, knowing how healing storytelling can be. I spoke with clients who, like me, carried burdens of their own, and through visual narratives, I could help them uncover and express their truths, much like my own. Yet, inquisitiveness sometimes took over, especially when I heard whispers about Alex, my old neighbor whose heavy footsteps and menacing glances had once suffocated me with fear. Rumors traveled through our circles like wildfire, tales of his increasingly desperate and reckless actions. It made me a bit anxious, knowing that he could still be out there. One night, after a long day of collaborating on a mural for mental health awareness, I found myself at a local cafe, fiddling with the remnants of my latte, contemplating whether I should reach out to some of my old friends. I wanted to ask, just to get some sense of the neighborhood without stepping back into the lion's den. Hesitations bubbled within me, a mix of urgency and dread, knowing that once you tread back into someone else's world, your past could pull you back in like a riptide. But ultimately, I decided to stay put, cloaked in the security of my new identity. I busied myself with deadlines, balancing aesthetics with client expectations, and reveling in the flow of creativity. Soon, my portfolio burgeoned with pieces that resonated with people far and wide, art both whimsical and sobering. However, what started as therapy gradually morphed into a burgeoning business, and as my confidence grew, so too did my ambition. I scheduled a meeting with a small gallery, eager to showcase my work, relishing the thought of presenting my stories in a public forum, where perhaps others could find healing and inspiration. The night of the gallery opening was a mosaic of excitement and anxiety. I wore a dress that felt too tight and polished my illustrations to pristine perfection. As I stood by my booth, chatting with curious onlookers about my creative process, I felt a sense of pride enveloping me. For the first time, I could see the fruits of my labor unfolding, liberating stories grasping for air in this vibrant, public space. But deep down, the familiar gnawing of insecurity persisted. What if someone recognized me as the girl who had been tangled in mafia ties? Then, just as I found solace in the supportive chatter around me, the door swung open, and my heart sank. There he stood, Alex, just as I remembered him, but sharper, with a hardness in his eyes that felt chillingly familiar. Time had transformed him, muting some of the buoyancy we'd once shared while hardening his features into something menacing. I thought about slinking away or hiding behind my easel, but instead, I stood my ground, breathing deeply, reminding myself of the evolution I'd undergone. The world fell silent as he approached me, a casual expression plastered over his face, piercing me with a penetrating gaze. I braced myself, ready to stand up to the image of fear I had once carried. "Congratulations," he said, his tone surprisingly even. "I heard you're doing well for yourself," he continued, scanning my artwork, which was now a testament to my resilience, my freedom. He seemed genuine, but I couldn't shake the weight of uncertainty. "Thanks, Alex," I replied, my voice steady, the apprehension coiling within me like a tight spring. "You too, I've heard things." I chose my words carefully, every syllable curated to extract a hint at his intentions. He shrugged, and a shadow crossed his face, the facade managing to slip ever so slightly. "Just trying to stay afloat, like anyone else," he said, an edge creeping back into his voice, hinting at bygone days where our lives were intertwined through fear. The conversation felt like a precarious dance, and I was eager to end it before the tempo shifted unfavorably. But things are different now, I said firmly, allowing every word to hit the air like a splash of cold water. He nodded, but I could see the faintest trace of regret flicker in his eyes. Yeah, I guess we all change. Anyway, good to see you doing well, he muttered, stepping back, a reluctant smile grazing his lips before he vanished into the crowd. The weight of that moment hung in the air long after he left, my heart racing as adrenaline surged through me. I stepped back into my booth, enveloped by the warmth of my friends and admirers, and I felt that perhaps those old stories didn't have much power over me anymore. As the night winded down, strangers offered congratulations, and I even captured a few moments in photographs, each image creating its own narrative of overcoming and resilience. Each laugh exchanged and each compliment offered was a reminder that I had taken control of my story, rewriting it one brushstroke at a time. I may have owed my past a small portion of my existence, but my future? That was entirely mine to shape. And what a beautiful work of art it had become. The day I stumbled upon the life hack that changed everything for me began like any other. I was just an average guy named Jake, working a monotonous desk job in a bustling city and barely scraping by. My apartment was small, cramped, and perpetually cluttered, a chaotic reflection of my life's trajectory. Little did I know, lurking in the depths of the internet on a mundane Tuesday afternoon, I would discover something that felt almost sacred, an insider's guide to life improvement, buried within a thread titled Ask Reddit What's a Life Hack So Good You Almost Don't Want to Share It? As I read through the comments, most of which comprised people sharing their mediocre tips like freezing grapes for chillin' wine, I almost tuned out, but then I found it, a simple yet profound suggestion that promised to revolutionize my approach to work and life in general. Set your alarm to wake up exactly 1 hour earlier every day. Your productivity and mental clarity will skyrocket. I was doubtful at first, rolled my eyes at the idea of sacrificing an hour of sleep, but I couldn't shake the thought. After wrestling with my own frustrations about work and feeling like a ship lost at sea, I resolved to give it a shot. The first morning was an exercise in pure dread as my alarm screamed at me from across the room. Each minute of extra dark, quiet solitude felt like a battle against my will to stay under the covers, but the slight glow of a new dawn soon coaxed me into action. I brewed a pot of coffee that smelled like a promise fulfilled, sat down at my rickety kitchen table, and, for the first time in ages, opened my laptop to write. I poured out my thoughts, projects I had ideas for but never the energy to start, and plans I had shelved away like dusty books. And that first week of waking up early transformed my life. I began each day with purpose, finding hours that had previously slipped through my fingers like grains of sand. My productivity soared, and my mental health felt lighter, free from the weight of procrastination that had shackled me for years. You might say it was euphoric. I found a rhythm, a harmony with the world. I was able to exercise, meditate, read more, a zen oasis amid my chaotic existence. But as the days turned into weeks, I faced an unexpected dilemma that sent ripples through my newfound routine. My older brother, Tom, who had always been my confidant and trusted ally, doted on me during our weekly catch-ups, but recently, I noticed a growing concern etched across his face. One sunny Saturday, when we met up for coffee, he hesitated before speaking. "Jake, this is the third weekend in a row that you've been too busy for dinner with the family. Can we talk about it?" The guilt hit me like a punch to the gut. I wanted to scream that this new lifestyle was essential for my well-being, but instead, I waited through the rising disappointment in his voice. I had suddenly become this creature of habit, my joys tethered to early mornings. But in doing so, had I cut off the companionship I'd cherished with my brother? I sank into a quiet internal storm, sliding between being proud of my improvements and grappling with the social rift they caused. After days of self-reflection, I realized I needed a balance, a compromise that would allow me to retain the tranquility of my mornings while still nurturing my important relationships. I resolved to give Tom a call that evening, and after an honest conversation filled with apologies and explanations, a truce was formed. Rather than abandon my new routine, we agreed on Sunday dinners, where we could catch up without intrusion. I could have my productivity without forsaking my family, an ideal fusion of my previous and present selves. It was a delicate harmony, one that came from understanding the deeper implications of my choices, and it transformed our relationship back into its former warmth. And so, as the seasons shifted and with them, my mornings evolved into sacred rituals rather than just productivity fueled by desperation. I discovered the clarity of thought that dreams and conversations shared over meals can lead to, a tangible surplus of joy that exceeded the figurative weight in hours gained. A few weeks passed, each morning becoming a grounding part of my routine, infusing my soul with energy. One evening, I found myself sitting on my couch, looking out at the world tinted by dusk, and I reflected on how sharing my newfound life hack had cultivated a multitude of connections, unexpected friendships blossoming where I had once dwelled in solitude. Life had its way of reminding me of the interconnections we often overlook. As I sit here typing this, I wonder if sharing my hack was indeed a good idea. It blurs the line of private joy and communal upliftment. Would the power I found in those early mornings hold the same sacred space if I distributed it freely? Maybe one life hack isn't meant to be kept a secret but shared, reshaped, and transformed through the experiences of every person who dares to wake up to life's offering in their own unique way. And as I concluded my thoughts, I realized the most poignant truth of all: sometimes a simple life hack opens the door not just to personal growth, but to richer bonds, deeper understanding, and a redefined sense of purpose, inviting us to embrace it all without reservation, life's essentials mingling with its greatest treasures. As I sat in the soft glow of the morning sun filtering through the kitchen window, I felt a sense of calm settle around me. My mind, though racing with the implications of what I had just thought, was juxtaposed against the sheer beauty of the day awakening outside. The world felt intoxicatingly fresh, a canvas waiting for the gentle strokes of life that I was slowly beginning to understand. You see, the life hack I stumbled upon didn't involve any fancy apps or complicated productivity systems, but rather an uncomplicated shift in perspective. I had learned that sometimes, the most mundane ritual, waking up with intention, could, in its own quiet way, transform the trajectory of my day, my relationships, and my joy. Over the past few months, I had experimented with this idea, rising earlier than I was accustomed to, before the chaos of the world invaded my peaceful sanctuary. It began as a desperate attempt to reclaim time from my perpetual morning rush, an irritation born from the mundane trappings of life, scrolling through emails, hurried breakfasts, and the nagging sense that I was losing precious moments to start afresh. But that diligent push to wake up earlier unfurled into something far richer. As I carved out an hour before the day's demands stole my attention, I found a space to breathe. I moved in slow motion, making a warm cup of tea, journaling about my thoughts and dreams, and even meditating in the quiet embrace of my home. Each sip of that warm beverage would wrap around me like a gentle hug, reinforcing my resolve to step into the day with clarity, purpose, and an open heart. Honestly, it felt extraordinary, like I was gifted a secret chamber of time where worries could not penetrate and the weight of expectation floated away. I began to notice how this small act of self-care rippled through the hours ahead of me. I was more present during breakfast with my family, more patient with the unpredictable whims of children, and more engaged in conversations that I used to let flow past me like white noise. It was as if I had donned a new pair of glasses, sharpening details in my perspective I had long dismissed. I reveled in quiet drives to work and greeted colleagues with renewed warmth. However, with this blossoming joy emerged an unexpected hesitation. Was this secret ritual of mine meant to be shared? Would revealing my newfound treasure dilute its magic or, worse, inspire envy or misunderstanding? Caught in this internal tug-of-war, I decided to experiment subtly. Over weekends, when my husband joined me for those early hours, I invited him into my sanctuary, sharing the solace I had discovered. In those hushed moments, I saw his demeanor soften, emerging from the chaos of past weeks where work had consumed our evenings. Slowly he began to cherish those serene mornings too, our laughter dancing in the air as we shared breakfast and exchanged dreams. It was this bond, the laughter, the vulnerability, the growth, that made me wonder whether this small act of kindness and clarity could be a gift, not just for ourselves, but for others. Wanting to share this idea, I took to a popular online forum one night and posed a question in a chat titled Ask Reddit, "What's a life hack so good you almost don't want to share it?" I wrote about my morning ritual, careful to frame it not as a command or an obligation but as a suggestion for those yearning for a little space of their own. What followed was a serendipitous avalanche of responses. People poured in with stories of their own rituals, ways of reclaiming time, or tips to savor the morning before the world demanded their attention. I felt electrified with connection, strangers resonating with the quiet rebellion of choosing to wake up to love and life, not burdens. A woman wrote about her late-night tea and early morning walks, while a young man spoke of the meticulous joy he found in preparing breakfast for his family, intertwining love with fried eggs and crispy bacon. Each anecdote was like a thread stitching our various experiences into a tapestry of shared humanity. Still, the most illuminating response came from a thoughtful user whose simple message lingered in my mind. How do we awaken not just ourselves but those around us? I paused to reflect on it. This was precisely what my mornings had begun to teach me, to acquire wisdom, not just for myself but to nurture in others, to invite them into that space of calm creativity. Perhaps this life hack was never meant to be hoarded but rather to flourish in the connections it could foster. As I gradually let my secret spread, I found excitement in conversations with friends, inviting them to join me for early coffee dates, sharing my early rising practice, and encouraging them to discover their mornings anew. There was a palpable change in every one of us, an impromptu movement driven by shared mindfulness that rippled through our tight-knit circle. With laughter echoing through the early hours and stories unfolding over steaming mugs, I witnessed a blossoming camaraderie and intimacy rekindled. And so, the life hack I once hesitated to share morphed into something far grander, an experience that encouraged vulnerability, creativity, and warmth and redefined the essence of connection among ourselves and others. In this beautiful harmonic dance of shared morning moments, we wove our own intricate narrative, revealing the most poignant truth of all: sometimes secrets hold power, but freely shared wisdom holds even more. As I sit here now, bathed in the dawn's tender light, I no longer hoard the essence of my early mornings but celebrate with gratitude the community it nurtured, filled with the promise of new beginnings, like the sun that rises each day. And as I write this reflection, quietly surrendering to sleep, I know I've opened a door not just to myself but to others' unique journeys, each sunrise a reminder that some treasures are meant to be shared, forever reshaping the lives of those around us. As the first hints of daylight filtered through my window, casting soft shadows on the walls, I felt a profound tranquility settle over me, a quiet understanding of how interconnected our experiences can be. It had been months since I chose to share my secret, a life hack that had transformed my mornings and inadvertently, my relationships. It started as a small confession on a Reddit thread, tagged under Ask Reddit, where users opened up about their favorite secrets and life hacks. My comment had been simple: I wake up an hour earlier than everyone else, and it's changed my life. Of course, I hadn't anticipated the ripple effect it would create. I expected a few nods of agreement, perhaps some disbelief at how such a minor change could yield significant results. But the floodgates opened, and I was caught in a tidal wave of responses. People shared their stories of early mornings, how they found peace in a world that often felt chaotic, how sacred the stillness was compared to the rush of the day to come. At first, I felt a tinge of vulnerability, exposing my personal routine to a community of strangers. Would they understand? Was I laying claim to a secret that was too trivial to be meaningful? But the responses flooded in, each one echoing thoughts I had quietly held inside. Stories of newfound hobbies developed in those quiet hours, like painting or journaling, flourished alongside the feelings of guilt and joy many expressed about wanting more time to themselves before diving into the responsibilities of life. Slowly, I realized that my early mornings were akin to an unpolished gem, and by sharing my experience, I had opened a treasure chest full of kindness and connection. As I engaged with the community, a gentle rhythm emerged through our exchanges. People were inspired to wake earlier not just to chase dreams but to embrace silence, to savor coffee while contemplating their lives before the world's demands encroached on their time. Some created morning routines with family, turning what was once a solitary practice into a bonding experience. Reading through their accounts felt like stealing snippets of colorful lives, weaving my narrative into theirs, forming a tapestry of collective growth. I recall a comment from a woman named Sarah, who shared how incorporating this life hack reignited her marriage. They began waking up together, sharing soft conversations in the bleak morning light that often devolved into earnest laughter, ineffably transforming their relationship. There was another user, an older gentleman, who revealed he attended to his garden during those early quiet moments, nurturing life in a different sense, finding solace in the blooming flowers that awaited him as the world awoke. Yet, beneath the exchanges of inspiration lay something deeper, a shared understanding that life holds profound beauty in stillness. With each story that unfolded, I felt the walls I had unknowingly built around myself begin to fracture. I had always been one to enjoy my solitude, scavenging for pockets of time to breathe before buzzing phones and demanding schedules came crashing in. And perhaps I had feared that opening those sacred doors would lead to chaos and noise, leeching away the personal serenity I had so cherished. But as strangers opened their hearts in response to my simple revelation, I realized how wrong I had been. As the comments continued flowing in, I decided to organize an early morning meetup in our local park. It felt like an uncharted venture, but curious optimism thrived within me. To my surprise, dozens of people showed up, some I recognized by their usernames, others who I would only know for that brief moment in time. We gathered like old friends at the edge of a sprawling green oasis, a burgeoning community nurtured by the dawn's embrace. With coffee in hand and sleepy smiles on our faces, we shared our stories, forging connections I hadn't considered possible. Every cup raised was a toast not just to transformation but to the unity of our shared humanity, scratches and bruises in varying degrees merging with triumphs that painted our lives. Days turned into weeks, and as the seasons changed, so did our meetings. Some mornings we delve into reflective mindfulness exercises or guided meditation, others were filled with laughter and shared breakfast picnics. I noticed people blooming in ways they had never anticipated. Friendships emerged, and collaborations formed outside of our gathering. One morning, as I inhaled the scent of fresh pastries baking in the sun, I marveled at how this simple life hack had reshaped not only my routine but the essence of so many lives intertwined with mine. Looking back now, those early mornings were more than just a clever trick, they were an invitation to vulnerability, revealing the subtle art of connection and the beauty of shared existence. As I finally close my eyes in surrender to sleep, I allow the memory of those gathered faces to wash over me, a gentle lullaby assuring me that life, in all its complexities, is best lived together. In the silence that follows, I reflect on the responsibilities we hold, not just to ourselves, but to each other. Some mornings I still wake to the solitude I cherish, but now, they carry the warmth of a community that blossomed from a single whisper of truth, with the promise to continually evolve. And as dawn breaks, I remember that sharing treasures can illuminate the depth of life's experiences across the vast tapestry of humanity, each thread woven intimately yet distinctively into a grand narrative of our existence. It was a quiet evening when I sat down at my kitchen table, the faint smell of roasted vegetables still clinging to the air, a comforting reminder of the dinner I had enjoyed alone after a long day. I was scrolling through my phone when a message from an acquaintance, Anna, popped up, asking if she could come over for a casual get-together. My fingers hesitated over the screen, thoughts racing back to a party last month where Anna, with her bright smile and bubbly personality, made a bombastic introduction that was quickly overshadowed by her confession. She referred to herself as a total klepto. At the time, I had chuckled along with the other guests, brushing it off as a quirky exaggeration, but her subsequent actions raised hair on my neck. I watched, uneasy, as she slipped a bottle of wine into her bag and, just before leaving, rifled through my collection of vintage postcards while distracted by conversation. I knew I should have said something then, it would have been a golden opportunity for a teachable moment, but the laughter of friends masked my instincts as I let it slide. Now, as I read her message, I felt the familiar knot tighten in my stomach. I typed a hesitant response, explaining that I had plans for the weekend and wouldn't be able to host her. Each word felt like a half-truth, a feeble wall I was trying to erect against an uninvited chaos. After sending it, I sank into an uneasy silence, replaying the moment she had look of glee when she thought no one was watching, a sort of childlike delight in taking things that weren't hers. The truth was, I didn't want that kind of energy in my home, a space I had worked hard to make a sanctuary. I loved the little treasures I had collected over the years, the mismatched teacups, the faded photographs, and the mere idea of them being subject to her klepto nature made me shudder. Days passed after my refusal, but the unease lingered like an unwelcoming guest. Our mutual friends began to ask about my decision. They wanted to know why I hadn't invited Anna, often couching their questions in a concern that felt almost mocking, as if I were the unreasonable one who had denied a friend simple hospitality. "It's just a joke, you know?" one of them remarked, laughter dancing at the edges of his voice as we stood by a fruity punch bowl. "You can't take it seriously." But I couldn't shake off the feeling. I started to wonder if I was being a bit too harsh, a bit too closed off, yet I felt the sting of their laughter in a way that didn't match my situation. Then came a text I hadn't anticipated. Anna reached out to me again, this time apologizing for her past behavior and inviting me to discuss it over coffee. A part of me wanted to engage, to hear her thoughts and perhaps offer her the understanding I had assumed she lacked. Yet another part remained on guard, caution spilling into the forefront of my mind, warning me of potential manipulation. I chose ambiguity, suggesting that we meet in a public space, something casual, allowing me to maintain the physical distance my heart craved. When the day came, we met in a quaint little cafe, the air thick with the smell of freshly baked pastries. Anna walked in, her demeanor had shifted, the confidence seemed tempered by uncertainty, her usual flamboyance stripped down to a fragile humility. She ordered a latte, and as our small talk veered into deeper waters, I found myself listening intently, her eyes pleading for comprehension, her remorse tinged with vulnerability. She spoke of her addiction, her battles with impulse control, her admission that the label klepto was more of a coping mechanism than a joke. I felt my own walls begin to crack, an understanding blossoming within the fissures of my guarded heart. It became evident that her light-hearted banter often masked a turbulent history, a story that I hadn't anticipated digging beneath the surface. I left that meeting not with a resolution but with a renewed sense of compassion toward someone I had judged too quickly. Maybe I wasn't the asshole after all, but perhaps I was merely wrapped in the confines of my own fears. Eventually, as I navigated my way through my own thoughts, I decided to reach out again. I recorded a message for Anna, saying I'd like to try again, inviting her for a small gathering with a few close friends. It felt right, a balance of caution and empathy, a tentative step toward bridging the space I had drawn between us. Several weeks later, I would look back at that moment of choosing to create a connection rather than a rift. I realized something profound about people. We are all carrying unseeable burdens, and sometimes, understanding is the most potent remedy we can offer. Update: a few months have passed since our reconnection, and Anna has slowly proven herself to be a dear friend, one who respects my space and has taken steps toward managing her impulses. She even surprised me at my birthday party with a thoughtful, hand-picked gift from my favorite bookstore, something I never would have thought possible when the conversation first unfolded in that cafe. As it turns out, both our experiences shaped a new port of calm in the stormy seas of uncertainty. It had reminded me that sometimes the most unsettling moments can lead to the strongest of bonds. As I reflect on the months that have passed since that pivotal decision, I can't help but marvel at how far Anna and I have come. There was a time when the thought of letting her into my life again felt risky, as if I were teetering on the edge of a cliff. It was easy to envision scenarios where her past tendencies would rear their heads, leading to a cascade of mistrust and awkward moments. However, I've come to understand that letting her in required a vulnerability I hadn't expected to offer, not just to her, but to myself. With each casual meeting, be it over coffee at our favorite little cafe or an impromptu movie night at my place, I noticed the subtle shifts. In our conversations, the laughter now echoed with a reserved familiarity rather than tension and caution. Anna sincerely worked on herself, eagerly sharing her progress and the strategies she was implementing to curb her impulses. Each time she showed up with a new accomplishment or insight, my heart melted just a bit more, swelling with awe for her courage and determination to change. One evening, as we curled up on my couch with blankets piled high and an array of snacks scattered around like a makeshift feast, our laughter filled the room, mingling seamlessly with the soft glow of the lamp casting golden shadows on the walls. It felt like home in a way I had nearly forgotten, a sanctuary where two people could be honest about their flaws without fear of judgment. I remember teasing her about her initial tendency to swipe something, a fine-looking postcard or a quirky pen, when she got overly excited. She playfully rolled her eyes, recounting a story about a time she had unintentionally taken an unusual clay figurine from a friend's house, only to return it a few days later, embarrassed and ashamed. We both laughed, and it struck me how that shared moment of vulnerability forged an even stronger connection. Her self-awareness illuminated a warmth in my heart. It was during one of those cozy evenings that I proposed we visit her old neighborhood, the neighborhood she had grown up in, just to see how things had changed. To my surprise, she agreed. As we strolled through the familiar streets, Anna pointed out buildings and shops, relaying stories from her childhood that were both endearing and bittersweet. There was a sense of nostalgia that enveloped us, and I could feel a deeper understanding blooming between us as we walked under the fluttering leaves of the trees lining the sidewalks. Anna spoke vividly about her dreams and aspirations, the very ones that had often been stifled by her earlier behavior, and in that moment, I glimpsed a new layer of her, the possibility of uncharted horizons, a future reshaped by newfound accountability. But it wasn't all smooth sailing. Just last week, while I was out running errands, I received a frantic text from Anna, sharing how she had just been at a local busy store and felt drawn in by the rush of excitement, a familiar tension brewing within her. I could sense her panic through the screen as she admitted having slipped a decorative mug into her bag, her heart racing as she navigated the ethics of her actions in real time. My stomach twisted, I felt a flash of empathy mixed with fear. Part of me worried, was this my fault for encouraging her too much too quickly? Only moments passed before my phone buzzed again, and I read her message thanking me for being there. She confessed that when she reached her car, panic bubbled up inside her, urging her to overcome the old impulse, yet this time she chose differently. She pressed her palm against the mug, emerging as the person she aspired to be, her pulse steadying as she marched back inside to return it. I felt endless pride for her courage, and it served as a pivotal reminder of why I let her back into my life. Now, as I sit here reflecting on our journey, I realize how beautifully intertwined our lives have become. While Anna may carry the label of a total klepto in moments of levity, she is so much more than that one chapter. She is a testament to resilience, transforming an unsettling part of her identity into a space of growth and self-awareness. And who she is now, the person she has become, inspires kindness and connection in ways I genuinely didn't believe possible. Perhaps in forging a connection based on our mutual struggles, we inadvertently carved out a bond that scaffolded our souls in the chaos of living. As I look ahead, I can't help but feel curiosity for what lies down this uncharted path for us. Whatever it may be, together, we are embracing it. As the weeks turned into months, I found myself reflecting often on that crisp autumn day when Anna sat across from me in the little cafe, her admission hanging in the air like a caustic perfume. I had braced myself for the storm that conversation could have unleashed, but instead, it had gently nudged open the door to an unexpected friendship. One chilly evening, as golden leaves swirled around outside my window, Anna and I sat curled up in my living room, a stack of books scattered between us, the soft glow of fairy lights illuminating the cozy space. We were laughing about our most recent adventure, her brave decision to swap out her usual baked goods for fruit and nuts at a local market, a small victory in her ongoing journey of self-regulation. Each jest carried the weight of our shared laughter and love, a testament to how far she had come since our initial meeting. I watched her, marveling at the way her eyes sparkled with pride at her choices, something I often found myself nurturing in her as she shared anecdotes about her past mishaps. It was strange to think that just months prior, I had been wary of her presence, needing to protect my own space from the chaos of her admitted kleptomania. Yet here we were, two souls in tandem, navigating the bumps of our own imperfections. In the quiet moments, I could feel vulnerability wrap around us like a warm blanket, stitching together the tearing seams of our uncertainties. We talked about the moments that had defined us, her experiences reflected in mine, and it became clear that both of us had worn masks before finally discovering a safe haven in each other. There were still echoes of the past, rumblings beneath the surface that reminded us of our journeys. Sometimes, I would catch a flicker of darkness clouding her face, a shadow of temptation that whispered if only it could persuade her just once more. But instead of fear, I felt a rush of empathy swell inside me. I had seen her taking strides, how she carried around little reminders of her commitment, like a bracelet that she fidgeted with during tense moments, a grounding anchor amid her chaotic thoughts. These days, her voices of the past had transformed from torturous howls into whispered echoes of encouragement. We had both come to recognize that acceptance doesn't mean surrendering to our flaws, but rather, learning to dance with them amid the music of life, struggling less against the rhythm and finding our own beat. With every passing day, curiosity about our future mingled with uncertainty, a blend of excitement and trepidation that accompanied me whenever I thought of where this connection might lead. We began exploring new hobbies together, pottery classes that left our hands muddied yet creative, bookshop visits where conversations would tumble into the air like soft whispers. Each activity strengthened our bond, and it became increasingly hard to imagine my life without Anna's infectious laughter. One balmy winter evening, as we sat close in front of the flickering fireplace, our shared warmth seemed to wrap around us like the flames dancing in the hearth. Anna turned to me, her voice quiet but steady. "You know, I've learned so much from you, not to be afraid of the messy parts of our lives." I found that I had learned just as much from her, how authentic friendships could coax us out of our hidden corners and inspire bravery where we once only felt fear. It was then I realized what we were building together was not simply companionship, it felt like crafting a safe haven, a gathering point for two afraid hearts trying to rewrite their narratives. Still, as thoughts of what lay ahead lingered in the back of my mind, I understood that even within this sea of calm, the tides could shift with the slightest change. Our bond felt strong, almost etched in stone, yet challenges were part of life's intricate design, woven delicately into each sunset. As I nestled deeper into the warmth of our moments like these, I recognized that every twist in this journey would further color our story, each chapter rich with experience, growth, and perhaps an occasional storm. Yet through the tempest, I felt a newfound certainty that, no matter what, Anna and I were committed to weathering it together, brave enough to embrace whatever was waiting around the corner. I never thought my childhood resentment would follow me like a shadow, but here I am, finger hovering over the post button, ready to confess something I've kept bottled up for far too long. Growing up, my older brother Ryan was the constant reminder of how fragile life could be. Born with cerebral palsy, he navigated the world in a wheelchair and required assistance with nearly everything. I'm not ashamed to admit that, as his younger sibling, I often felt overshadowed by his circumstances. At family gatherings, all the attention was on him, his struggles, his achievements, the courage he showed just by waking up every day. I remember sitting on the sidelines, feeling invisible, watching our parents dote on him. It wasn't that I hated him, exactly, it was more like a simmering envy mixed with a profound discomfort about his condition that I didn't know how to express. This imbalance strained our relationship, especially as teenagers, when Ryan became more aware of his differences. I wanted to be the brother he looked up to, but instead, I often rolled my eyes or snapped back when he would ask for help. There was one instance I remember vividly. Ryan wanted to go to a concert in the city. He was so excited, beaming with that familiar spark that I rarely saw. I could feel all the pressure mounting. I didn't want to be seen as his caregiver, his protector, just another part of his life that would make me feel smaller. So, in a moment of selfishness, I told him I couldn't go. The disappointment etched on his face left me with an ache, but I convinced myself it was easier this way. Fast forward to a few years later, the day I got the call that he had passed away suddenly due to complications from his condition. It turned my world upside down. In an instant, the past evaporated, the resentment I had harbored turned into a tide of guilt that crashed over me, pulling me under. I found myself paralyzed by regret for all the times I hadn't been there for him when it mattered the most. I replayed those harsh words in my head like a broken record, and it's like every joy from my life had dimmed in his absence. Friends and family rallied around me, offering condolences, but nothing soothed the roar of what-ifs echoing in my mind. I missed my chance to be his brother. Months passed, and as I navigated this grief, I started volunteering at a local center for disabled individuals. It felt like an act of penance, but it also opened my eyes to a world I had distanced myself from. I met so many incredible people with stories that mirrored Ryan's in some ways, and I slowly began to understand the beauty of vulnerability and strength coexisting. With each moment spent there, I felt a piece of my heart begin to mend. But what still haunted me was the anger I held towards myself. I carried a journal where I poured out my thoughts, my regrets, my moments of clarity. The act of writing became a conduit for healing I didn't know I needed, a way to say all the things I never got to say to Ryan. In one entry, I finally allowed myself to say it. I loved him. I missed him like a part of myself had been ripped away. I wished I could go back and change the past, but I also started to realize that perhaps he wouldn't want me to. Perhaps he would want me to live fully, to embrace the beauty of his memory instead of being trapped in guilt. As I sit here now, sharing this with whoever may read it, I've come to understand that sometimes our flaws and regrets shape who we become. It is a bittersweet ache, the acknowledgement of our humanity wrapped in love and loss. I can't undo what was done, and maybe that's okay. In the quiet moments, I find solace in thinking of Ryan, not as the brother I lost, but as the inspiration behind my growth, reminding me to cherish each day, to express love freely, and to reach out to those who need it most. Maybe one day, I'll pay this forward, transforming that shadow of regret into something brighter, something more profound. So here I am, hoping that others who feel the weight of unspoken words or unresolved feelings can find comfort in the fact that it's never too late to reach out, to forgive, even if that means forgiving yourself. Take it from someone who learned too late, love, in all its forms, is always worth it. As for the update, I recently went to a support group for siblings of people with disabilities, where I found the courage to share my story. And in doing so, I discovered that many others carry similar burdens of guilt and regret. Together, we're finding healing, slowly, but surely, and with each meeting, I feel more at peace with my past. Maybe Ryan's legacy is alive within us all, reminding us to love fiercely and without reservation. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm, golden hue across the park where I had spent many afternoons with Ryan, my older brother. It was a place filled with echoes of laughter and fleeting moments that now felt bittersweet. As I watched the leaves fluttering gently in the breeze, I was reminded of the stories we shared, his dry humor mixed with the uncanny ability to see life through an entirely different lens because of his disability. It was a perspective I often struggled to appreciate when I was younger. I had resented how my teenage life revolved around the concerns of his care rather than my own budding independence. I had seen him as a burden, an impediment to my social life, instead of the unique person he truly was. This resentment had sparked a schism between us, one that grew wider with each passing year until Ryan's quiet acceptance of my disdain made him retreat into himself. I wish I could go back and tell my younger self that his wheelchair wasn't a shackle, but rather a different avenue of viewing the world, one colored with resilience and strength. I remember vividly the day he passed, the cold starkness of that winter morning, a stark contrast to the warmth of memories we shared. The hospital room felt suffocating. Filled with machines that buzzed quietly, marking the slow passage of time. I sat there, frozen, as a flood of emotions enveloped me like a heavy blanket. Guilt gnawed at me, biting through my bravado as I scrolled through old pictures on my phone. I dreaded looking at them, afraid of what I might find, scenes of a childhood that had become tainted by my bitterness. In those final moments, I watched Ryan's chest rise and fall with increasing effort, each breath a painful reminder of both his fragility and strength. Tears slipped down my cheeks as I held his hand and whispered apologies, but I knew he wouldn't hear them. I felt an ache deep within me, a longing for those missed chances at reconciliation that could never be reclaimed. At the support group, I listened as others shared their stories, each personal tale a thread in a tapestry woven with guilt, regret, and ultimately, a profound love that transcended hardship. In those meetings, I recognized a shared human experience, our collective pain transformed into a bridge that connected us. One gentleman spoke of a similarly fraught relationship with his sister, and the eerie parallel struck a chord in me. The atmosphere shifted. We were no longer bound by our grief but united in our desire to heal. Slowly, I began to breathe again, letting go of the burdens I had carried for so long. I found comfort in the idea that it was okay to be imperfect, to have made mistakes. Ryan's legacy lived on, not merely as a memory but as a catalyst for change in my heart and perhaps even in the hearts of those around me. Each week, I faced the mirror of my past, and instead of seeing a villain, I began to recognize a lost child yearning for understanding. I realized that my regret could shape me, not break me, guiding me towards a gentler interaction with others, particularly in accepting their differences. Life, I had come to acknowledge, is interwoven with those we love, and the threads can be frayed and frayed again, but they always hold potential for strength and beauty if we're willing to stitch them back. Leaving the support group one evening, I paused at the entrance of the park where Ryan and I often played. Under the sprawling oak tree where his laughter once danced with the wind, I felt an unexpected sense of comfort. I closed my eyes and whispered, "I'm sorry, Ryan," allowing the breeze to carry my words into the quiet night. With that, I felt weight lifting, not because I had excused my past, but because I was beginning to forgive myself. I marked that moment, a turning point in my journey of healing, knowing that even as I carry my brother's absence in my heart, I can cherish the love he gifted me. It wasn't about erasing the hurt but embracing it, learning from it. Perhaps, in his own way, he was still teaching me lessons on compassion and connection, and now, armed with awareness, I aspire to keep those lessons alive, allowing his spirit to guide me on this path of love and acceptance. With each passing week, as I attended those support group meetings, I felt more in tune with the threads of my life, a tapestry woven with the vibrant colors of grief, guilt, love, and hope. I could see the connections forming among the group, comprised of siblings who held similar burdens of regret and sorrow. The first time I shared my story publicly, I was trembling, my voice barely above a whisper as I spoke Ryan's name. The room was silent, marked by a vulnerability that seemed to hover in the air, and as I revealed my struggles, I could see the understanding reflected in the eyes of my fellow attendees. They, too, had carried the weight of resentment at times, feeling as though the world had placed them on an uneven playing field due to the circumstances of their siblings' disabilities. The empathy in that room was profound. It was a shared solace amid pain, a recognition that we often struggled to balance our own lives while supporting loved ones who required so much more. I found myself embraced not just by comforting words, but by the compassion of people who understood the longing for unspoken words between siblings, the pent-up frustration when love felt too expansive to contain, and the aching emptiness that arises when that love is lost. My healing journey began to manifest in other areas of my life as well. I became more present, embracing quiet moments with my parents, who were also grieving their own loss in a way I hadn't fully appreciated before. One evening, while sifting through old family photos, I discovered a treasure trove of moments I had forgotten, a snapshot of Ryan laughing in the sun, his face lit up with joy, surrounded by our family. That image stirred something within me. I resolved to honor his memory by deepening my connections with everyone I cherished, to embrace the whole spectrum of love Ryan had shown me. On rainy days, I would sit by the window, reminiscent of our childhood, where we would watch the world outside, chatting about the mundane and the extraordinary as we let the droplets blur the outside world. I missed those moments, the pure simplicity in which love existed without the complexities we adultified as we grew older. Those memories became my sanctuary, guiding me through my days, illuminating the parts of my character that had dimmed beneath a palette of guilt and resentment. As the support group sessions progressed, our conversations morphed into gatherings that felt more akin to family reunions. We laughed, cried, and shared recipes that were inspired by those we loved. One evening, after a particularly intense session where we spoke about our aspirations to be better siblings, we all decided to take a step further. We would host a community picnic in honor of each of our siblings, a chance to celebrate their personalities, their quirks, and the joy they brought into our lives. As we organized the event, it sparked something within me. I found myself navigating through my grief with a renewed intention. One that shone brightly for all who were willing to see. The day of the picnic was etched in gold, with a gentle breeze whispering through the park and the laughter of children drifting into the sky. Each family brought dishes that carried stories, mementos of lives lived fully despite challenges. I watched as we all shared anecdotes about our siblings, revealing layers of their existence that showcased the love that overshadowed the hardships. It turned out that Ryan's peculiar fascination with the stars and space was inherited. Others in the group shared similar fascinations. They spoke of their siblings with pride, recounting stories that illustrated resilience forged in concrete challenges. The picnic soon transformed from a gathering of remembrance to a celebration of life itself. When the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue across the park, I stood with a plate in hand, looking at the vivid display of community spirit before me. There was Ryan's favorite dish, a pasta salad my mother always made for him, adorned with fresh herbs from our garden. As I took a moment to breathe, a wave of appreciation washed over me. I realized that every bite echoed through time, a delicious reminder that in the face of heartache, connection thrives. I took that memory of Ryan, intertwined with every laugh shared and every story told that day, and tucked it gently into my heart, marking it as a chapter of my growth. Now, each morning I would wake to a sense of purpose. I carry the lessons of compassion he taught me, reaching forward with open arms to everyone I encounter. Though the guilt sometimes creeps in during quiet moments, I remind myself that healing is not linear. It's the beautiful chaos of learning how to love again fully, how to mend the heart even when it feels frayed by the threads of loss. I understand that the journey is ongoing, but I allow for its ebbs and flows, fully aware of the light Ryan ignited within me. With that glow, I walk forward, striving to share that brilliance with others, a testament to my brother's enduring spirit. I smile more often now, and though the nights may still carry a tinge of sadness, I hold on to the memory of love, ensuring that part of him will never fade as long as I remain open to the connections and love around me. When I first moved into my college dorm, I was filled with a mix of excitement and fear. Living away from home meant newfound freedom coupled with a whole lot of responsibility, but nothing quite prepared me for becoming a reluctant pet owner. My roommate, Jamie, had a long-haired tabby cat named Oliver, a fluffy bundle of mischief that seemed to have an uncanny ability to detect when I was vulnerable, and despite my initial hesitation toward sharing my space with an animal, I found that I could tolerate Oliver's antics, until that fateful Tuesday afternoon. It had been a long day filled with back-to-back classes and a looming assignment I was struggling to tackle. I returned to our dorm, a small space cluttered with books, clothes, and the ever-present scent of takeout. The moment I settled into my bed, ready to drown out the world with some music, I heard Jamie's voice carry through the thin walls as she chatted with friends. I could hear laughter and the clinking of glasses, a stark contrast to the chaotic storm of thoughts whirling in my mind about deadlines and future plans. It wasn't long before Oliver, as if sensing my solitude, poked his head through the door, his wide yellow eyes fixed on me. "Not now, Oliver," I murmured, hoping to ward him off with my exhaustion, but, as it turns out, nothing could deter his determination. He wiggled through the slightly ajar door and hopped onto my bed, his presence filling me with a mixture of annoyance and reluctant affection. I gently shoved him off, trying to reclaim the boundaries I had set around my personal space, but I couldn't help but chuckle as he stared up at me, his ears twitching with every sound in the room. Then came the moment that seized my attention and left me questioning my sanity. Oliver, in a burst of unexpected empathy, nuzzled his face against my hand, then proceeded to bat at my fingers as if to say, "I'm really sorry for intruding, see how cute I am?" I blinked in disbelief, half wondering if I had gone mad or if this was just a cleverly plotted scheme orchestrated by my roommate. "You really think a cat can apologize?" I thought, lowering my hand hesitantly. The warmth of his fur was oddly comforting. Yet that comforting feeling quickly twisted into discomfort as Jamie burst into my room, beaming with pride for her well-behaved cat. "Do you see him apologizing?" she joked, and I couldn't help but feel a tight knot of frustration building in my chest. I had set boundaries for a reason. I needed that space to unwind, to think, and to not feel like I was babysitting a creature who had no concept of personal space. Maybe he's learned how to be more considerate, Jamie added, but the playful tone felt dismissive of my true predicament. The following day became a cycle of Oliver seeking me out, sitting on my desk as I tried to study, performing antics to win my affection, and despite my best efforts to keep him at bay, I found myself secretly charmed. However, a tipping point came when, the next day, he curled into my lap while I was engrossed in reading. I felt warmth radiating from him, and suddenly, it felt like Oliver had transformed into an emotional semaphore, signaling that I wasn't alone despite all the chaos around me. Just as soon as the joy of that connection blossomed, the reality of our living situation crashed into it. I realized that I wasn't just fighting against a cat, I was fighting against the inklings of companionship that came with it, the roots of connection that dug deep into my reserved heart that I had not anticipated. So when Oliver came to me yet again, his head bowing slightly as he gazed with those imploring eyes as if he understood my troubles, I took a breath and softly said, "You can come in, but only this once." In that moment, there was an undeniable shift, not just between me and Oliver, but within myself as well. It felt strangely cathartic to open my door, both literally and metaphorically, allowing this little creature to occupy not just my space but also my weary heart. As days turned into weeks, I found more peace in cohabiting with Jamie and Oliver than I could have ever imagined. I started sharing moments with Oliver where his purring soothed my anxieties, moments where Jamie and I would laugh as Oliver got himself tangled in random objects in the room, and before I knew it, our space felt less like a cold dormitory and more like home. My fears of losing control over my personal space diminished, and I learned to embrace the chaos that comes with companionship. In the end, I couldn't tell if I was the asshole for trying to maintain my boundaries or if I had simply been afraid of letting someone, or something, new into my life. Perhaps some apologies, whether from a person or a cat, don't need to be spoken at all. Update: a couple of months later, Jamie and I decided to adopt a second cat. In a way, it felt as if Oliver had guided me to accept that sometimes, it's okay to let in what makes us feel alive, especially when it comes in the form of warmth, purrs, and unexpected companionship. Reflecting back on that pivotal moment with Oliver still evokes a swirl of emotions within me. I sat on my bed, surrounded by familiar comforts, the soft glow of fairy lights illuminating the corners of my room, the gentle scent of lavender wafting through the air. Everything felt just as it had for weeks, a safe, predictable cocoon. After the strange encounter with Oliver, I had decided to uphold my boundaries, uncertain yet relieved at my resolve. But as the chill of fall drifted into winter, my heart began to soften, and I noticed the joyous familiarity of my life gradually morphing into something deeper. Jamie often shared stories, enthusiastic and filled with laughter, about Oliver's antics, how he would curiously poke around the fridge or chase after the sunlight that streamed through our windows each morning. I could feel the warmth in her voice, the way Oliver brought light into our shared space, and yet, I found myself struggling with the thought of letting go of my well-guarded solitude. Days turned into weeks, and while I maintained my distance from the cat, I also began to observe him quietly from a distance. His emerald eyes held a wisdom that I could sense, almost as if he understood my hesitation but remained unbothered by it. There was something almost enchanting about how he'd stretch languidly by the warmth of the radiator, echoing the simple tranquility I craved yet feared. Slowly, I began to warm to his presence, not so much in a grand gesture, but through those small, almost negligent interactions, like when I would stand in the kitchen and catch him watching me as if waiting for an invitation into my life. It surprised me how quickly I started to miss him during those moments I chose to withdraw into my room, loathing how I had created such a divide between us with my own fears. I found myself half-consciously leaving my door ajar at night, just to catch the rhythm of his soft padding outside, an unspoken invitation for him to join me should he so choose. Finally, when Jamie suggested we adopt a second cat, a rush of emotions flared within me: fear, excitement, and a surprising sense of relief. I realized then that perhaps my self-imposed barriers had been choking me much more than any intrusion of Oliver ever could. As Jamie collected supplies and eagerly researched rescue shelters, I felt a gentle nudge toward acceptance, the idea of companionship igniting something long dormant within me. When we first met our new feline friend, a timid little bundle of gray with striking blue eyes, it felt surreal in a way that made my heart race. As Jamie gently coaxed the shy kitten forward, I felt Oliver rub against my leg, almost as if he already understood his role in this new chapter. They seemed to know what it was like to be on the fringes of solitude. Maybe, just maybe, they had both offered me a chance to be part of their world, urging me to step outside the walls I had so carefully crafted. With time and patience, the two cats became inseparable companions, and in a way, they mirrored my own journey, growth born from vulnerability. They would sprawl across my lap as I began to read or watch TV, the tiny burbles of purrs resonating with a newfound symphony of warmth. I found joy in their elegance and mischief, how they filled the spaces I had once deliberately kept empty. A few evenings later, as we settled on the couch together, I glanced at Oliver, who nestled close beside my new kitten, and it struck me clear, they offered me not just companionship but a sense of belonging, a reassurance that life was meant to be shared, even with those who might initially feel foreign. Moving forward, I learned to trust my instincts, realizing that letting in love and connection also meant unearthing parts of myself I had neglected. The warmth of their presence became my nightly solace, and as I drifted off, I understood that sometimes, the greatest apologies are those we find in the simple act of letting go, of making space for what makes us feel alive, a realization I will carry with me long into the night. As we settled into our new routine with the two cats, Oliver and our new addition, Luna, I found a sense of peace creeping into my life that I hadn't anticipated. Initially, I worried that introducing another feline into our already chaotic household might upset the delicate balance we had achieved. But Luna, with her soft black fur and mischievous eyes that sparkled with playful curiosity, helped to soothe those fears. She immediately took to Oliver, who, despite his regal demeanor, slipped into the role of doting big brother almost instinctively. Watching them wrestle and chase one another around our small apartment filled me with a joy I had almost forgotten existed. Each evening, as I snuggled under my favorite blanket, I reveled in the sound of their joyful antics, the gentle thrum of purring united in a symphony of comfort that lulled me into tranquility. Luna, with her dynamic energy, brought an unexpected vibrancy to my once quiet nights. It felt like she had unlocked something within me, something that craved interaction, warmth, and connection. I began to share my thoughts and dreams aloud, sometimes to myself while I sat on the couch, the cats curled up beside me, and I realized it wasn't just a one-sided conversation. Their feline presence felt like a mirror reflecting my own growth. I found myself questioning what other parts of my life I had unknowingly restricted with self-imposed barriers, so I began allowing friends over more often, fostering deeper relationships and inviting them into the sanctuary I had created. Jamie noticed the change, too. We laughed more, shared quiet meals where silence felt comfortable rather than suffocating. It was as if Oliver and Luna were not simply pets but ambassadors of companionship, urging me to embrace vulnerability. The change wasn't always easy. There were moments when the weight of the world would push against my chest, reminding me of past moments when I had tucked myself away. A few months in, I had what I thought was an innocuous conversation with Jamie about my feelings. I shared how I had been reflecting on why I had initially refused Oliver's well-meant apology, recounting how I now understood that love sometimes requires us to open our doors, be they metaphorical or literal, to those we fear might disturb our carefully crafted solitude. Jamie nodded thoughtfully, offering me a smile that was understanding yet tinged with sadness, and in that moment, I recognized the strength within vulnerability. It was okay to feel afraid, it was okay to be uncertain. I realize now that receiving love, whether it's from a person or a furry companion, meant stepping into the unknown, but it is also where the most profound connections could blossom. The days became less about confrontation and more about connection. About sharing our lives openly rather than behind walls built from past hurts. Then came the night that brought everything together, a night that served as a reminder of the journey I had taken since Oliver's heartfelt apology. It was a brisk winter evening, and I settled down to enjoy a quiet night with a cup of tea. The world outside was painted in white, the street lamps casting a warm glow against the snow, while inside, my two cats curled contentedly on my legs. I flipped open my journal, a ritual I had embraced as I gathered my thoughts, documenting the emotional clarity that had graced my life in recent months. Suddenly, Oliver leapt from my lap onto the desk, his little paws tapping against the pages until he settled beside me, staring up with those piercing green eyes as if he were reading my mind. It struck me that there was a profound sense of gratitude swelling within me, gratitude not just for Oliver and Luna but for the whole journey that had brought me to this moment. I leaned down, giving Oliver a gentle scratch behind the ears, and said aloud, "Thank you for teaching me how to love again." When Luna nudged her head against my hand, insisting on her share of affection, I felt an overwhelming sense of connection, a comforting reminder that sometimes the most precious breakthroughs come from the most unexpected places. In the blend of their fuzzy warmth and the tranquil ambience of the room, I embraced the idea that letting go of boundaries could be liberating, not just for myself but for the new family we were building together. As I closed my journal and let the stillness envelop me, I understood that life thrives in shared warmth, and perhaps, The most genuine apologies come wrapped in the soft fur of those who teach us the value of presence, love, and belonging. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as I sat alone at my desk, the soft click of my computer keys breaking the stillness of the late afternoon. There was a flicker of a notification on my screen, a question that had been posted to Ask Reddit, asking what topic one would choose to give a 1-hour informative speech about for $10,000 if they had no choice but to do so right then and there. The absurdity of it sparked a flicker of excitement. What if I really had to speak in front of a crowd? I found myself imagining various topics flickering through my mind. As a teacher, I had the privilege of learning alongside my students, unraveling the mysteries of the world through our discussions. My stature as a seasoned educator shifted somewhere deep within me as I fought the creeping anxiety at the thought of standing before a crowd, my heart racing at the idea of being thrust into the spotlight. After a brief moment of considering the daunting task, I settled on something that had always lingered in the background of my passions: the significance of storytelling through community history. It was a topic close to my heart, woven into the threads of my own life. I began to visualize the faces of the community members I knew, rich in stories yet unchronicled, the small-town narratives that rarely found a place in textbooks, the tales of resilience, heartbreak, and triumph shared over coffee and pie at the local diner. But as I settled into my daydream of an eager crowd nodding respectfully at my passionate presentation, a sudden shift occurred. The hum in the room became punctuated by an abrupt voice: "You have to give a speech right now." The words echoed in my mind for a moment, and I looked up, convinced I was imagining things. But the stern figure in front of me was real, a classmate from college, Mike, who had always been an extroverted whirlwind, charismatic in a way I envied. "You said you could talk about anything. This is your chance to show what you've got. $10,000. He persisted, eyes wide with an infectious enthusiasm that I couldn't quite resist. The mixture of disbelief, amusement, and an adrenaline surge washed over me. In an instant, I found my mind racing with the knowledge I wanted to impart. As I stood, I felt a familiar heaviness settle in my chest, the nagging fear of public speaking, the memories of stumbling over my words in past endeavors washed over me like waves. Yet, I breathed in deeply, and the anticipation of the unexpected opportunity compelled me forward, my feet moving before my mind could intervene. Mike led me toward an impromptu gathering of colleagues in the next conference room. My heart thudded against my ribs, a metronome marking each passing second as I gathered my thoughts amidst the friendly jabs and encouraging nods from familiar faces. Once I reached the front of the makeshift room, I paused, glancing across the assortment of eager eyes. I noticed a few raised eyebrows and smirks. But there was also a palpable curiosity. I took a deep breath, my voice hiccuping at first as I began to speak about community storytelling, the importance of listening, archiving, and sharing our histories. Each word that slipped from my lips grew more confident as I dove deeper into how weaving together the fabric of a community helps nurture connections. With each anecdote shared, I saw nods of understanding and glimpses of recognition. It became more than just a speech, it was a dialogue that blossomed into a shared experience, reminding me of those conversations that punctuated our everyday lives. As I reached the crescendo of my narrative, I felt as if the pieces of me that often laid dormant found their rhythm, summoning melancholic memories while dancing joyously with hope. When I finally concluded, the room erupted in applause, a flood of appreciation that momentarily washed away my insecurities. I laughed lightly, feeling a mix of relief and gratitude. As Mike approached with a cheeky grin and a mock bow, the ripples of unexpected camaraderie pushed against the boundaries of my initial awkwardness, redefining my perception of myself and the impact I could create. As time passed, the impromptu speech became a topic of light-hearted conversation, an unexpected spark igniting new projects centered on oral histories within our community. I decided to dedicate my weekends to recording interviews with locals, documenting their stories for a collaborative project blending art and history. Reflecting on this experience taught me that sometimes, the greatest opportunities emerge from the most frightening moments, nudging us to grow right through our fears. A final thought lingered in my mind: we all have stories worth telling, ones that shape who we are. A week later, I posted an update on the thread. It had turned out the impromptu speech was merely the beginning of a beautiful venture, and as I felt the warmth of community around me, I knew I had found a piece of myself I had previously overlooked, a reminder that sometimes, the most important stories are our own. A week later, I had posted an update on the thread, sharing how that impromptu speech had turned into so much more than just a fleeting moment of terror. It dawned on me as I sat in my living room, the faint hum of the city outside a comforting backdrop, how that day had been a pebble tossed into the still waters of my life, creating ripples I hadn't anticipated. Initially, when the adrenaline had faded and the laughter of my colleagues had turned into a playful joke, I felt lightheaded, a bit disoriented about what I had opened up to. But with each passing day, the realization of the audience's genuine interest in my experiences began to take root in my mind, pushing me to explore deeper expressions of myself, into the realms of vulnerability I had long buried under layers of caution and self-doubt. So, I started a blog, gradually crafting narratives around the various facets of my life, the heartbreak of my college years, the joy of falling in love, and the quiet pangs of loneliness that sometimes sneaked in even in a crowded room. Those stories transformed, reflecting my sorrow, my laughter, and my fears in a way that felt both cleansing and electrifying, almost as if I were giving them voice for the first time. I shared it with friends, unsure about their reaction, expecting just polite nods and smiles, but instead, I received heartfelt messages of gratitude and appreciation, each one a reminder that we all navigated the same phases of life, sometimes feeling utterly alone. Encouraged, I reached out to an audience wider than my circle of acquaintances. I began to hear echoes of my thoughts and feelings reverberate through the comments and emails that flooded in. Readers shared their own tales, stories tinged with sorrow and redemption, thanking me for speaking out, as if in that open space I had created, they found a platform to unveil their truths. A month later, I hosted an online event titled Tell Your Story, inviting everyone from strangers to friends to step into the virtual spotlight and share. That night, I felt a glaze of contentment wash over me as I listened to voices from all walks of life, each one weaving pieces of their hearts into the fabric of our shared experience. It was a cacophony of human emotion and connection, resembling a melodic symphony wherein each note represented pain, growth, love, and resilience. I had no idea the event would gather hundreds, or that it would light a spark in my heart, a yearning to explore storytelling as both a medium and a means of healing for myself and others. As the sun dipped below the horizon and cast a warm glow through my window, I reflected on how a simple, terrifying moment of being thrown into the spotlight had acted as a catalyst for growth. Crafting my stories felt like stitching together broken pieces of a beautiful quilt, where each patch represented a fragment of experience, an echo of who I was and who I aimed to become. I paraphrased that sentiment in my follow-up post, sharing how the connections I had cultivated opened my eyes to the weight of our stories and how vital they are within this vast universe of forgotten voices. As the comments rolled in, filled with encouragement and resonance, I smiled at my screen, feeling the kinship that came from revealing our raw parts. Reflecting back, I realized how the task of giving an hour-long speech had propelled me forward into a journey rich with discovery, pervaded by the understanding that when we each tell our stories, however trivial they may seem, we breathe life into others, creating a vibrant tapestry of shared human experience. And as I let that thought settle comfortably in my mind, I whispered a quiet promise to myself: I would continue to share, continue to connect, and allow this newfound sense of purpose to blossom into something greater than I could ever fathom at that moment. So, I made it my mission to seek out opportunities to share my experiences, no matter how mundane they might seem on the surface. The following weekend, I found myself at a local community center, where a group of individuals from all walks of life gathered to share their truths. The atmosphere hummed with anticipation, a vibrant tapestry of voices ready to be woven together. I watched as each person stood up, some trembling with nerves, others bursting with energy, and with every story told, I felt a flicker of connection. My own turn approached, and, recalling the buzz of the audience from my first speech, I took a deep breath, recalling the way they leaned in, engaged and willing to absorb what I had to say. When I spoke, it was about vulnerability, the invisible weight it carries, the power in opening up. I shared a poignant memory from my childhood, a time when I had felt out of place and alone at school until, one day, a kindred spirit had approached me. As I recounted how that single act of friendship had turned my world upside down in the best way possible, the room filled with murmurs of recognition and connection. It was then I understood that we all grapple with our own insecurities, grappling silently until someone dares to cut through the noise and reach out. The joy of sharing and the profound weight of connection lingered long after I stepped down from that makeshift stage, and in that moment, I realized that this was the nourishment I had hungered for: validation, compassion, and understanding. Days turned into weeks, and I became a regular at the community center, leading workshops and discussions on storytelling and the power it holds, finding joy in helping others craft their narratives. The feedback was overwhelming, stories flowed like water, and each shared experience seemed to shine a light on hidden corners of our lives we might otherwise carry alone. One evening, we hosted a storytelling night that had drawn in a larger crowd than I had anticipated, a mix of familiar faces and strangers eager to share. I sat back in the corner, a warm glow settling over me, serving as a gentle reminder of how far I had come. The air buzzed with laughter, tears, and gasps, and I listened intently, feeling almost like a proud guardian of this burgeoning community. After the event, I noticed a woman who had been sitting quietly at the back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. When I approached her, she simply embraced me, and in that moment, I felt the undeniable power of connection, that a few shared words could transcend individual stories and shape something much bigger. A few months later, I received an unexpected message. Someone had suggested I compile the stories I had encountered into a book, separate and distinct narratives that collectively illustrated the breadth of human experience. It felt like an invitation to explore a greater purpose, a chance to preserve the moments that had touched me so deeply. It was daunting, but I took a leap of faith, pouring each tale into my own reflections until they mingled together in a rhythm that felt just right. With every chapter, I penned not just the stories but the threads that pulled our lives together, dissimilar yet intertwined. Finally, the day came when I held the first printed copy in my hands, my heart swelled with pride and vulnerability alike. As I stood at the community center table, selling the book, I was met with enemy fear and familiar joy. To my surprise, familiar faces flooded in, sharing their thoughts about how storytelling had impacted their lives and how my journey had inspired them. I felt a sense of fulfillment wash over me, a quiet recognition tinged with joy. It was no longer just about me. This had grown into an extension of us all, breathing life into the stories that shaped the fabric of our existence. People left with copies in hand and a spark in their eyes, and among them was the woman from that first storytelling night. She approached, her voice soft but resolute. "Thank you for creating this space. Thank you for gathering us." Little did she know how infinitely grateful I felt for that simple moment of acknowledgement. As the months passed and I continued sharing my book, the threads of community solidified, weaving us closer together, transforming strangers into allies, kindred spirits in shared struggles. It became clear how the act of telling stories was nothing less than an invitation to be seen. It was an avenue for us to collectively heal. My initial fears had melted away, giving me the courage to step into vulnerability, and from that, a radiant community emerged, fostering warmth and compassion. It was as if my story had been but a pebble, cast into still water, sending ripples far beyond anything I could have anticipated. There was no final chapter, only an open-ended tale of connection and resilience that carried on, echoing the sentiment I had first encountered, a reminder that we all have stories worth sharing. And as I closed my eyes at night, I let the whispers of those stories settle into my heart, a song of humanity reminding me we were all in this together, forever intertwined in the powerful, beautiful tapestry that is life. It was a chill evening on New Year's Eve, the kind that held the promise of frozen fingers and warm hearts, but all I could think about was the weight of last year's responsibilities hanging over me like an unwelcome storm cloud. I could hear my family laughing and cheering in the living room while I sat on the wooden steps just outside the house, the chill penetrating through my jeans as I watched the colorful lights twinkle against the night sky. My name is Sam, and for the past 3 years, I had become the designated driver every single holiday. I loved my family, no doubt, but as the laughter echoed in the background, I couldn't help but feel a mix of resentment and exhaustion building within me. The beer-soaked promises of one last wild night had turned into a repetitive ritual where everyone else got to indulge while I faded into the shadows, always the one stuck waiting to make sure the fun didn't drive anyone into a ditch. The irony stung, especially when sort of a family tradition drew me away from the joy of the occasion. I knew I wasn't the type to start trouble, but tonight felt different. It felt like I was suffocating under the weight of expectations, a weight I had carried alone for far too long. So as midnight approached and my siblings began their enthusiastic chants of "Let's hit the town," while simultaneously cracking open drinks like it was an Olympic sport, I made the choice to step back. I decided I wouldn't partake this year, wouldn't shove the corks back into their champagne bottles or preemptively decline the drinks proffered to me. Instead, I summoned the nerve to voice what had been festering in my heart, and I found my father first, his hair turning silver under the living room lights, his laugh resonating like the chime of a joyful bell. "Dad, I need to talk," I said, feeling the lump of anxiety building in my throat. The laughter died down momentarily, and a palpable shift in the atmosphere flickered. "I'm not going to be the designated driver tonight." My family looked at me as though I had declared war on New Year's itself. The disappointment in their eyes stung more than I had anticipated, and while they, of course, understood the role I had played in our new tradition, my refusal was met with confusion followed by rising irritation, not just from my siblings but even from the adults who had initially cheered for my sacrifice. I heard the murmurs growing louder. "What do you mean? It's just one night. And come on, Sam, don't ruin it for us. Echoed all around. My heart sank deeper with every voice, and doubts began worming their way into my mind. Could I really be that selfish? Was I truly ruining something so beautiful that we had shared? It felt as if guilt was wrapping around me like a tight blanket, smothering any hope of relief I had briefly felt. But just as quickly as the waves of uncertainty crashed in, they receded slightly when I decided to lay down my own terms. I proposed that we could all celebrate at home, together, no bar, no drunken escapades, just the five of us playing games, laughing, and counting down to the new year in the comfort of our own space. My mother's pleading eyes softened as they met mine, and I saw that she understood my need for balance. After a brief but intense back and forth that fizzled into silence, they ultimately agreed, albeit reluctantly. As we set up for a night under the glow of fairy lights and the warmth of shared laughter, I felt lighter somehow, as if I had carved an opening in the dam of expectations that had held me captive. We settled down to play games, eating homemade snacks, and toasting with soda as if we were the most sophisticated group of partygoers. In those moments of laughter, it became painfully clear that I had not ruined New Year's Eve. Rather, I allowed the festivity to shift from an obligation to a genuine celebration of connection that had felt lost amidst the chaos of tradition. Midnight arrived, and we cheered as one. I found myself wishing this would become our new ritual instead of the frantic runs to the bar and the drunken chaos our nights had often turned into. Now, reflecting on that chaotic night, I realized this was not merely an act of defiance but a necessary step towards reclaiming my joy in the midst of expectations. Everyone called it the most memorable New Year they had experienced since childhood, and I smiled a little when I recalled the surprise and glee in their eyes. Still, a small knot of anxiety clung to me, eager to know if my stance had indeed bruised familial bonds or somehow deepened them in the quiet of our shared moments. It wasn't until I received a text from my brother a few weeks later, thanking me for that evening, that I finally exhaled. "We can always go out next year, but I'm glad you stood your ground. It's time we return to what really matters," he said. I know now that sometimes, to embrace soul-deep happiness, one has to willingly stand against the tide and carve out their own space, catching tranquility amidst the noise. After all, joy doesn't only lie in the indulgence of reckless abandon but in the laughter exchanged in simple moments with the people we love the most. As the snow began to melt, revealing patches of earth long hidden beneath the winter's blanket, I found myself reflecting on my brother's message more often than I expected. It was odd how something that had started as a tense confrontation about my role as the designated driver had blossomed into a deeper conversation about our family's values. I spent time thinking about the chaos of that New Year's Eve, the loud music, the clinking glasses full of champagne, and the hazy laughter that seemed to surround everyone but me. Although I had been holding the weight of bitterness for being left out while my family indulged, my brother's kind words encouraged me to let that go. Life carried on, as it tends to do. Spring teased us with its gentle warmth, coaxing the world back into color. Yet, a sense of calm lingered like a forgotten melody from the past, and I began to crave more of that simplicity, more of those genuine, heartwarming gatherings that felt like home. I started initiating these moments, hosting small get-togethers where laughter and conversation flowed freely. We played board games, cooked meals together, and relished in the joy that came from spending time as a family without the distractions of a raucous night out. One Saturday evening, I invited my family over for dinner, fully knowing my mother would undoubtedly bring her infamous baked ZT and my father would come armed with a bottle of red wine that had likely been aging since before I was born. As the familiar smells wafted through the air, I took a moment to appreciate how much it meant to have the people I loved gathered in one spot, free from the pressures of expectation or indulgence. We began to share stories about our lives, and it was during this gathering that I realized my younger sister hadn't been quite herself lately. While everyone chuckled uproariously at my dad's corny jokes, I watched her face, which carried a glimmer of sadness behind her smile. Later in the evening, I pulled her aside into the quiet of the kitchen while the others continued their merriment in the dining room. She looked at me hesitantly, and my heart sank. "Are you okay?" I asked, my voice soft and concerned. What unfolded was a tapestry of emotions, as she revealed worries about her own life decisions, feeling lost and pressured to keep up appearances. "I wish I could just be happy without feeling like I have to do what everyone expects," she confided, and in that moment, her words struck a chord deep within me. I wanted to tell her about the clarity I'd found since that tumultuous New Year's Eve, how it was okay to forge our unique paths in search of what genuine happiness felt like, but instead, I simply hugged her tightly. She seemed surprised, but after a moment, she melted into the embrace. As weeks continued to unravel, I saw my family transform, all of us nursing sprouted seeds of newfound understanding. Our gatherings morphed into mini rituals of love, no longer needing the chaos of parties or the allure of nightlife to find joy. We went on picnics at the local park, took day trips to the coast, and even set up a movie night under the stars in my backyard. Each time we gathered, unfiltered laughter echoed and the glimmers of hope rose in our hearts. Then, one evening, as the summer sun dipped below the horizon, bathing everything in amber light, my brother called me. "You know, I've been thinking," he said, his tone slightly hesitant, "I miss the way we used to celebrate the holidays without the stress." I hadn't expected that vulnerability from him, and it felt good to know that my stand held weight not just for myself, but for all of us. "Me too," I replied, a warmth spreading through my chest. "Let's promise each other that next New Year's, we create our own version of what celebration means to us, just us." As we spoke, I felt a bittersweet exhilaration. The new understanding among us transformed our previous traditions into something deeper, a rhythm that reflected who we had become rather than who we used to be. I realized then that standing my ground had sparked a revolution of sorts, in the form of connection and understanding within my family. It was a journey of rediscovery, where we learned that self-advocacy could pave the way for authentic relationships. And as the next New Year's Eve approached, I no longer felt the heaviness of the past, rather, I carried a placid certainty that our celebration would be remembered for its simplicity rather than revelry, for its acceptance rather than pressure. Reflecting once more on the past year, I understood more clearly now that shifting tides, though daunting, could lead us back to the shores of our own happiness, where the heart is light, laughter is abundant, and every moment spent together feels like a gift. I smiled at the thought of it all. Sometimes, to catch tranquility amidst the noise, you simply have to be brave enough to carve your own path. As the days passed into the new year, I often found myself thinking of my brother's text, his words echoing in my mind like gentle reminders of the importance of authenticity. It was invigorating, really, to feel that I had been true to myself, allowing the roots of tradition to pull us closer rather than tear us apart. My family had always been like a tightly wound clock, each spinning hand representing a different personality, a distinct desire. But somewhere along the way, we had lost the harmony of a simple timepiece, opting instead for a dazzling but chaotic illusion of celebration. I found solace in knowing that I had helped reorient that clock just a little, allowing us to tick in rhythm once again. New Year's Day dawned brightly, the winter sun streaming through the frosted windows, painting the room in hues of gold. The warmth of family filled the air, laughter erupting as my nieces and nephews darted around, their tiny feet padding eagerly across the floors, picking up on a contagious energy that promised adventure in the mundane. We gathered around the table, a feast of comfort food laid before us, rich with the sense of roasted meats and home-baked breads, and that familiar twinge of nostalgia pulled me back to childhood. We shared stories, moments of joy, heartache, and past resolutions colliding in a beautiful mess of chatter and shared laughter. I felt a swell of gratitude watching my parents, their faces softened with age but animated with love, gleaming as they witnessed the whirl of activity. My mother glided in with a tray of desserts, her smile radiating warmth, and for a moment I was reminded of the countless New Year's celebrations we had inadvertently sidelined for busier, more extravagant gatherings. Wandering through the gentle living room chatter, thumping music, and the intoxicating aroma of baked goods, I recalled the feeling of disillusionment I had once held about family gatherings. There was something so profoundly satisfying about stepping back and creating a quieter kind of connection, one untainted by expectations. We played board games that day, nothing elaborate, just the classics that brought a sense of familiarity and connection. I felt the worries of the past year melt away in those moments, absorbed in the simple joy of companionship, shared victories, and playful banter. My sister and I shared glances often, nodding knowingly, our hearts full as we recalled that fateful New Year's Eve of change. As evening drew near, and the sun sunk low, the golden light outside transformed into soft hues of lavender and indigo. I took a moment to step outside, breathing in the crisp air filled with the sense of pine and freshly fallen snow. I stood quietly on the porch, letting the chill wrap around me. From where I stood, I could hear laughter bouncing off the walls of our home, the sound resonating like music through the night. In that serene moment, I pondered how the world outside felt cold and chaotic, yet within the walls, everything was warm, safe, and messy, real. As I reflected on my decision from that previous New Year's Eve, I realized it wasn't about refusing fun or indulging in dullness, it was about saying yes to connection over chaos, love over obligations. I had discovered a new definition of joy. When I finally stepped back inside, the raucous laughter enveloped me like a long-lost friend. My heart soared as my brother rushed over to claim his turn at the board game, and I noticed the unspoken unity that hung in the air around us, an evolution from past mistakes into something beautifully different. As midnight approached, we all gathered, ready to face the upcoming decade together, a family again in tune with one another. When the clock struck 12, we exchanged hugs, whispered wishes for the year ahead, and breathed together in the promise of what was to come. There, surrounded by the echoes of laughter and the warmth of shared hearts, I understood that the path I chose had not just changed my journey but had rekindled a bond that was stronger and more assertive than ever, reminding me that sometimes, the bravest thing we can do is to embrace the ordinary. The richness of those moments would remain, timeless and golden, echoing softly in the chambers of our hearts. It was a crisp winter morning when my son and I arrived at the slopes, the air sharp and invigorating, promising a day filled with laughter and the thrill of gliding down glistening white hills. My son, Ethan, had only started skiing a couple of months prior but was already captivated by the sport. His enthusiasm was infectious. As a single parent, I cherished these moments spent together, feeling the weight of life melt away with each laugh as we bundled up against the cold. The excitement in his little voice as he beckoned me to a gentler slope warmed my heart. I watched him transform from a cautious beginner into a spirited skier. But as morning gave way to afternoon and we found ourselves at the base of a moderate hill, ready to take on a new challenge, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Ethan, energized by the promise of adventure, shot off ahead of me, his red helmet bobbing in the distance while I followed cautiously, knowing that he needed space to explore but also keeping a watchful eye on his technique. That's when I saw him, a man with a smug expression and a bright orange ski jacket, barreling down the hill. I initially mistook him for simply a confident skier, but I soon realized he had little regard for those around him. As if determined to prove his prowess, he sidestepped Ethan's path as they met in a tumble of limbs and sharp edges. I felt my heart drop as I watched Ethan crumple to the snowy ground, a frightened look on his face. Before I could reach him, the man clumsily skidded to a stop, his attention unfocused as he turned to check his own gear rather than caring for the child he had just collided with. I rushed over, my heart racing, and knelt beside Ethan, my hands brushing against the cold snow as I surveyed him for injuries. Thankfully, he appeared unharmed, but the tears welling up in his eyes rattled me more than any physical ailment could. Anger simmered just beneath the surface as I glanced at the man, who was now sauntering away, clearly unconcerned about the aftermath of his recklessness. "Are you okay, buddy?" I asked Ethan gently, my voice trembling with a mix of relief and rising fury at the man's arrogance. Yet the sting of humiliation mingled with my protective instincts. Was it overreacting to call ski patrol on someone who had scared my child? As I comforted Ethan, I could see he was growing more distressed by the second, overwhelmed by the sudden chaos of the moment. I took a breath and made the call. While waiting for the patrol to arrive, I watched the man laugh and joke with his friends nearby as if Ethan's experience was an amusing side note. The urge to confront him was palpable, but fear held me back, wondering if turning this into a spectacle would only upset Ethan more. The ski patrol arrived relatively quickly, assessing the situation with calm professionalism while I explained what had happened and how the man had disappeared into the background of the day, leaving a ripple of anxiety in his wake. They assured me Ethan was safe and that they would handle the matter, which left me feeling both relieved and a little uncertain about whether I had crossed a line. After they dealt with the incident, Ethan and I decided to take a break, curling up at a nearby cabin with steaming mugs of hot cocoa. As we sat there, I watched him slowly return to his bubbly self, animatedly discussing how he wanted to tackle the next slope while I mentally sifted through my choices. Had I been too harsh? Did intervening really matter? The warmth of the drink settled over me as Ethan's laughter filled the air. My heart was still heavy, but the fuller sense of parental protection began to outweigh it. When we returned to the slopes, I kept him close, monitoring every wave of excitement or fear reflected on his face. The thought could not help but linger: should I have chosen a different route? The incident haunted me, a nagging feeling not just of vigilance but of questioning my decisions, stacking against the joy of our day. That evening, while tucking Ethan into bed, I finally asked him what he thought about the day, and he smiled brightly, recounting the delicious cocoa and the fun of trying out new runs. "Did you see how I turned my skis to avoid that giant snow bump?" he asked. Relief washed over me. Perhaps in the midst of chaos, our little adventures had forged lessons that neither of us would forget. Updates floated through my mind as I reflected on the afternoon, pondering about talking to someone at the lodge about safety for the kids but largely trusting that the ski patrol had taken appropriate action. The next morning, I sat idly, scrolling through a local social media forum when I stumbled upon a post titled something like AITA for being a reckless skier. The familiar orange jacket leapt off the screen. It was the man from the previous day, recounting the incident but portraying himself as a misunderstood thrill seeker who had been wronged. I chuckled softly and felt a wave of empowerment wash over me, reinforcing that I did the right thing for my son. The story rolled through my mind as I sipped my coffee. Life was often a toss-up of what's right or wrong, but when it involved safeguarding my child, I knew I'd take the ski patrol every time. As I sat there, watching the steam rise from my mug, my thoughts danced between the warmth of the cafe and the icy chaos of yesterday's events. The mountain air clung to me still, its crispness a sharp reminder of that too-close encounter. My son, Jason, had been so excited to hit the slopes for the first time. The anticipation was evident in his wide-eyed, bouncing energy as we strapped on our skis, the bright sun glistening off the powdery white snow. I had watched him glide cautiously at first, a little awkward but admirable in his determination. I couldn't help but grin as he cautiously maneuvered between the ever-present shadows of seasoned skiers. That grin had faded quickly when the orange-clad man hurtled down the mountain like a rogue missile, his skis gleaming with reckless intentions. There was no slowing down, no effort to avoid my son, and the moment became a blur. I remember calling out, but my voice was swallowed by the wind as Jason was knocked off his feet, landing with an audible thud, his little body tumbling into a snowdrift. The panic that washed over me was paralyzing. I rushed to my boy, my heart hammering, unwilling to look away from the damage that could have been done. Thankfully, he just had a couple of bruises that would fade, but the feeling of fear lingered long after. As ski patrol whisked the man away, their disbelief mirrored my own. He was so enthralled by the thrill of skiing that he had overlooked his responsibility to other skiers. The disbelief turned into anger when I saw him posting about the incident online, morphing the narrative to paint himself as a victim instead of the man who had charged through a family day like a bull in a china shop. It made my blood boil, that arrogant dismissal of consequence. I pondered whether I was too quick to call ski patrol, but my internal mantra of protectiveness soothed my guilt. I had acted out of fierce love for my son. That night, I spoke to Jason about the importance of safety and respect on the slopes. He nodded, his bright spirit unscathed by the day's events. "Dad, he just didn't see me. I still want to ski," he declared, determination lining his young brow. A mixture of pride and fear twisted in my chest. A kind of courage blossomed in him that I deeply admired, even if it made my heart race with worry. As days passed, I kept peeking into the online forums where the orange jacket guy had been, watching him twist words to become a skiing legend when he was just a reckless distraction. Then, something shifted, the comments began taking a turn. More skiers echoed our experience, pointing out his reckless behavior and demanding accountability. It felt comforting to know that I wasn't alone in my assessment. The twisted perspectives attempting to absolve his actions had no traction. It seemed everyone else saw it as clearly as I had. I even gathered the courage to participate, sharing how his actions had endangered my son and that safety should always trump thrill-seeking thrills. Months later, as I skimmed through the old posts, I reached one that caught my eye. AITA for apologizing to a parent after reflecting on my reckless skiing? It was the same orange jacket, though this time the tone was remorseful. The author spoke candidly about self-reflection and growth since that fateful day. I couldn't help but shake my head, the past merging awkwardly with the present. Though it was gratifying to see someone take accountability, a part of me resented the years lost to careless decisions. I closed my laptop and turned my gaze into the depth of winter as it changed to dusk. Jason was at the window, captivated by the falling snow, his laughter a bright star amidst the swirling white. Perhaps life was less about the transgressions of others and more about how we chose to love and nurture, to build characters and let them shine. The glow in my son's eyes was enough to make me forget the orange jacket and all it represented. The love I held for him ignited my understanding that we all fall, we all learn, and sometimes we must confront the slopes for the world to truly thrive. As the evening settled in and the warmth of the fireplace flickered shadows on the walls, I found a sense of calm wrap around me, interlaced with the soothing sounds of the crackling logs. I watched Jason dance around the room, his little feet gliding over the polished wood like they had learned to ski themselves, each movement a testament to unbridled joy. It was in these quiet moments, away from the chaos of the ski slopes and the bitterness of confrontation, that I found clarity. The way he playfully mimicked the ski patrol with a makeshift rescue backboard, a cushion from the couch draped over his shoulders, made me smile. My heart warmed with the thought that the incident on the slopes, while harrowing, had embedded itself in a lesson of safety and respect that I hoped would shape Jason's adventures in the years to come. With a steaming mug of cocoa in hand, I settled into the couch, letting the aroma wrap around me like a cozy blanket. My phone vibrated, and I instinctively grabbed it, half expecting another distasteful rant from the orange-jacketed antagonist. Instead, it was a notification from Reddit. Jason's antics had drawn the attention of my post, a flurry of comments that ranged from supportive to downright accusatory. I chuckled softly, reminded of how the public realm could partition experiences so neatly into heroes and villains, spectator and participator. But as I read through the comments, a sense of community enveloped me. Many echoed my thoughts, recognizing that in the world of parenting, we don't always have time for gray areas. Suddenly, my musings were interrupted by a soft knock at the door. I glanced towards Jason, who had momentarily halted his playful theatrics, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. I opened the door to find Leah, our neighbor, with her 2 kids, bundled up against the cold. "We heard you had hot cocoa," she said, grinning widely. Her laughter melded with the sounds of snowfall, brightening our home even more. The kids rushed in, their cold cheeks rosy and eyes sparkling. Jason's laughter reignited as he pulled them into his playtime adventure, and the atmosphere shifted. In the midst of our newfound gathering, I realized that life's slopes could be treacherous, but they also gave rise to moments of incredible joy and connection. I welcomed Leah and her children, brewed fresh cocoa, and chuckled as they retold their ski adventures and mishaps. Each tale unfolded as gently as the snowflakes twirling outside, a reminder of how laughter and camaraderie could soften the sharp edges of an unfortunate day. As the night progressed, we worked together to build a fort with blankets and pillows, creating a sanctuary of laughter in our living room. I could see how these interactions knitted the fabric of community and camaraderie, and I forgot the weight of the perpetrator's orange jacket as I engaged with the now familiar chaos. Every fit of giggles, every slight mischief, and even the way the kids tossed snowballs wove a thread of warmth that contrasted against the chilly world outside, reminding me that while I had stood firm on the slopes, ensuring my son's safety, my real battle was here, fostering a space free of judgment and full of love. The evening dragged on, fading into night, with stories exchanged and cocoa cups emptied. Just as I was beginning to feel drowsy, my phone buzzed again. The thread on my earlier post had exploded with notifications. I glanced at the screen with fatigue but curiosity. More stories shared, sympathies and remembrances of their own cultish orange jacket encounters, and unexpected words of encouragement. One comment, in particular, struck me: "Every time you stand up for your child, the world gets a little bit brighter." I smiled, taking a deep breath. It felt like a love letter to every parent grappling with their role in protecting their children amidst the unforgiving terrain of the world. Settled back into the couch, I closed my eyes, letting the sounds of laughter swirl around me like the snow outside, enveloping me in a cocoon of warmth. I realized that we must all navigate our slopes, but what mattered more than the falls or daring escapes was how we choose to love, nurture, and advocate for those we hold dear. That night, as Jason drifted off to sleep surrounded by remnants of his excitement, I too surrendered to the calm of the moment, feeling reassured that each step I took for him was a step towards fostering resilience and strength, something I hoped would carry him even beyond the ski slopes. It all began with a simple email that landed in my inbox on a dreary Wednesday morning. The subject line read "Payroll, important update," and in a moment of both dread and curiosity, I clicked it open. You see, I've never been the kind of person to make a fuss. I work quietly as an accounting clerk in a mid-size firm, diligently toiling away for a paycheck that barely helped me keep my head above water. I'm a 28-year-old woman navigating the world with a tinge of anxiety and a lifelong struggle to pay bills on time, all while wrestling with the looming shadow of student loans that felt more like a hungry beast than an obligation. The email explained that they were implementing a new payroll system, and while I barely glanced at the details, I noticed a mention of bonus adjustments and temporary increases which piqued my interest. I hadn't thought much of it until the following Friday when my paycheck arrived, and reality hit me like a tidal wave. My eyes skimmed over the digits displayed in my online banking app until they came to a complete stop, staring in disbelief. I was overpaid, by a lot. The total was 5 times my usual paycheck, and a wave of excitement washed over me so instantaneously that I found it hard to breathe. Was it a mistake? A windfall? I rushed to my laptop, retracing my steps through the payroll system, but everything seemed to check out. After skimming through the company's online manual on payroll adjustments, I was relieved to find that they had mentioned this would happen. However, the ramifications of keeping this money loomed over my head like an anxious cloud. For the first few days, I couldn't deter the bliss that came with being suddenly affluent. I treated myself to my favorite meals, replaced my sorely lacking wardrobe with outfits that made me feel like a new woman, and even allowed myself a weekend trip to a quaint little cabin by the lakeside where I could finally breathe away from my work. Each indulgence felt bittersweet, a thrilling escape from my grind, tempered with guilt for indulging in what felt like ill-gotten gains. As the weeks passed, I wondered how long I could keep this up. Each paycheck became a new thrill in the world of possibilities. I cleaned my apartment, nurtured plants that previously hung on the brink of life, and took my friends out for drinks that ended with uproarious laughter echoing against the bar walls, their expressions of glee making every decision feel justified. But clouds of dread hovered closely nearby. Thoughts of consequence gnawed at my insides during the quiet moments at night, where I lay restless, the weight of the secret driving a wedge between my high spirits and reality. I convinced myself I had no choice but to keep the facade, that it was too risky to report the glitch. After all, I had never even stepped foot into the town hall of corporate policy. I was there to do my job, not to interpret the rules. All it would take was one slip, one whispered word about my newfound fortune, and I could find myself not only out of a job but embroiled in a terrible situation that I wasn't prepared to navigate. Months passed, I found myself submerged in this intricate web of deceit, mingling pleasure with a hefty splash of paranoia. The anxiety thickened each time payroll day came around, and the thought lingered, gnawing at my thoughts like a mouse in the night. I could feel the ultimatum building, bringing the reality crashing down until one afternoon while sitting at my desk, I was blindsided by an urgent email marked important notice which sent my heart racing. It was a request from HR, calling a company-wide meeting to discuss payroll discrepancies. The words swirled around in my mind like confetti thrown into the air before crashing to the ground as a harsh truth settled in. They knew. They must have confirmed the miscalculations, ran their audits, and deduced I was likely involved. My stomach churned, and I felt the icy grip of despair tighten around my chest. The realization hit me hard. I had grown so used to my false safety blanket of extra funds that I couldn't even begin to imagine relinquishing them now, the very thought terrifying me into frozen paralysis. The day of the meeting arrived with a clarity that I wished I could escape. Standing in front of my colleagues, I felt like an imposter, bound by the walls of my own constructed greed. The HR manager explained the error and expressed their process for rectification, but a strange anticipation filled the room, as eyes darted back to my direction. I wrestled with my emotions, staring down at my clasped hands, feeling that if I let my tongue slip, it would only shatter the already delicate stage we stood upon. In a moment that needed no hesitation, perhaps spurred on by the weight of my debts and my guilt, I decided to come clean. I raised my hand, my voice breaking through a silence that shrouded the department. I think I might have been one of those overpaid. As the murmurs filled the room, I could sense curiosity mixed with disbelief. The HR manager nodded thoughtfully, calling me up in a tone that indicated more than just professional grace. In that instant, an invisible burden lifted off my shoulders, a relief I hadn't known I was seeking. The interview that followed was surprisingly gentle. They asked me questions, assured me things would be sorted, and even nodded when I expressed my genuine confusion about how it all happened. My honesty seemed to be met with kindness, rather than scorn. Days later, after tension smoothed out and the firm welcomed a collective sigh of temporary relief, I found myself hesitantly optimistic. The company worked with me, allowing me to pay back the overpaid balance in manageable deductions taken directly from my subsequent checks. The relief flooded my spirit like the spring rains after a long winter, and in tandem with the trust I'd gained back with my coworkers, I felt grounded. As a quiet reflection, I'd learned a plethora of life lessons in those months, about honesty, about the currency of trust, and about genuinely valuing what I already had. And as for the meeting that had once infused dread into my veins, it turned out to be the turning point where I could not only salvage my job but craft deeper relationships within my workplace. Now, as I close my eyes at night, the weight of secret remorse has settled onto soft pillows of new beginnings, and I find that the true bounty of unexpected fortune lies not in dollars, but in the peace of being was wholly true. Looking back, it wasn't only about the glitch, it was a lesson on what happens when you find yourself standing at the crossroads of opportunity and ethical discovery. If I had a chance to offer anyone a piece of advice, it would be this: sometimes, the hardest confessions yield the sweetest outcomes, tethered to authenticity, which, much like a deep breath, can release the most burdensome of weights. Update: a few months later, after I'd regained my balance at work and developed friends with my colleagues through concrete illusions of trust, I received an unexpected email from my HR manager. Their words acknowledged my honesty and an unanticipated promotion due in part to the integrity I displayed. Life never ceases to entertain a curveball, and this new opportunity was one that I humbly accepted, smiling at the gentle lesson wrapped inside the embrace of everyday existence. When I first read the email from my HR manager, a strange mix of disbelief and elation coursed through me. The promotion was more than just a title bump, it came with a salary increase that, while not nearly as outrageous as the one I had accidentally benefited from during that glitch, was significant enough to make my heart race with possibilities. My fingers trembled slightly as I typed out my response, gratitude spilling from my thoughts onto the screen in a flurry of acknowledgments and excitement. Yet, there was a twinge of unease nestled within my heart, a soft reminder that while I had experienced fortuitous fortune, my colleagues were still working tirelessly, unaware of the inner transitions I'd undergone. When I walked into the office that Monday morning, my usual routine was invigorated by the prospect of my new responsibilities. The air felt charged, almost electric, but with every friendly smile exchanged and casual conversation I engaged in, I couldn't shake the feeling that I owed my team a deeper layer of transparency. The last few months had shaped me tremendously. Honest conversations about ethics and accountability had sparked friendships among my peers. I found myself reveling in camaraderie and shared laughter, the kind that stitched together hearts and minds in a workplace filled with mundane tasks and the occasional coffee break chatter. Yet somewhere in the back of my mind, guilt lingered like a shadow. Could I truly relish this achievement, knowing how it grew from a moment of chaos and moral ambiguity? As the morning faded, I huddled in a conference room for our monthly team meeting, where I listened to my colleagues discuss their struggles, their victories, and everything in between. Their drive inspired me, and as my new role would place me in a position to support them more directly, I felt the need to share my journey, the good, the bad, and the ugly, with the team. At the end of the meeting, as the group wrapped up with a round of thanks and recognition, I cleared my throat, the hesitant silence punctuated by the shifting in chairs. "Hey, everyone," I began, voice slightly wavering. "Before we leave, I wanted to share something with you all. It seems a bit weird maybe, but I think you deserve to know a part of my journey here." The room turned attentive, curiosity swirling in their eyes, and I began to recount my experience with the payroll glitch, the guilt, my honesty, and how it led to my unexpected promotion. I explored my emotions, the fears of judgment battling with my desire to connect and be truthful. When I finished, the room fell silent for a heartbeat that felt like an eternity, but then, one by one, I saw smiles and nods bloom among my colleagues. "Wow, that's brave of you to share," one of them said, their voice warm and inviting. "We appreciate the transparency. It's refreshing." Another chimed in, and soon voices were mingling in a tapestry of support, stories shared, and laughter at the absurdity of life's twists. Through that candid moment, I felt the weight of my earlier guilt lifted, replaced by a profound connection that tethered us together in the shared unpredictability of our paths. The weeks that followed were punctuated by collaborative projects and an exhilarating sense of unity. I became dedicated not only to performing my new duties well but also to creating an environment where honesty was celebrated and shared burdens were lightened. The team flourished, nurturing creativity and innovation. I could finally say I didn't just have a job, I had a family, a tapestry of stories woven together by trust. Reflecting on that period, I savored lessons stitched into my daily actions and interactions around the water cooler gossip and shared lunches. Life truly is a series of beautiful confessions leading to unexpected gifts. Just when I thought I'd hit my peak, I learned the true value is in the relationships we cultivate, tinted with authenticity, humility, and a sense of humor that helps us navigate the bizarre realities that life throws our way. And as I go to bed tonight, I feel a peace knowing that each day is a chance to weave new stories into the fabric of our collective experience, curving gracefully into the unknown. Perhaps that's what life is all about, embracing the glitches, the flaws, and the moments where honesty truly becomes our currency, a continued lasting lesson echoing softly in the chambers of my heart. As I settled into bed that night, the weight of the past few months drifted like autumn leaves, gentle reminders of growth and change. The promotion had been more than an unexpected turn in my career, it seeped into the crevices of my day-to-day life, cultivating a deeper appreciation for my colleagues and the shared spaces we inhabited. I began nurturing friendships that felt like fresh blooms in the garden of my existence, moments filled with laughter over lunch breaks and genuine conversations that spilled into after-work gatherings. I recalled one chilly evening just a few weeks after receiving the promotion, when my coworkers and I gathered at a local bar, the air thick with the scent of spiced cider and the chatter of laughter. We traded stories about insignificant mishaps that turned into hilariously exaggerated tales, like the time I attempted to fix the office printer, only to battle it for what felt like hours, ultimately throwing in the towel to let my supervisor handle it. It was then that I fully realized the important distinction between taking oneself too seriously and weaving humor into the fabric of our everyday struggles. As these friendships blossomed, an unforeseen layer of responsibility accompanied my new role, demanding diligence and a commitment to accountability that at times felt daunting. I was tasked with leading our weekly meetings, bringing new ideas to the table while simultaneously keeping the energy uplifting. On one particularly rainy Thursday, I stood before my colleagues, a mix of nerves and excitement swirling within me. As I delved into the agenda, I noticed one of my new friends, Sarah, leaned back in her chair with this mischievous grin. In that moment, I took a breath, recalling the previous turmoil I'd endured, and slipped into the comfort of authenticity that had served me well in the past. I turned the meeting into a collage of brainstorming, encouraging everyone to toss wild imaginaries into the bowl, and with every idea tossed about, it felt as if we weren't just colleagues anymore, we were a chorus, blending our distinct harmonies into a melody of creativity. However, not long after, an interesting dilemma nudged at the corners of my happiness. Rumors swirled through the office about impending layoffs that left many in a cloud of anxiety. It was gut-wrenching to watch as stress drained the light from our vibrant discussions, replacing it with somber whispers. I couldn't ignore the creeping sense of dread that accompanied these conversations, and soon found myself in the break room, cooking up an idea to diffuse the tension. With a heart full of hope, I organized a day of gratitude, inviting everyone to share things they appreciated about their roles, whether it was the comfort of our shared coffee mugs, a favorite project, or even an early Friday wrap-up, the simplest joys that framed our work life. That day unfolded like a soft unfurling cocoon, as laughter replaced anxiety. As the room filled with genuine appreciation for one another, I felt the intertwining threads of community tighten around us, forming an unyielding bond against the uncertainty that loomed outside. In this peculiar patchwork of existence, I also confronted the inevitable feeling of vulnerability that lay in expressing gratitude. I learned just how important it was to acknowledge our fears and challenges, but alongside them, the shimmering possibilities that friendship and camaraderie could nurture. Reflecting on this experience as I settled back into bed that night, a glimmer of realization poked through my usual snuggles of comfort. Life, in its erratic brilliance, had brought about transformations not just in my career, but in the heart of who I was becoming. I smiled at the echoing lesson. Embracing uncertainty became far easier when shared with a circle of laughter and warmth. And as the time dripped away into the stillness of the night, I understood that the essence of my journey hinged on this idea: by owning our stories, glitches and all, we weave ourselves into the bigger tapestry of existence, healing within every shared confession and uplifting each other through every curveball life throws our way. There was a small, nondescript bar on the corner of Maple and 6th, a place where the neon lights flickered like a heartbeat, pulsing softly against the darkened streets of the town as if calling out to lost souls seeking refuge from the weight of their lives. I found myself propped up on a weathered stool, staring into a glass of whiskey, the amber liquid swirling like thoughts I couldn't quite grasp. This evening was like many others, where I sought solace in the bottom of a bottle to drown out the disappointments of a life that felt increasingly unremarkable. At 38, the corners of my world had grown narrower, my marriage to Sarah had become a long, quiet sigh we both struggled to stifle, and my once vibrant dreams had dulled to mere memories aching to be revisited. As I took a deep breath, I prepared to face the same unrelenting questions that had haunted me. Was it all worth it? Was leaving the mundane comfort of my life worth the risk of the unknown? That's when I felt a presence beside me, a chill that crawled up my spine like fingers tracing a spine. I turned my head, curiosity overcoming trepidation, and there he was, a man clad in shadows, his eyes the color of storm clouds promising rain, yet oddly calm. He raised an eyebrow and motioned toward my drink. "Finish your drink, it's time to go," he said, his voice smooth yet chilling, reverberating in the air between us like a whisper shared over grave secrets. I hesitated, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to decipher the meaning behind his words. "Go where?" The question slipped from my lips, laced with disbelief and a hint of defiance. Death didn't saddle up next to a guy like me at a bar, at least, not in any way I had ever envisioned. As the seconds melted into each other, I felt an odd mixture of fear and resignation drown my thoughts. Here was a moment where the certainty of life clashed with the enticing promise of an escape that the impossible had never offered. I had spent so much time contemplating what lay on the other side of living, now confronted by a figure that embodied it, I felt every uncertainty crash against that newfound realization. "I've seen what awaits you," he said, his voice low, betraying no emotion. "Not just the end, but everything that stands before it and the lives entwined with yours. Their sorrow, their hope, the way they'd miss you." I felt an ache in my chest, a desperation to cling to the threads of life I had thus far taken for granted. Memories of Sarah flashed in my mind, the way her laughter would echo like silver bells around our home, the taste of her kisses that lingered long after they faded, the warmth of her hand in mine during quiet moments that no longer held the same weight. And yet, like all things, they felt dimmed against the gravity of this moment. "And what if I don't want to go?" I asked, my voice trembling, a mixture of defiance and fear. "What if I have more to give?" The man beside me regarded me quietly, a flicker of something, a tinge of understanding, crossing his stormy gaze. "Your choice. Life has always been about choices. But you must ask yourself, are you really living? Or merely existing?" The question hung in the air, heavy and imbued with a challenge I hadn't considered until that moment. My thoughts spiraled to the realities that awaited me, the stagnant evenings spent binge-watching shows instead of sharing stories with Sarah, the hours clocked in at a job that drained the very vitality from my bones, leaving me little but a shadow at home. I thought of the dreams tucked away in boxes, gathering dust like forgotten photographs, my passion for painting, my desire to travel the world, to truly embrace every single heartbeat of this existence. The revelation hit me, perhaps I owed it not just to myself, but to Sarah, to remind us both of the vibrancy life could still offer, not the sunset but the dawn ripe with possibilities. The unexpected realization emerged slowly, rising like a phoenix from the ashes of dread. "What if I want to stay?" I heard myself say, a strange mix of determination and vulnerability. "What if I want to make things right?" At that, the man gave a nod, his demeanor calm yet penetrating. "Then you know what you must do. Sometimes, it isn't about the moments we fear but the ones we choose to embrace." With that, he faded, slipping into the shadows, leaving me alone at the bar, a glass half full in my trembling hand. There was clarity in that final encounter, a spark igniting the shadows of my mind. After that night, I began to reclaim my life, painting again, pursuing dreams once abandoned, breathing new life into the stagnant corners of my marriage. When I returned home that night, I found Sarah still awake, her silhouette soft against the backdrop of moonlit curtains. I shared my journey, the encounter haunting yet liberating, and as we embraced, I felt the heavy chains of complacency start to melt away. In those quiet hours, laughter returned, filling the void that had stretched between us like an endless chasm. I learned how making the choice to move forward and not retreat could turn each drink into a toast, a celebration for life over death, for existence over mere living. As for the question of what lay beyond, I knew it was a mystery I'd unravel one day, but not today. Today, I chose to savor the now. Update: it's been 6 months since that night at the bar, and since then, I've embraced change with open arms. Our home now resonates with laughter, spontaneous trips, and color splashed across canvases. Just last week, Sarah and I took a long weekend trip to the coast, something we talked about but had never done, and I created a piece that conveys the essence of that experience. I think I finally understand what the cloaked man meant about truly living. It's great to feel vibrant again. Life's too short to simply wait for fate to intervene. Sometimes, you must take the reins and weave your own fate. As I sit here, reflecting on the changes that have blossomed in what once felt like a monochrome existence, I can't help but marvel at how far I've come since that fateful encounter with death at the bar. It sounds surreal, almost like the plot of some fantastical novel, but there's a stark clarity in my memories that elevates them from a mere heady swirl of emotion into something profound and tangible. The moments Sarah and I have shared recently shimmer with a new light, each laugh and whispered secret a brushstroke on the canvas of my transformed life. The weekend at the coast was a revelation. We drove along the winding roads, the salty breeze playfully tugging at our hair as waves crashed rhythmically against the shore. Standing before the vastness of the ocean, I felt both small and infinitely alive, just like that feeling described in cheesy motivational quotes I used to roll my eyes at. As I took my first deep, salty breath, I closed my eyes and let the sound of the water drown out my nervous thoughts. It reminded me that potential and possibility are infinite, much like the horizon stretching ahead of us. Later, as the sun dipped into the ocean, I set up my easel in the sand, each brushstroke representing an emotion I hadn't allowed myself to feel in years. The vibrant blues, fiery oranges, and soft purples mirrored the effervescent quality of that sunset, capturing a moment that felt both transient and eternal. Sarah joined me, sitting cross-legged next to me on the cool sand. Her keen eyes flickered from my canvas to the horizon as we talked about everything and nothing, feeling entirely at home in our shared vulnerability, and in that moment, I felt a swell of gratitude wash over me. But the growth hasn't been without its challenges. With every exhilarating moment came a reminder of the past I lived so desperately to escape. There were times when I'd turned to my old habits, workaholism and perfectionism, and moments when silence filled the air as we grappled with unspoken fears. I realized the journey was not just about living vividly but about confronting the shadows that had trailed me during those monotonous years. It was an intricate dance of light and dark, one deserving of exploration. And just as I was understanding the nuances of this duality, the idea of death became more of an abstract companion rather than a menacing specter. It turned into a guiding force whispering encouragement rather than demanding presence. One evening, while painting a tribute to our travels, I paused, letting the brush hover above the canvas as Sarah stepped outside to grab us coffee. I could feel death sitting at the edge of my mind, reminding me of the fleeting nature of these moments. Would the vibrant colors I splashed on the canvas fade as the years rolled on? Would they hold the memories locked within, shimmering brightly or dulled by the passage of time? That's when it hit me. It is the act of creation, the love I imbued into each stroke, that lends permanence to these experiences. I don't need to fear death if I live authentically. I can delve deep into the wellspring of life until it overflows, mingling with the colors of those fleeting moments. Sarah returned then, humming softly to herself, and just the sight of her sparked an uncontainable joy within me. I set the brush down and took a moment to hold her gaze, to bask in the warmth of our shared space. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, her voice soothing yet curious. I smiled, the words tumbling out unfiltered. "What if I painted a mural in our living room, something that captures all the laughter, all the moments, us?" Her eyes lit up, and in that instant, I recognized a shared understanding. We were both co-creating a life of vivid colors, resplendent with the laughter of our now and the hope for our tomorrow. So, here I am now, as I write this, in our sun-drenched living room, surrounded by swathes of color, feeling the pulse of life surging through me like a melody. We're gearing up for our next adventure, a spontaneous plan to explore the mountains, where I hope to capture the majesty of life interwoven with stillness, and perhaps I'll paint another breath of existence onto canvas. Life, I have learned, isn't meant to be a series of what-ifs or if-onlys, it's a series of let's-go's constructed from moments of pure, unabashed joy. And as for death? Oh, it still sits at the bar, ever watchful, but now, I find a certain comfort in glancing over occasionally, raising my glass in a silent toast, a reminder that it's okay to embrace the ephemeral beauty of life and to live it fully until the time comes to hand over the reins. One evening, while I was cleaning up after Sarah had made a delicious dinner full of spices and laughter, my phone buzzed on the table, a message from an old friend I hadn't spoken to in years. It was a simple text, just a photo of a sunset taken at a remote spot we used to frequent, accompanied by the words, "Remember when we used to chase sunsets? Let's do it again." I felt a wave of nostalgia wash over me, mixed with an insatiable urge to reconnect. The tall, warm memories began to coil around me like an old blanket, comfortable yet fragile, reminding me of a time when life felt both simpler and more profound, full of shared dreams and laughter echoing against the backdrop of fading light. I wanted to say yes, to embrace that adventurous spirit I had recently revived, but the reality of everyday life nudged at me like a persistent child eager for attention. The clock ticked steadily, reminding me of responsibilities, of the cozy routine I had built since embracing change. That night, after putting the dishes away, I brought Sarah a fresh cup of herbal tea and shared my thoughts. She listened intently, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Why not?" she said, her enthusiasm infectious. "We can chase sunsets together, just like old times. I've always wanted to take that trip to the mountains, and this seems like the perfect opportunity." Her words ignited a fire within me. It became clear that this was a chance not just to reconnect with my past but also to strengthen my present. The next morning, we planned the trip. Sarah's infectious laughter spurred us on as we sent texts back and forth, packing lists bouncing from my phone to hers. Soon, each task became an excuse to steal glances at one another, relishing the anticipation that built with every fleeting moment. And so, with nothing but the open road before us, a cooler packed with snacks, and art supplies tucked in the trunk, we rolled down the windows, letting the wind embrace us as we left our quaint little town behind in the fading light of day. The mountains rose before us, majestic and commanding, shrouded in lush greens and the promise of undiscovered horizons. That first evening, we stopped at a small clearing, and my heart danced as the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of orange, pink, and deep purple. I grabbed my easel, and in that magnificent moment, I felt alive, brimming with thoughts and colors screaming to be captured. As I painted, Sarah interjected with stories of our youth, tales that had faded into the background but now sprung to life under the twilight sky. She told me of camping trips where we had almost gotten lost, of nights spent under a stretch of stars that felt infinite, and each story layered into my memories like a new brushstroke on canvas. The next days unfolded beautifully, with mornings spent hiking up trails and afternoons weaving through local markets where we tasted fresh berries and artisan cheeses, savoring every bite as though we were indulging in stolen secrets. The world blossomed around us, and soon we came to a makeshift picnic table where we shared our favorite wines, laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves. One evening, as dusk draped the landscape, we climbed a small hill and watched the sun make its grand exit, the sky adorned with its glorious palette. It was then that I truly felt the fullness of living. I looked at Sarah, and her face was illuminated by the faint glow of the setting sun, her smile wide and genuine. I felt grateful, vibrating with the realization that every moment we chose to embrace life brought us closer, not just to each other, but to a profound understanding of what it means to willingly embrace the beauty and fragility of existence. Laughing in the glow of the fading day, I confessed, I think I get it now. All those moments we put off because we were just waiting for the right time? Each of those what-ifs wouldn't come close to the actual joys we experience when we say let's go. Her eyes twinkled, mirroring the magnificent stars that had begun to sprinkle the sky. Let's keep saying let's go then, she responded softly, and in that moment, I realized that the cloaked figure, my constant reminder of mortality, had indeed become a mentor of sorts, urging me on, not with fear, but with the sweet impermanence of life, urging me to make the most of the moments I had. Now, even after returning home, my heart still thrums with an insatiable need for adventure. I often find myself wandering through galleries for inspiration, letting my brushes dance across canvases, each stroke reminding me that while death may sit quietly at the bar, it's not the end but rather a soft invitation to embrace every fleeting breath along the way. And on quiet nights when I can feel the weight of solitude surround me like a gentle blanket, I still raise a glass to that figure in the distance, not out of fear, but in gratitude for the lessons learned. With the canvas of my life now filled with vibrant splashes, I'm ready for every let's go that beckons on the horizon, forever aware but unshackled by the ticking clock. What adventures are waiting just beyond the dusk? I suppose we'll find out together, one beautiful moment at a time. I carry pumpkin seeds in my pocket and plant them everywhere I go. I've been doing this for over 20 years. It started innocently enough on a late autumn afternoon when I was wandering through my grandmother's garden, her breathy laugh dancing with the wind as she taught me how to cultivate the earth. She handed me a small handful of pumpkin seeds, each one a promise of future harvests, and said something that stuck with me: everything you plant has the power to change the world, however small. I didn't think much of it at the time, but as the seasons passed, that simple notion began to nourish my growing fascination with seeds, the cycles of life, and the hidden beauty of nurturing potential in unlikely places. Whenever I found myself in a new city or town, I would pause when I felt that familiar stirring in my heart, an urge to plant. It was never about pumpkins, really, it was about legacy, connection, and perhaps a poorly buried grief that thought I could never nurture something as beautiful as my grandmother once did. I wanted to remind the world that little things can grow into something remarkable. I wanted my grandmother's spirit to linger through those tender sprouts. As the years rolled on, I turned into something of an urban legend among my closest friends, like the mystical gardener planting life where it seemed to have none. My pocket always brimmed with tiny seeds, ready at a moment's whim. The sound of someone cursing a barren landscape would find me surreptitiously dropping a few seeds in that neglected plot of land, or softly pressing them into the dirt beside a crumbling sidewalk. I found joy in imagining the tiny plants breaking through the cement, whispering their defiance, and offering hope to strangers passing by. But a peculiar shift appeared when I stumbled upon my usual spot along a forgotten park bench one cold evening. I often took my time to plant a few seeds here, watching the way children would laugh and play nearby, and being enveloped in that comforting ambience of life unfurling around me. This time, however, I noticed a figure lingering at the edge of the trees, a woman with sharp eyes that seemed to hypnotize even the bravest of stars. I felt a twinge of unease. She didn't seem to notice the jovial laughter or the laughter of children. She merely stood, blinking slowly as if weighing the world from a distance. Curiosity got the better of me, and I approached her, introducing myself with the confidence that only comes from years of believing in something. She listened, but her gaze flicked not to me, but to my hand, the hand that held the seeds tightly like a secret. "You shouldn't be planting seeds here," she said, her voice layered with an underlying imperceptible frustration. I was taken aback. Who was this stranger to question my life's mission? But there was a peculiar gravity in her voice, a sense that she understood something I did not. Despite feeling hurt, I wanted to understand her reasoning, so I asked her why not. And with an intensity that felt like a storm cloud gathering in the distance, she warned me that not all seeds are meant to take root. Some spaces are dormant for a reason, cursed perhaps by sorrow or tragedy. I was confused. Surely my grandmother's legacy couldn't disrupt the delicate balance of the world. Yet, somewhere deep in my heart, her warning lodged itself like a splinter. Days turned into weeks, and though my pocket remained heavy with unplanted seeds, I couldn't shake off that unsettling feeling. Other whispers began to creep in, mostly from friends who casually mentioned odd occurrences tied to previously nurtured patches. Flowers withered too soon, plants grew with unnatural shapes, and urban myths of a spectral gardener emerged. The story spoke of lurking shadows that appeared in gardens where I had planted my seeds, stories that echoed with memories I hoped were long buried. I wrestled with my thoughts, feeling both the ache of loyalty to my grandmother's tradition and the twinge of guilt with every seed I pocketed but never planted, battling against the storm of whether to continue or cease this ritual connecting me to her. Finally, one rainy evening, I returned to the park, carried by memories both joyful and morose, and that woman was waiting beside the bench, her expression revealing nothing but the lines of concern etched across her brow. Without a word, I drew the few remaining seeds from my pocket, palms outstretched as if surrendering to the unseeable force around us. "Plant them, but not here. Let them go into the world where they might find better ground." A sense of relief washed over me, unexpected and soft as the pouring rain embraced the earth, and I fled from that park, knowing I'd have to seek new territories, new sanctuaries to honor the promise I once made. As the years flowed, I became a traveler in search of places where every seed could thrive, planting not just for my grandmother, but for a world that might need a little extra color in its palette. Now, with every blossoming pumpkin I come across, I think of that conversation often, reflecting on how simple intentions can manifest into something beyond our understanding. Sometimes, when I return to those familiar locations, I smile at what they have become. They still bloom with exaggerated vigor, and some, surprisingly, flourish in the most unlikely terrains. Occasionally, I still feel the weight of guilt tug me toward a memory I can't quite reach, but as my fingers touch the seed packets I carry, I remember that it is okay to let some things go, to plant them in the ever-stretching possibilities of the world. I stand at the edge of each new destination, ready to find better soil, knowing that every tiny legacy I craft can yield unexpected blooms in the hearts of others. Update: recently, while wandering through a farmer's market, I encountered a woman, laughing with her children as they gathered pumpkins from a cellar. I felt a strange connection and approached her. When she turned, her eyes sparkled with familiarity, making my heart race. It was her, the woman from that fateful evening. We talked, laughed together, sharing stories of growth, both of plants and family. I realized then that perhaps planting those seeds had led me to her, creating connections that transcended space and time, and reminding me that even in the darkness of doubt, new beginnings could sprout in the most unexpected ways. As we continued to talk, I felt warmth spreading through me, not just from the sun shining overhead, but from the joy of genuine connection. Her name was Clara, and she spoke with a gentle enthusiasm that reminded me of a soft breeze rustling through autumn leaves. She told me about her garden, how it had become a sanctuary for her and her children, a place where laughter intertwined with the scent of earth and flowers. Each tale she shared reminded me of the myriad of seeds I had scattered over the years, each a tiny anchor to different moments, emotions, and places. I felt a flicker of pride. Each pumpkin seed I had planted was my silent rebellion against the void, my way of nurturing life when my own felt so unmoored. We exchanged stories about our respective lives, my heart fluttering with the thrill of the unexpected, yet this familiar feeling lingering in the corners of my mind as if Clara and I had shared a memory long lost to time. The conversations danced effortlessly, filled with warmth, as if two old friends were catching up after a lifetime apart. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with strokes of orange and purple, I couldn't help but wonder if planting those pumpkin seeds had somehow returned this lost piece of my own story back to me. Time slipped away, and when the market began to wind down, I felt an inexplicable urge to share my secret, the secret that had shaped the past 2 decades of my life. Amidst the shuffle of people packing up their fruits and vegetables, I glanced down at the small tin I kept in my pocket. It was filled with pumpkin seeds, my little carriers of hope. Taking a deep breath, I confessed to Clara about my habit of planting these seeds everywhere I visited. To my surprise, she didn't recoil or laugh. Instead, she leaned in closer, her eyes lighting up with curiosity and understanding. "You're spreading life," she remarked softly, brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "That's beautiful." Her acceptance melted away any lingering hesitation within me, and for a moment, I felt lighter than I had in years. We parted ways under the twilight sky, exchanging numbers, and I couldn't shake the feeling that this encounter, born from the act of sowing seeds, was destined. As the days turned into weeks, I found myself looking forward to our conversations, each message a promise of laughter and connection. I shared with Clara some of the stories tied to the different places I had scattered my seeds, the old oak tree at the park where I spent hours pondering life, the abandoned lot where colors from wildflowers peeked through cracks, and the quiet beach where I had walked alone during storms of doubt. Clara listened intently, sharing her own tales, and together we discovered that with every seed, there was a story waiting to grow. One evening, as we were chatting, I mentioned how I once planted a pumpkin seed at a crossroads, a literal crossroads, when I felt lost in life. Clara paused, her expression turning thoughtful. "You know," she said, "it's funny. I used to feel so lost at that same crossroads, but I think I found myself again the day I chose to create my garden. It was then that I realized the true magic of the seeds I'd carried all these years. They were never just about planting pumpkins, they were about the connections they formed, the memories cultivated in the soil of my life, and the friendships nurtured despite the passage of time." That simple act of spreading seeds translated into hope, leading me to Clara, someone who saw the world through a lens of beauty and growth, just like I did. As our relationship blossomed into something more profound than I could have envisioned, I felt a twinge of guilt creep in. While I was overjoyed at the newfound bond, I couldn't help but worry about the weight of my secret. I feared that revealing the full extent of my obsessive planning might tarnish our connection. Yet, as clumsy as it was, I felt an inevitable pull towards honesty, towards laying bare the parts of me that had been shaped by both joy and sorrow. One evening, over a cup of tea that Clara had brewed with her children's help, I finally shared my fears, how my association with the seeds often blurred the lines between joy and grief for me. Clara listened, allowing my words to settle like dust in the soft light of her cozy kitchen, before gently assuring me that we all carry our own seeds of pain and hope. In the following months, I watched as our friendship flourished, evolving into something even more enriching than I had expected. Together, we decided to create a community garden, inviting others to share their stories and plant their seeds, be it real pumpkin seeds or the metaphorical seeds of hopes, dreams, and healing. As we tilled the soil together, laughter surrounding us like the aroma of fresh earth, I realized that those seeds I had carried in my pockets for over 2 decades had not only been about growing pumpkins but about cultivating a garden of connections and shared experiences, where life flourished in unexpected ways. The garden became a haven for the neighborhood, a place where toiling hands came together, nurturing their personal journeys while embracing the beauty of community. Now, years later, as I look around at the vibrant blooms and bustling laughter that echo in the garden, I feel a profound sense of gratitude. The seeds I planted in moments of loneliness had woven a tapestry of stories, friendships, and love, intertwining with Clara's life and so many others, reminding me that the smallest acts can have immeasurable impacts on our paths. The lesson I learned through all this is that sometimes, we must spill a few seeds into the unknown to watch as hope and connection take root, finding their way through even the darkest of soils. And just like those pumpkins, we often bloom in ways we never imagined possible. As I stood there in the vibrant glow of the farmer's market, surrounded by the warm aroma of baked goods and the laughter of children weaving through the stalls, I felt a soft breeze brush against my cheek, and for a moment, it was as if the universe was affirming the serendipitous nature of this encounter. Clara and I exchanged stories, her children, their laughter echoing alongside our words, brought life to our conversation. She told me about the pumpkin patch they had started in their backyard, a promised joy for her kids each autumn, how it mirrored her own hopes that had taken years to cultivate after her husband's passing. My heart ached with understanding. I spoke of my own journey, of the seeds I carried and planted through life's seasons, and as I recounted my 20-year ritual, Clara listened with an intensity that felt both comforting and intimate. It dawned on me that she too had known grief, yet here we were, sharing laughter and anticipation, bridging the divides of our histories as if fate had orchestrated this reunion. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting golden rays across the market, I noticed the pumpkin seeds nestled in my pocket, heavy with meaning. They had been a lifeline for me, a testament to hope during solitary nights spent wondering if I'd ever reclaim the joy I once knew. And now, standing here with Clara, it was apparent that through those seeds, I had inadvertently sown hope into others' lives too, reaching far beyond my own existence. The connection we shared felt like the intertwining roots of the very pumpkins her children gathered, binding us together in ways I was only beginning to understand. I could see her tenacious spirit reflected in the way she maneuvered through challenges, nurturing her kids while still embodying her own dreams, and it inspired a shift within me. Perhaps it wasn't merely about tending to the plants but nurturing the bonds we create with each act of kindness, each seed we scatter into the world. The afternoon faded into a soft twilight, the sky painted in delicate hues of lavender and gold, and I knew I didn't want this moment to end. So, with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, I suggested we exchange numbers, confronting the idea of forming a friendship in real time, beyond the realm of chance encounters. Clara's smile bloomed brighter, lighting up her face with enthusiasm. "I'd love that," she said, a gleam in her eyes that mirrored my own beliefs about fate and connection. As we exchanged numbers, I marveled at how easily two people could find a common ground in shared heartache while also discovering the promise of companionship, like two seeds finding their place in the same garden. In the days that followed, our friendship grew in unexpected ways. Texts turned into calls, and those turned into coffee dates that flowed effortlessly, punctuated by laughter and stories of our pasts, binding us closer. I met her kids. They were full of life, each visit to their home unveiling the world through their eyes, imagination unfettered, playfulness reigning supreme. I became a part of their little pumpkin patch, helping them nurture the plants that mirrored not only the story of their growth but also the healing process we all embarked upon together, learning one another's rhythms as shared lives often do. The more I immersed myself in Clara and her children's world, the more I realized how, through the simple act of planting seeds, I'd inadvertently transformed my lonely journey into a tapestry of relationships that enriched my heart and soul. Each pumpkin we nurtured in the garden became a symbol of our collective resilience, echoes of our laughter rustling through the leaves, reminding us of the roots we were cultivating together. I couldn't help but feel that the garden had, in many ways, become an extension of my own personal renaissance, a blossoming of hope and connection. But amidst the joy, I couldn't silence the whispers of doubt that sometimes crept back in. Could this really be it? Could I have truly found a new beginning so soon? One evening, while helping Clara and her kids carve pumpkins for Halloween, I found myself lost in thought, the glittering candlelight casting playful shadows across our faces. Clara must have sensed my distraction because she gently nudged me, her eyes piercing through my fog of insecurities. "What's on your mind?" she asked, genuinely curious. And in that moment, I poured out the remnants of my fears, my vulnerabilities tumbling forth like unwieldy seeds spilling across the ground. With earnest compassion, she reassured me, "Sometimes, we need to trust that the seeds we plant will flourish in their own time. Just as we've sowed pumpkins together, so too have we begun to nurture something beautiful between us." It was a simple, beautiful truth that struck a chord deep within me, urging me to embrace the journey ahead without the weight of expectations. Reflecting back on my 2-decade-long ritual of planting pumpkin seeds everywhere, I realized it wasn't simply about hoping for a garden to grow. It was an embodiment of faith in the power of life's smallest gestures, nurturing connections and building toward a future I couldn't yet comprehend. From that point on, every time I planted a seed in our shared garden, I felt an invitation to lay down roots, not just for the pumpkins but for the relationship budding between us, one that offered a path from solitude into community. Our lives began to intertwine seamlessly, a rhythm of support and companionship that inspired both of us to flourish. Clara and I became each other's harvest, brightening the dull moments of life with laughter and understanding. I watched, day by day, as hope sprouted and took form, nurturing not only the pumpkins in the patch but also the brave new beginnings our lives had shared. And that realization felt as miraculous as witnessing the very first green shoots pushing through the dark, rich soil of our intertwined fates. In the end, I found peace in knowing that sometimes, even the most solitary journeys lead us to unexpected gardens of connection, where laughter and love bloom amidst the shadows. The seeds we scatter throughout our lives may sprout in ways we neither foresee nor understand at first, reminding us that every act of kindness and every moment of honesty bears the potential to transform us into something we can hardly imagine. And as I look around at the thriving pumpkins each harvest season, I am left with not just gratitude but an entire garden of friendships blossoming around me, roots intertwined in ways that span the heart's vast corners, one seed, one connection at a time. When the news rolled in about the upcoming 2024 general election, I felt something shifting within me, an unfamiliar sensation bubbling up that wrestled for dominance, an unsettling mix of anxiety and detachment that I couldn't quite place. My name is Alex, a 33-year-old graphic designer living in a small town in Ohio, where politics always seemed to be the gossip just shy of being casual dinner conversation. I had always practiced my democratic right with diligence, feeling the pull to make my voice heard, but this year, as I sifted through the barrage of political ads and polarizing debates, the thought of participating began to feel like an undertaking I was no longer prepared to shoulder. My friends, a close-knit group that loved long discussions over cheap beer in dimly lit corners of our favorite pub, were animated about their plans to vote, each of them ready to champion their chosen candidate with fervor. I sat quietly, an observer in a room full of political fervor, my heart heavy with an unspoken truth. I had made the decision to abstain. In the weeks leading up to the election, I found myself grappling with the consequences of my choice, wrestling with guilt. The fear of being judged loomed over me like a dark cloud, especially when Marissa, one of my closest friends, looked me in the eye and asked point-blank why I wasn't getting involved. Her passion was palpable, a stark contrast to my silent disillusionment. I had always prided myself on being the progressive voice in our group, often debating to the wee hours about the state of the nation, but at that moment, I felt a chasm forming between who I was and who I was expected to be. As the October sky turned gray, the chatter about the election only intensified. All around me, people began sharing their reasons to be hopeful, while I remained bound within my cocoon of reluctance and ambivalence. On election day, I made my way to the polling station as if pulled by an invisible force, my heart racing with indecision. But as I stood in line, watching the excitement cascade off my neighbors, their hopeful faces illuminated by the promise of change, I couldn't help but feel that my choice had carved out a hollow space in my chest. I turned away from the polling booth. I didn't cast my vote, and the relief that washed over me felt like a strange, slippery comfort, reminding me of the countless times I had ignored what I really wanted. Days passed, turning into weeks, and I rejoined my friends, feigning enthusiasm about the election results while internally grappling with an overwhelming sense of being an outsider. But with every social gathering, the question beckoned: how would I reconcile my decision? My internal turmoil simmered, and I slipped into a routine that felt numbingly safe. Over beers one night, Marissa caught me staring off into space, her brow furrowing with concern. "Don't you care where this country is headed?" she asked, half jesting but genuinely curious. The truth was, I did care, but it was the decision-making process that had weighed on me like an anchor. I finally took a breath, confessing that while I had chosen abstention, I was scared of both the consequences and the implications of my choice, a choice that was fundamentally my own. The bar quieted, the noise of surrounding conversations faded as unexpected empathy settled among us. "You know, it still counts that you thought it through, right?" Marissa said softly. "Taking a stand is more than just voting." Those words resonated deeper than I anticipated, stirring something lost within me. A sense of relief washed over me like a warm wave, and I suddenly found clarity amid the chaos. As I walked away from the pub that night, thinking of the natural ebb and flow of democracy, I realized my decision didn't have to define me. It echoed back to the importance of understanding my values, and the courage to live with my choices, even those that differ from others. A few weeks later, I returned to the forum that sparked this exploration, drawn by a post titled "Voting Eligible Americans Who Deliberately Abstained in the 2024 General Election. How are you feeling about your decision?" My fingers hovered above the keyboard as I began to type, feeling surprisingly cathartic. "I didn't vote, and I had to confront something within myself that needed attention," I wrote, detailing my feelings of isolation, the conversations I had with friends, and the beauty of owning my narrative, free from the chains of expectation. The replies came flooding in, each comment filled with support and encouragement, a sign that I wasn't alone in my experience. As the reflections flowed, I understood that sometimes the silence was louder, and in the stillness of my decision, I found my voice, a piece of me I thought I'd lost amid the tumultuous noise of others. Even if I hadn't marched to the ballot box, I had started a new conversation within myself, a dialogue that brought me peace and a sense of reconnection with those around me. In the back of my mind, I felt the tide beginning to turn, waiting for the next election, where I would be ready, not just to vote, but to connect, to engage in the very democracy I feared for so long. And that felt, in so many ways, like a victory. The days turned into weeks, and as the leaves turned their brilliant colors of fall, I found myself in a reflective state more often than not. I could feel that familiar blend of anxiety and relief slipping away simultaneously. It astonished me how something as simple as acknowledging my own feelings about participation could liberate my mind. I had been caught in a cycle of feeling pressured to engage in a political landscape I found overwhelming. Watching the news had become akin to walking through a foggy forest, the shadows of tensions looming everywhere, but clarity eluded me. I decided it was time to share my realizations, and I did so with friends over warm coffees and cozy dinners, often nestled in our favorite cafe, the one adorned with local art and the warmth of community. It sparked conversations that felt refreshing, the kind I hadn't experienced in ages, where we discussed not only the frustrations of the political process but also our own experiences and insecurities surrounding it. Through these candid exchanges, I realized I was not alone. Others had their own hesitations, some had chosen to abstain not out of apathy but due to a lack of transparency in a system that felt rigged. It was refreshing to uncover these truths, and my heart swelled with an emerging sense of solidarity. I began to take part in community debates and local gatherings, often simply to listen, absorbing perspectives that broadened my understanding of the issues plaguing us. Each conversation, each shared laugh or sigh of frustration, chipped away at the barricade that I had built around myself over the years. You see, I was always the quiet one, the thinker who mulled over every word before they left my lips. As a child, I'd be lost in my books while the world outside thrummed with the energy of life, utterly consuming yet seemingly foreign. But now, I discovered that the threads of connection we forged could be powerful tools for change. On a chilly November night, as the first snowflakes felt like whispers on my cheeks, I found myself in a small community center, seated in a circle of open hearts and eager minds. We were there to discuss the issues we faced and how we could foster a more transparent dialogue in the political realm. I spoke, not with fear but with intent, sharing my journey of abstaining from voting. When I finished, I was met with nods and insightful questions that encouraged deeper reflections. I felt the comforting warmth of acceptance wash over me. It turned out authenticity was the key, allowing everyone to relax their guard, igniting a fire to participate. Each of us had varying experiences with the electoral process, and as we spoke, I noticed a shift. Our frustrations morphed into ideas, ideas sparked plans, and plans became action. By the time Christmas rolled around, the spirit of togetherness was palpable, and we were organizing small initiatives to educate our community about local governance, breaking down barriers that often made participation feel insurmountable. The more we spoke, the more I realized that my decision to abstain was only a moment in a larger narrative, one that now included countless voices all demanding to be heard. Amid the glow of holiday lights, I felt a profound sense of duty begin to bloom alongside my old fears. I could finally see the beauty in civic engagement. Ours was a collective journey, one shaped by our joys and our struggles. I even found myself having conversations with family, my parents included, who always assumed my quiet nature translated to passivity. They listened, surprised to hear me share my newfound passion, the convictions bubbling up like a fresh spring. We agreed the political system was far from perfect, yet we recognized together the power we wielded in our communities. As 2024 approached, rather than feeling burdened by decision fatigue, I felt empowered by possibilities. I continued to stay informed, setting aside my cynicism and instead rooting for change rooted in compassion and understanding. Each small gathering, every collective decision we made, ignited a spark in me. I felt hopeful in a way I hadn't in many years, ready to march not just into the next election but into every conversation that needed to happen, ready for any certainty and uncertainty that may unfold. And so, as I look back upon those fleeting moments, I carry not just the weight of my previous decisions but the understanding that each vote matters, and each voice, mine included, deserves to be heard loud and clear. And who knows? Perhaps when the next election rolls around, I won't just find my voice, I'll help others find theirs, as our stories intertwine in this complex tapestry of democracy that we are all learning to navigate together. As the days turned to weeks after that pivotal moment of realization, I found myself reflecting on the conversations I'd had with friends and family who, like me, had waded through their own complexities regarding the political landscape. Each gathering, whether it was over coffee in the early morning light or during lazy evenings watching the sun dip below the horizon, became a safe haven where we could peel back the layers of our doubts and fears. Collaboratively, we explored the weight of our choices, the regrets and hopes that clung to the shadows of our decisions as much as they did to the bright moments of clarity we unexpectedly stumbled upon. I remember one specific evening in early December, when a heavy snowfall blanketed the world outside, casting a quiet that settled into our hearts. We nestled together in my living room, curled up with blankets, hot chocolate warming our fingers, the soft glow of candlelight flickering in the corners. It was here that we spoke openly about the nuances of political abstention and choice, as real faces and names flashed through our minds, struggles and joys intertwined. Why didn't we just vote? My friend Sarah asked, crunching her marshmallow-laden treat between her teeth, her eyes wide and searching. I could feel the weight of her gaze. We had all pondered that question at some point, and as the air filled with warmth and a hint of vulnerability, I decided to share. Because I was scared, I finally admitted, my voice gentle yet firm, scared that whatever I chose could cause more harm than good, that my one little voice wouldn't matter in the cacophony of noise. Slowly, the others began to share. It was as if each unraveling thread brought us closer together. We each found safety in the collective breath of shared uncertainty, our voices merging into a symphony of reassurances, echoing the notion that we could all relate, a tapestry of human experience meeting at the heart of our insecurities. But now, I continued, emboldened by our exchange, I realize that even silence is a choice that echoes through the halls of democracy. I'm more determined than ever to navigate this journey, not just for me, but for everyone who feels unheard. I could see the spark resonate as it ignited within my friends, and that feeling lingered, illuminating our discussions over the following weeks. As the holiday season brought us together again and again, those conversations helped dissipate the clouds of doubt that hung over our heads, slowly transforming into beams of anticipation for what lay ahead. Each time we met, I felt more assured, more equipped to engage not just in political debates but in the human element of our experiences. We shared stories beyond the confines of voting, ones that traversed familial struggles, economic uncertainties, and the broader, aging questions about morality and justice. When January rolled in, I found myself feverishly reading about local candidates and nurturing a curiosity about issues that had once felt foreign to me. It became increasingly clear that I didn't merely want to educate myself, I yearned to empower those around me to feel that same thrill, the kind of passion that ignited a fire in our hearts. We organized small, casual meetups to discuss what mattered to us, drafting a loose plan to engage with others in our communities, and I could see the excitement ripple through our group. The days brightened, not just because spring was thawing winter's edge but because I felt the stirrings of a movement blossom among friends, neighbors, and a dawning belief that were we to come together with empathy and purpose, we could all carve out a space in this intricate system of governance that so often felt distant. It was a tangled web, yes, but one I was now eager to explore, step by step. As the chatter of the upcoming primary elections flickered on the horizon, I knew I would not be tiptoeing into my first vote alone. That commitment to re-engage came with promises layered in love for my community and the unyielding desire to be a part of something larger than myself. No longer would I hide behind the veil of silence, waiting to be swept away, for now my voice was a thread woven into the ongoing conversation, rippling outward to others waiting to share their stories too. With each heartfelt discussion, I felt more assured that we each had power, not just in the voting booth but in our stories, our connections, and the courage to face uncertainty together. And who knows? Perhaps the next time I stood in line at the polling place, I wouldn't just be looking for my own voice but ready to encourage my fellow citizens to find and raise theirs, fusing our energy in a chorus of hope, and stepping into a future we could all believe in. As I settled into bed that night, enveloped by the gentle hum of life around me, I let myself drift, comforted by the knowledge that, regardless of the election's outcome, a new chapter had begun, not just for me, but for all of us navigating this shared journey.